It's on the Racing Prodigy
YouTube channel.
And you're not renting it, and people step on it, you're damaging. So I would lower it. All of a sudden the sound goes out because somebody's got boots on and just kicking the cord out. Yeah, now you ruin the cord. So it's like pretend you're like the guitarist. That's my cord.
This is where it begins. When the visor closes and everything goes quiet. You've prepared for this. You've got your moment. Now the question is, what will you do with it? 3 platforms, over 100,000 sim racers, 20 past winners, 10 countries, one chance to change everything. It all starts here.
Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome along to Prodigy Week Part 2. It's been almost 200 days since we're here at the Atlanta Motorsports Park for Step 1 on our E-to-Real journey. 12 sim racers from 9 different countries got their chance in a Radical SR1. We've had a multitude of esports tournaments since then, and now 20 more drivers get that very same opportunity. It's all building up to the Prodigy draft this coming summer in the hopes of the real racing contract that all of these drivers are here for. My name is Arjuna Kankipati, and we'll get the band back together, but it's bigger than ever before, and joining me on day one, Hannah Newhouse. Hannah, glad that you're joining us here. Of course, we're getting ready for 3 days of finding out what these sim racers can do as they try and prove themselves as real race car drivers.
Yeah, like you mentioned, we upped the ante, right? More drivers from more places and more opportunities to get behind the wheel of a race car at the end of the season. And today, you know, I've never been to Atlanta Motorsports Park here. What a beautiful facility, the sunset. Now, I will say, there are not many times where I am awake to appreciate a sunset, but it was a sunrise. It was a beautiful sunrise driving here to Atlanta Motorsports Park this evening, and you can kind of feel the energy, right? We're here at the racetrack right now prepping things, and of course our drivers making their way over to the gym for the fitness portion of today's testing. And even though we're some of the lone soldiers here on racetrack property, you can just kind of feel the excitement, the buzz to get this second week underway.
And I quite like as well that you mentioned the fact that, you know, we're here by ourselves right now. The drivers are heading to the gym, both literally and figuratively, the gym being the facility in Dawsonville where they're going to get tested by pitfit. And, you know, race car drivers, they have to survive, let's be honest. I was scrolling through Instagram last night. I saw an interview with Jan Mardenborough, the GT Academy driver featured in the Gran Turismo movie, and he said the first time that he got put into a racing car, it put the manners on him. Very British expression, but he got an experience of the physicality and, more importantly, the endurance that you need to drive one of these cars. And I was catching up with some of the Part 1 drivers in the build-up to today, and they were saying a similar sort of thing about their experience with this car.
I think the endurance aspect is a very underrated aspect that a lot of people don't take into consideration, right? We know there's a physicality aspect of driving a race car simply from, you know, G-force, neck support, and that kind of stuff. Okay, you know, sometimes I feel like that on an on-ramp, on the freeway. You can feel it. But then you do that continually, hour after hour, while maintaining mental and physical, you know, acuteness. You have to be on top of it. And that balance, I think, is something that we're going to see really tested here throughout the next couple days of finding that physical fitness aspect of, you know, we've got on-track testing, we've got off-track testing, media testing. You've got to be able to bundle it all together and have that full package here, you know, for your overall rating to qualify for the draft, like you mentioned, at the end of the year. So it is one of those things that we do talk about physical fitness, and that's an argument as old as they come, right? Our race car drivers, athletes, absolutely. And it's the endurance aspect that comes with it of making sure that they're on top of it for that extended period of time throughout a race.
if you can hear some of the chat in the background, by the way, that is some of what we believe is happening at the gym. The drivers are just about to reach and get put through their paces, and that's going to be fun. After that, let's set the agenda, though, for the rest of day one. They'll get shuttled over to the Atlanta Motorsports Park, and then a couple of different things. First, they're going to be fitted with their race suits. That's going to be an exciting time. And then skid pad and autocross work. What's that going to really allow the drivers, though, to get to understand before they jump into the full Radical SR1 beast?
Well, and again, we, have an array of drivers. We'll break down your full field of drivers that are joining us here this week in just a little bit. But there are some drivers that simply come from just sim racing, have no real world experience as far as understanding the concept of understeer, oversteer, correction, stuff like that. So we're just making sure that, these drivers have that on-hand, hand-eye coordination, and that's what we're going to test today before putting them in that Radical SR1.
So you can see them getting into the gym on your screen right now. As mentioned, that's down in Dawsonville, about 20 to 30 minutes away. They're going to go through the Cooper test, a whole sort of array of challenges. And we're talking about this Prodigy draft. We'll talk more about the drivers in particular over the course of this first day, but let's touch on that very quickly, because there are 12 drivers from part 1 that I'm sure are in the chat right now and trying to figure out what's going on. Let's see, though, if we can go over to the gym, where we're going to check in with Juliana as they get ready to go with the physical assessments.
Hey, Arjuna and Hannah. Okay. Hey, Arjuna and Hannah. Hey, Arjuna and Hannah, and of course everyone watching. We are coming to you live from the gym. We have the athletes getting off the buses right now, coming inside for their Hey, Arjuna and Hannah, and of course everyone watching. We are coming to you live from the gym. We have the athletes getting off the buses right now, coming inside for their fitness assessment testing. We have our pitfit coaches here today. They're going to be putting these athletes through 5 different exercises. All 20 are here. They're going to be split up in groups of 4. You're going to be able to see them doing reaction, interviewing them, talking about what's going on, how they're feeling, interviewing some of the coaches. Y'all are going to be in for a real treat. Everything is coming to you for Prodigy Week. We're starting out here with our fitness assessment testing.
Oh, thank you, Juliana. We'll get the technical issues resolved, I'm sure, as we get into the first day of action, but it's going to be really interesting. A lot of the drivers from part 1 have been trying to see what their competition is going to be like. And all of these assessments that we're talking about, physical, mental, and then on track, that's going to be shared with a handful of teams that will then draft 4 individual drivers when we go racing in the real-world Prodigy Racing League. There will be reserve drivers that you, the fans, may be able to help out as well. But I really like this, right, that we've had 200 days or so since part 1, and we're back here doing the same things and seeing what those drivers getting this opportunity now learned from their first dance.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that reflection from both the drivers that took place in part 1, they're watching, right? They're eyeing up the competition here in part 2, but you're kind of hoping that these part 2 drivers also took part in part 1, watching and getting a feel for how things go. And again, even on our side of things, we've now got things a little bit more ironed out moving forward on our part as well. But, you had the opportunity to check in with some of our drivers during this week saying, hey, what are you prepping for? What's the thing that's been most concerning to you that you're nervous about? Because, again, we've got drivers ranging from 15 years of age to 45. So we have the age range definitely covered there, as far as age and experience. And a lot of them all said, I'm a little nervous about getting behind the wheel of a car and living up to the expectations that they've set for themselves. And that's a big thing, right? You don't want to let yourself down in the grand scheme of things. But at the end of the day, they are here. They've earned this opportunity from whatever avenue they did. And that there in itself is a huge accomplishment that I don't think that we can, let by.
I think the expectations, right, is also important, because you come into this, let's be honest, 3 days of action trying to prove yourself to the world, but also to yourself, right? These drivers have earned their right to be here, either by winning on track in one of our Prodigy Racing League esports competitions, or by being selected by some of the world's best in the sim and real worlds. We had, the likes of Boris Said, Catherine Legg, Random Call Sign, Cameron Duss on our search selection shows. It's all in that aid, right, of giving drivers the opportunity. That's what Racing Prodigy is here about, the pipeline and finding those talents.
And having those people that have that real-world experience be able to look at the vast options that we have here and see it, whether it's in, the potential that they see brought to the table, the potential that they saw on track, Catherine Legg is one that I, resonated with. I've watched her growing up and, of course, was a big fan throughout her Indy 500 starts. And now I have the opportunity, I work a lot of IMSA WeatherTech races, herself and Sheena Monk, of course, a duo in a car there, and have gotten to know her through that. And, if there's someone that I'm going to look at in that paddock, and honestly, just in the world of racing, she's diversified herself. She should be one that can look at a prospect and go, okay, I can see the raw talent. I can see how we can either mold or, let it take its course. And so Catherine, definitely one of the drivers or one of the people that you'd mentioned making a selection that I feel very confident in her selection.
It was really cool. I'm just saying personally, getting to do that selection show with her, Boris, Max Papis as well. I can't forget last year for season 1, part 1, we had Linus Lundqvist just before he became an NTT IndyCar Series driver. So it's been great to see the support from the racing community. And that includes internally within Racing Prodigy as well. I want to give a big shout out to some of the new partners that have come on board since we last were here at the Atlanta Motorsports Park. Sucker Punch, of course, Mazda Motorsports, who were here to see everything last time and now have joined and actually supported drivers in their goals to try and get coaching on the journey as well. So want to thank them, Toyo Tires as well, and so many more that make all of this possible. But let's touch on, I think, what makes it so cool, right? Which is some of the people that are here and giving their advice as well. We talk about the Max Papises, et cetera, et cetera. Today, we're going to get Randy Popes, who's going to be here. We're going to get Andrew Carbonell, Spencer Pompelli. There's a whole range of world-class coaches that these drivers are going to get the opportunity to learn from.
Oh, so much experience packed in with our coaches, both from the technical and the engineering side, like you'd mentioned. These guys having hand-on-hand experience, building, setting up these cars. You mentioned it, Kent Stacy and Randy Pope's going to be here shaking down the cars for a little bit of our testing later on. So they're going to make sure that those cars are up to the standard. If there's anyone that I trust to get out there and make sure that my car is race ready for, potentially my debut behind the wheel, it's going to be one of those two drivers. But man, Spencer Pompelli, one of them that was, a late roster add to our coaching lineup. Him and I believe Kenton Cook also returning from the fall aspect of things. They're coming right from the racetrack. They raced at Laguna Seca out in California not but 48 hours ago with the IMSA WeatherTech series. So they're literally coming from driving a race car to come over here and help these drivers get acclimated, get ready to go. So they're in great hands with the coaching staff that's been picked here, all the way from the driver coaching staff to even some of our physical fitness staff that are, coaches as well with pitfit. Jim Leo, of course, taking the lead on that with pitfit. Trey Shannon here as well. Trey actually from where I'm from in the Mooresville, North Carolina area. And they are, some of the best when it comes to making sure our drivers are physically acclimated and ready to go as well. So we've got a A1 coaching staff across all platforms here with Racing Prodigy, making sure that these drivers have the best opportunity to showcase their talents.
And you can see on track right now those Radical SR1s. Now remember, this is very much an entry level, a prototype sort of machine. We're still talking about 200 odd horsepower, 500 kilograms, but it's your introduction, as some may end up saying, into the Slicks and Wings category. And Radical Cup North America is supporting the NTT IndyCar Series for 4 of its weekends this year. They had 37 cars at the Barber Motorsports Park across their SR1s, SR3s, and SR10s, and so great to see them out on track. You see there's more than 4 of them. The driver's going to be split up into 4 groups. What we're going to do today and tomorrow is figure out which of these 4 cars are actually going to be used. They're going to get shaken down, I think, by Radon Nichols, who did it last year as well. And the thing I'm going to be keeping an eye out for here is the lap times. Not necessarily to compare to November, because let's be honest, that was a lot colder of conditions. What I want to know, though, is how close this year's drivers will get to Radon Nichols' time. Because last year, we didn't tell everyone what Radon Nichols' time was, but the sim racers got a little bit closer than anyone else was expecting.
Well, and I think a big thing, too, is, and this comes from, past driving experience that I have, is, yes, we love going out there, seeing drivers put a blistering lap time down, and showing that speed from the gate. But speed is not necessarily what's going to win someone a race. And I think that's something that a lot of our drivers and our coaches are going to take into consideration is what is your consistency, right? Can you post consistent lap times? Can you show feedback? And having the teams that, like you'd mentioned, have been put together to be able to have that camaraderie, see how they work together, share that information in those 4 cars, like you'd mentioned, is going to be huge. So I'm really looking forward to having them get on the racetrack, like you mentioned, see if they can get close to that time, but also is there going to be a level of relative speed with consistency there?
And so one by one they'll get shaken down. Once we've decided the 4 cars that will be used. We'll throw some extra stickers on them to make them that much more prettier.
Okay,
Always great to get the sponsors out onto the car. We're going to take a look at the drivers on track, rather not on track, at the gym. I'm sure wish they'd be on track, but no, instead the physical test. They've got their wonderful, I must say, workout gear on, Sucker Punch logos on the background, Racing Prodigy logos on the side. How do I steal one of those shirts, please and thank you. But, Hannah, I'm quite glad looking at these drivers right now that we're up here in the booth and not down there at the gym, because I think they're getting ready for what's going to be a fun morning.
Yeah, and on the far situated left is Trey Shannon again with pitfit. He's giving them the rundown, everything that's going to be taking place, what they're expected of him. And again, I'm not a big sunrise gal. It was beautiful this morning, but if I'm at the gym, it is definitely not around 6:45, 7:45 in the morning. So these drivers, a lot of them potentially jet lagged as well. You'd mentioned it. We had a lot of overseas travel to get here, that time frame difference. Every time I've traveled internationally, it usually takes me a good 24, 48 hours to recuperate, get reacclimated. But nope, many of them landed yesterday in the Atlanta area, and bright and early, they have been summoned to the gym to show off their best physical fitness.
And those of you that are familiar with Metro Atlanta traffic will know that to have gotten up to Dawsonville at, 7:30 in the morning, they were up quite early. So limited sleep for them, but I'm sure they probably were limited on sleep anyway, just for sheer excitement. Top left side of the screen, I believe that's Jai Fletcher, one of the taller drivers there. And I saw that you, Hannah, had pulled off the list of who's going to be put into what car, because obviously, we've got drivers of various heights. You want to be quite secure and calm and, strapped into your seat. And so therefore we want drivers of similar bodies, shapes and sizes to be lined up together. It's quite interesting seeing who's been paired together.
Well, and I think, and I've actually not looked at this until you'd mentioned that. I'd seen, of course, our driver lineup, but hadn't really noticed that their heights were placed next to them. If you follow a lot of motorsports, of course, you notice that most of the time our drivers are of smaller stature. It's just kind of one of those things. I always joke that it's horse jockeys that happen to race horsepower instead. They're usually relatively small in stature. The shortest person is actually Amy Frame at 5'6". I'm 5'4", and I feel like I'm very average in height. So realistically speaking, I would say the average of our drivers is around the 5'10", 5'11" mark. We've got multiple drivers over 6 foot. And again, in motorsports, for some reason, it just has a tendency where you're usually smaller in stature drivers. So I think this is almost a little deceiving, because all of our drivers are actually pretty tall here at this week's Combine.
Yep, and I'm just saying, at 6'5", apparently I'm too tall to fit in a Radical SR1. That's why I'm not here at Prodigy Week as a driver, and I'm here in the booth instead. So, Cooper test, if you're unfamiliar with it, good. You don't need to know about it unless you have to go through it. But you're going to basically be challenged to ramp up your intensity as you go as well. And the more that you can endure effectively, talking anaerobic performance, if I get my biology terms correct, that basically will tell you a lot. I think one other thing that maybe is going to be curious to see, neck strength, because of course when you sit in a race car, you're being thrown around, and Atlanta's got plenty of elevation and stuff as well. I remember Gustavo Ariel, who won our Prodigy Week chase competition in part 1. He had the strongest neck of anyone. Don't think that's what necessarily meant he was going to be the fastest driver, but just curious.
Yeah, of course, you'd mentioned the anaerobic aspect of things, and there's dead hangs that are expected. I have a lovely shoulder injury that I've been recouping for years. So the dead hang, I instantly saw that on that, and I was like, oh, that is not up my alley. So again, there's a lot of different aspects of the physical fitness that they're going to be put through that do transfer over into, real life driving situations. The neck strength, like you'd mentioned, making sure they've got that endurance, how they're able to withstand that endurance, the dead hang. So you can see all the drivers gathered there. Of course, our TV crew. Also, we're here in the live stream. There's also part of the documentary team. There's a documentary team here catching every aspect of what's going on, going more in depth than we're probably able to on each of these drivers, and really catching the storylines. And I think that's so cool, because the whole point is to show you guys the behind the scenes. What's going on? What's going into this? We can only give you so much from even this level. The documentary team, they're going to take you one step further.
And I still remember we have some great interview clips that were recorded from part 1 with the drivers. I'm assuming these drivers will get a similar sit down with Brian Till, who's not here in the booth today, but he'll be rejoining us tomorrow. He's another one that was flying over from IMSA at Laguna Seca. Checking into the live stream chat, by the way. Hello, everyone. Wherever you're watching from, let us know in the chat. I see Simona Maria Marceno, Altus Esports teammate to Eduardo Leo in there, the Italian stallion. Hello, Simone. Great to see you. And then I saw a bunch of the Part 1 drivers as well. Nathan Saxon, Zero Sambra, David Dalton Jr., even Lorenz Herzing. So there's all sorts of drivers. And I can't forget Jan van der Heide, who got his call up, of course, on 24 hours notice for Part 1. Let's throw things back over, though, to the gym and see if we can check in with Giuliano. I think we're still just taking a look at all of these drivers as they get their instructions from the team at pitfit. But as we see, I think Jim Leo do a bit of a demonstration of the reflexes. Let's see if we can now check in with Giuliano. And hello there once again. Welcome back into the booth and to the Atlanta Motorsports Park. Again, apologies for the technical issues. Those drivers are at a completely separate facility. I just want to re-emphasize that. They are at the gym, metaphorically, as well as literally down in Dawsonville and getting ready to be put through their paces. Give them about 2 hours or so, then they will begin to head out here, and then we'll start to see them go through their paces. Why don't we start to talk about some of the drivers, though? Let's begin to work our way through.
Well, before that, I want to make a reference here to our good YouTube chat. We were talking about you being too tall for Radical SR1. Our good friend David Dalton Jr. on the YouTube chat said Radical XL for Arjuna. So we might have to make some modifications, but you've got people in the chat, you know, pushing for you here to get behind the wheel.
Maybe a Radical SR3, you know.
Yeah.
I'll just ask for it and see what I get. But thank you, David, for that one. I'll appreciate it, especially if I get your coaching advice, by the way.
There you go.
BMW driving instructor over at the BMW Performance Experience Center they have here in the U.S. But let's talk about those drivers from this crop of 20 and some of the challenges that they're going to experience. Of course, we're not seeing them in the gym right now, so we're not going to dive into each of their stories too much as they get ready. But as they jump onto the treadmill, one thing that stood out to, I think, both of us from a survey that we sent out to the drivers a couple of days ago to get their thoughts before they landed at Atlanta, one of the drivers said the thing they were most nervous about, American food.
Listen, I think that's a very valid thing to be worried about. One of the drivers, too, and I'm trying to look here and see which one it was.
Michael Romanidis.
Well, they were worried about the standard of the American burger and if it was going to live up to the expectations. And I read that and just got a giggle about it because, you know, I thought that we had pretty good food until I traveled internationally. And then it didn't live up to the standards. And I've heard, here we go. Oh yeah, it was Michael. He said, I'm really nervous about the food and if the American burger is going to live up to the standards. And I think it just depends where you go, Michael. I'll have to give you some good recommendations. I'm not familiar with the Dawsonville burger standards, so I don't really know how that's going to pan out. But, I think that's a very valid thing. Of course, being in the Atlanta area, if they do get the chance to really explore the Atlanta area, there's great food opportunities down there. But, again, I think a lot of the drivers, too, were worried about the physical aspect of this. Many of them had mentioned, you'd ask them, what are they preparing for the most as they get ready to come into this? And many of them had said, making sure that they're working out and exercising, getting into some shape, planning ahead. Many of our drivers also still in school. We have to also emphasize that. Whether they're just getting ready to get out of school, we have drivers, again, between the ages of 15 and 45. Amy Frame is 17 years old. Camden Hibbett is 15 years old. Matt Caruana, he's 17 years old. So we've got a lot of drivers that are either just getting out of high school for summer break or they're still in it. I've been out of school long enough now that I actually cannot remember when school usually gets let out for summer break. But nonetheless, they've had to balance that focus of prepping for potentially one of the biggest opportunities of their lives and, hey, making sure that they're still getting their education or even, visiting their 9 to 5.
It's funny you mentioned, right, some of these, I don't mean to say it disrespectfully, but children are still in school, right, and focus on their future. And then you've got someone like Kamil Pawlowski who, what's he been doing in preparation for Prodigy Week? Preparing for his wedding. So you've got drivers at very different stages of life. And then, of course, Craig Laws, Tough Monkeys, representing the street kart racing community, who is the oldest competitor here at 45 years young. And he wants to make sure that he proves to us 45 years young. Let's see if we can go back out to the gym, though, because I really want to see how these drivers are getting on as they begin the physical assessment.
Hey, Arjuna and Hannah. So we are here from the gym live, as you can see. All the athletes are behind me. Hey, Arjuna and Hannah. So we are here from the gym live, as you can see. All the athletes are behind me. All 20 doing their Cooper test. I only see about 15 right here. No, the 5 that are currently on the treadmill doing their Cooper test. So for those of you who don't know, the Cooper's test is a VO2 test. So they are all wearing polar heart rate monitors. They're on a treadmill, running for 12 minutes at whatever speed they want. But the goal is to go as far as you can go. So they're running, they're monitoring their heart rate. They're going to see how high their heart rate spikes. And then when that 12 minutes is up, they're going to take a seat. And we will again monitor how long it takes their heart rate to go back down to a normal level. So again, there is a group that already just went. They actually might be on their minute. Well, I can still hear the treadmill, so maybe not. We'll take a beat on that. But these people, I feel like they kind of have a leg up, in my opinion, because they're getting to watch these guys go first. So it's a big challenge of their endurance. As you know, sitting in a race car isn't just about sitting there. It takes endurance. It takes strength. And it takes the mental aspect, which a lot of people forget about. That's the biggest thing that inhibits an athlete. So on the treadmill, they're going to come into here. There's going to be 4 other additional exercises they're going to do to test all of these things. So right now, if y'all want to just follow me in here, we can take a look actually. Let me see. Yes, they are still going. So we have our first group of 5. So we have all 20 athletes that are here. There's the main guy right there. So if you want to get right here behind me. And here's Jim. So we have our pitfit crew here today. They're the ones putting this all together. They've decided which exercises work the best. I'm going to grab them in a second. Not yet, though. So as you can see, this is our first group of 5. They're going to all be running at whatever speed they choose. You can go over there and actually watch them so you can see it. So again, they're all wearing a polar heart rate monitor. I'm just going to grab one of these for y'all. So each person is wearing a strap. It's right around their rib cage. Has a monitor on it. We have a iPad, if you want to come this way. We can actually see each person's heart rate right now as they're currently running, which is great because you can actually see who's nervous and who's not because they just started, which is kind of fun. So we have Jim here, who is in charge of this entire thing. This is his company doing this. We have Trey over here, who's talking to the guys right now as well. And just a heads up, we have both of our ladies in this first group. So don't forget, last October, November, we did not have any females in our group of athletes, but this year we do. And they're lucky enough to get to go first. And so far, they look great. So again, they're just learning, again, you know, these treadmills are set up differently than the ones some of them are used to. Some of them are used to kilometers per hour. Some are used to miles per hour. So getting accustomed to the speeds that they're using, it's all a learning game for all of them. But so far, so good, it looks like. All right, guys, I'm going to actually, Jim, if you don't mind, could I grab you for a quick second? So if you want to give a little bit of information to everyone watching, I'm here with Jim. He is the owner of pitfit. Tell us a little bit about what they're doing right now.
Right now, we're measuring aerobic capacity with a test called the Cooper test, which is 12 minutes. You run as far as you can in 12 minutes, and that gives an indication, a prediction equation of what their VO2 max, which is basically their ability to utilize oxygen, what that number is. Once they finish this 12 minutes, then they're going to do a 1-minute recovery test where they will sit for 1 minute and we'll measure their heart rate with a 1-minute drop. So based on that, that'll show their level of fitness and how much the heart rate goes down.
I know you said it's about the time and how far they go. Is it behoove them to go faster now, or is it all up to how they prefer?
Oh, I think it's, you know, at the end of the day, the faster you go, the further you're going to go.
Right.
But if you go out too fast, too soon, you could end up walking. So I think it's a matter of strategy. It definitely benefits those with running experience. But, you know, that we have one driver who's never run in a treadmill before, so that it's kind of unique. But they'll learn soon enough what their bodies can do, and you know they push to the end. But the key is to finish. They have to finish.
Right. And again, everyone, even though this is the first group going, everyone is starting on the treadmill and then moving to the other exercises.
Yeah. This is the beginning. So the fatigue from this will translate. Then they'll go to the next set of tests, and everyone has the same protocol. So if you're feeling that you're fatigued going into the other components of the assessment, then that's how it is. Everyone's the same.
Do you feel that the nerves of just doing this are going to make their heart rate significantly higher versus if they were in here doing this by themselves with no one watching? Would they have as much of a flux with their heart rate?
I mean, we're going to see peak heart rates. So, you know, not many people go to the gym and run 12 minutes as fast as they can. So, I mean, that's the idea. That's the idea of the assessment. They may be pushing harder than what they're used to. So I think that they're going to probably see heart rates that some of them have never seen before.
Well, we're excited to see it all. This is wonderful. Thank you so much, Jim. And we'll touch back base with him a little bit. We're going to come over to the drivers. It seems like everyone's really quiet over here. I'm going to try to spice it up a little. Are you guys excited? Just give me some sort of a yell. Anything. Wow. Wow, this is awful. Okay, we're going to have some coffee. We're going to do some jumping jacks. Are you guys ready?
Yeah, we are.
Yes. Right? Okay, good. Well, I am going to now we're going to grab you. You're going to tell everyone your name, where you're from, and how are you feeling right now, not only watching this, but knowing that you have to do it next.
All right, I'm Kamil from Poland. Feeling actually very, very good today. Had a good sleep, which is important considering the jet lag and flying all over the world here to America. Super excited even for fitness assessments, as I do sports for every day. I do running and stuff. So yeah, really looking forward to push myself to the limit today. But not only today, but for every single day of the competition.
So Camille, you said that you are a runner, so you're used to this type of workout. Do you think you have an edge because you are a runner, or are your nerves going to take over? How is that making you feel?
Right now I'm super calm. I know exactly what pace do I want to run for a Cooper test. I'm amateur runner. I'm doing currently preparing for Ironman. I did a half marathon recently. Really looking forward for a different competition because it's Cooper test, a much shorter and faster distance. So yeah.
Well, it seems like if you've done a half and you've done a triathlon, you said.
Yeah.
I think you're ready. Does that make everyone else a little nervous? Maybe. Well, look, we are so excited to have all of you here, and we will keep you guys posted on what's going on. And we're going to have 4 more exercises after this one. Stay tuned.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Thank y'all. Okay. Are you guys...
Hello, everyone. Welcome back here to the Atlanta Motorsports Park. Here inside the booth, we're trying to figure out what's going on, sending Hannah down to try and figure out who is here at the track right now so we can maybe steal them. Maybe Kent Stacy, maybe Matt Fasanacht, maybe even Randy Popes. That would be a lot of fun as well. But of course, let's recap, if you're just joining us, what we are here to do, right? This is about building that E-to-Real pipeline, to give opportunities to deserving drivers who may not have always had the chance make their dreams come true. So many grow up with the aspirations of being a race car driver. This is that opportunity to prove yourself in a Radical SR1. And I mentioned that we've been catching up with some of the Part 1 drivers who were here October 31st through November 2nd, October 30th through November 1st, back last year with their first experiences. And the one thing that I really got from all of them, advice that they would have given to themselves going into this experience, maybe give to these participants in Part 2, relax, enjoy yourself, and make sure to savor the moment. It was even interesting, Dominic Lukomsky, who won from the only oval competition that we had in Part 1, he was saying that on the final session, Max Papis told him, just go out there, have fun. And he had fun, even if the time wasn't his fastest. Let's go back to the gym, though, and check back in with Giuliano.
No, you'll do it after everyone. Have the warm up on the that's it. You'll have plenty of rest before you get going.
Well, I think so.
Okay, think about the camera. Yeah, next room.
Nathan, how come you had to stop?
My treadmill broke.
Oh, love that. Okay, do you mind if I ask you some questions when we're live? Oh,
Yeah, that's fine.
okay. All right, guys. So I'm actually going to talk right now with Nathan. Nathan, you were just in this group of 5.
Yeah.
Now I'm seeing that you're no longer in this group of 5. Can you tell us what happened?
Treadmill broke, basically.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then, what happened? Did it just stop running, or did
Basically,
the
every time my foot was hitting the floor, the belt was like skidding against the plastic
skip
underneath.
it.
Yeah. I felt like I was gonna like launch myself forwards if it stalled. So and then it ended up stopping by itself. So I was managing it, just don't have to land too heavily on the foot, and then it doesn't happen, but it stopped by itself. So.
Okay, so I have to ask you, how did it feel? I know, how many minutes in were you when you had to get off?
I was just over 7 minutes in. So I crossed that halfway borderline. I was feeling good. I was on the home run. And yeah.
Do you feel like you have an advantage because you get to start over, or do you feel like you're at a disadvantage because you had to stop?
Disadvantage, yeah. I've expended quite a lot of energy doing that. So, yeah, I probably won't be as fast the next time around.
Well, and how have you been training for this portion of the fitness assessment?
Jogging's part of my normal gym routine. So, you know, I feel comfortable jogging. I usually jog to a train station in the morning for work. So, yeah, it feels good. But, yeah, general strength training as well. So that all helps.
Well, so that's good. So at least you have the endurance built up already. With this, are you going to be going in the second group, or have they told you when you're going to be able? Do you get a long break or do you get a short break?
Apparently, I'm going just before we leave the venue, after we've done everything else.
Oh, so you're going to be going by yourself at the very end. Okay, how does that make you feel?
It's fine.
I feel like you'll get a good, nice little breather, be able to kind of like refuel.
Yeah.
take care of the other assessment tests. Well, that's wonderful. Well, I'm glad you didn't have any sort of an accident on there. They got you off before anything bad happened. But thank you so much, and we wish you luck today.
Thank you, Juliana, for that. And, well, first I've ever heard of a treadmill breaking.
I mean, listen, I've gone to some hotels before where my whole effort is, okay, I'm going to get up in the morning, I'm going to work out before the race day, and it is very uncomfortable getting on that treadmill, and like he said, it grips up when you put that foot down and put that weight on it. Just a very uneasy feeling. Wow, you can see, look at the depletion with our drivers. I believe that's Amy Frame and Brenna. I think Amy's on the left there, and Brenna, of course, the taller one in the center. Whew, you can see it. You and I were talking off screen as Juliana was talking to our drivers. I do not run unless being chased, so I definitely
So as
feel
you
for
guys
our
can see,
drivers.
this is where they are taking their minute break. Are you guys finished? Yeah. Are you taking a break now? I don't know. Well, I think y'all might be dealing. Let's come over here. Our camera's right here. I'm messing y'all up. All right, I'm here with the two ladies who are here with us today. Y'all just finished your 12-minute run. Tell me how you're feeling.
I'm feeling surprisingly really good. My allergies are killing me this week, and I'm a little sick from it, so I really thought I was going to do terrible, but I think that I actually did better than when I was practicing in the gym, so. Yeah.
And I'm sorry, Brenna, introduce yourself to everyone as well.
I'm Brenna Schubert. I'm from Pennsylvania, like the Philadelphia side of the U.S.
And so, Brenna, you said your allergies are bothering you. Is that normal for you, or is that because you're in the South where we have lots of fun things floating around?
It's normal for this time period of the year. I never used to have allergies growing up, but the last few years they just keep getting worse and worse.
And do you know what your heart rate spikes were for this event?
I think I saw on the treadmill it was 188, I think was the highest, and then, yeah.
And when you've been prepping yourself for this, have you been also monitoring your heart rate to know kind of a gauge where you're hoping to get to, or have you just been running on your own?
I generally have like a pretty low heart rate because I grew up like a ballerina, so I wasn't really monitoring that much. I know that I can usually get my heart rate down pretty fast, so yeah.
So you're a calm person.
Yeah.
Perfect. Well, good job. We're going to come over here to Amy. Amy, introduce yourself to everyone, please.
I'm Amy Frame. I'm from North Yorkshire in the UK.
Now, you got to tell it. Y'all, they're not even out of breath. This is crazy. Tell me how you're feeling right now.
I'm feeling pretty good. It felt better than when I was training. I think definitely like the adrenaline of just being here in the competition like definitely keeps you going through it as well.
Did you find anything? Did you raise your speed differently than you thought you were going to, or did you keep it at a normal speed? How was that for you?
I chose to keep it at like a constant rate, to be honest, just so like I wasn't pushing too much energy and stuff, but I sped up at the end, obviously. When you hear that 10 seconds, you just want to go.
Do you know how high your heart rate went?
I don't know. I wasn't really looking, to be honest.
Okay. All right. Well, we're going to have I think another group's going to be coming in, so we're going to give them some space, but we'll let you guys watch that. And then I'll grab some of the guys that just went as well. Okay. So right now they're just gathering all the statistics from the previous 5 that just went, or I should say 4, since we had a treadmill malfunction. They're going to be switching over the bands and the heart rate monitors so that this next group of 5 will be able to start their session.
All right. Group 2, Michael, Romandis, Jai, Fletcher, Leandro, Worley, Brandon, and Matthew Caruyano.
Everybody who was in that first group, you can come over here with me.
All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, you all have your chest straps on. So I want you to grab.
All right, so those 5 are going to be starting doing the exact same Cooper test that the previous 5 did. I'm actually going to show you guys the second competition exercise that they're going to be doing over here. And when we got here this morning at the gym, they were actually setting this up. So they're going to have 2 sides. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to let Trey, who will eventually be telling the drivers what this is going to be, explain this to y'all, but this is reaction timing. So they're going to be lighting up these markers on the wall. They have them linked to an app on the phone. We're going to see how good their reaction times are. So they were trying to catch their breath from the run, and then this is Trey and Millie from Pitfit. So right now they're just trying to decide the groups of 2 that they're going to be having, making sure all the markers are turned on, activated.
All right, guys, we'll give you a quick demonstration of how this is going to go. These lights here, you don't have to actually touch them. You just wave your hand in front of them. You want to get them about an inch away. But what's going to happen is one's going to light up as soon as you pass your hand in front of it. It'll go out. Another one lights up. We're going to go for 30 lights, and you want to try to get to them as quickly as possible. Okay, so we're going to record your fastest reaction time, your slowest reaction time, your average, and then the total time it takes for you to get 30 lights. So once we say start, there's going to be a 3-second delay. So it'll look like this. In 3 seconds, they'll start lighting up. You just wave your hand in front of them. Try to get to them as quickly as possible. Make sure you get your hand close enough, otherwise it won't go out. Simple as that. And then you wave in front, they go out, and it moves on to the next one. Target, point 1, timeout, light sound. All the same? Gotta go close distance. All right. Yeah, close distance. All right. So what we'll do is we'll have 2 of you guys going here at the same time and kind of race each other. Everybody will have 3 trials with this, and we'll take, for everyone, we'll take the average of the second and the third for all of your scores. So the first one essentially is a warm-up. Okay?
What if your first one happens to be the best?
Yeah, so we do want to see if that's the case.
Okay.
So, yeah, there are certain reasons for that, but if your first one's the best, it's usually because you're thinking about it less than you are the other ones. So just, if you feel good about that first one, don't overthink it, and just do it again. All right, so who wants to go first? We'll have two people going at the same time. And then Nathan will have
Do you want me to?
All right, you got. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Hi, guys. I'm here with Ashley. She's going to tell you a little bit more about what's going on and also her role within this whole organization.
Awesome. So I'm Dr. Ashley. I'm a physiotherapist, but basically I'm here as a wellness coach for them. So I'm here throughout the weekend to make sure that their health is kind of where it needs to be, that they're doing the right stuff, and that they're basically just taking the best care of themselves they possibly can be. On top of that, I'm here for support throughout the weekend. Right now, it's pretty awesome to see what they're doing. It's awesome to see them doing all their fitness testing. I had some of them fill out surveys before we even came here to know what they're doing and to see how well trained they are before they come in. So I'm watching them closely to kind of see whether what they said they've been doing is actually coordinating to what they're doing. And it's super exciting to just be here. It's awesome to be here for part 2, and it's great to kind of see everybody in action.
So you said that you've been monitoring their physio side. Are you also with their nutrition as well, or is that kind of separate?
So it's somewhat separate. I do work in that realm a little bit. When I'm at the track, I work with different teams, and I work with them in regards to kind of their hydration, their nutrition, as well as just kind of their general wellness. Like I said, physiotherapy, and just making sure they're doing what they need to do. So kind of discussing with them, hey, you know what, this is what you should be eating when in order to perform better. Each of them got a document. We sent some documents beforehand regarding sleep. We sent some regarding kind of what you need to do to perform well in regards to nutrition. So yeah, we're kind of on that side as well.
As far as what you've told them to do, could you give us any specifics on certain things that kind of a lot of them were lacking or a lot of them were already doing?
You know, there's a big discrepancy amongst the group regarding where they came from. Are they athletes? Are they not? Some know what they're doing nutrition-wise. Some know what they're doing hydration-wise. So if we're kind of looking across the board, what I've talked to them a lot about is actually hydration status and what they need to be doing on a daily basis regarding keeping themselves healthy there in order to perform the best they can. And that's just basically making sure that a simple fact for everybody, on a sedentary day, we should be drinking at least half our body weight in ounces of fluid. And really that's water. And that's basically for when we're not doing much. And some of them haven't even hit that mark. So that's going to be something that we have to work on a bit.
So basically they should all have water bottles in their hands right now.
100%.
And if you look around, no one does.
We have one, maybe two. You know, and on top of water, it's making sure we're having enough electrolytes and kind of minerals and stuff like that in our waters as well. So probably one of the most important things that we miss out on if you're really being athletic on a daily basis is sodium. So making sure they're actually taking in some sodium, magnesium, potassium, all important things to make sure that they're performing well and to the top of their abilities.
That's amazing. And one thing that we do have with us is Sucker Punch,
Yes.
which is full of exactly what you just said, the sodium, magnesium, calcium. So that is something that they can all take part in. Actually, I think that, is that one?
There might be a bottle, yeah.
There might be one right there, actually. So it's nail on the head. But that is,
awesome.
Let's see. Let me see if I can.
I think it is.
I think it actually is. Let's check that out. We've got to ask you. Is this a Sucker Punch shot? It is. It is. Have you had one before?
I tried what's the green one?
I haven't been able to try any of them. I'm very jealous right now. So
I've tried one yesterday. I tried one yesterday when I got picked up from the airport. I'm going to give this one a go today to keep me going. Obviously, I got my run later.
Right.
I got halfway through, but I had to stop because the treadmill broke. So hopefully this will keep me going, then I'll be able to do my run later and do well.
Amazing. Well, if you guys don't know, Sucker Punch is a major sponsor for us here. They have provided all different sort of shots. They have pickles. They have anything you can name. They all are loaded with the electrolytes, the magnesium, the calcium, everything that's going to replenish your muscles within the cells, within your muscles, within the... You can get really technical here, but we don't need to go that far. It's really great for cramping. So, again, like you said, you just had to do that. So you got to replenish to do it again later. But you want to do it for the camera? Take your shot for the camera?
I'll do it for the camera, yeah.
You got to give an honest review.
There's a kick to that.
Okay.
There's a kick to that.
Like a kick as in a spice or like just salty?
This is pepper flavor, so.
Oh, well, then
there
that's
is a spicy kick to it. Slightly sour, slightly salty as well.
Does it taste like pickles as well?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it goes down pretty well, so.
Would you have another one?
I would, yeah. Yeah, I would.
Well,
for the health hydration benefits, yeah.
Exactly. Well, I'm sure they have plenty more around here that you could replenish with. So, again, this is Sucker Punch. Just had a shot, and hopefully it'll help you be able to run again later.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. If
I
it
believe it.
works.
I believe it will. I believe it will. Oh, come on in. Come on in.
Spicy one. That's
Yeah.
a little bite to it.
Wait,
Hi, how are you?
This is the man of the hour. Introduce yourself, please.
Hi, I'm Brian Schmucker with Sucker Punch. Nice to meet everybody.
Okay, so we just had live action of one of your drinks.
I
but
saw that.
I did my best to tell them exactly what it was, but we would love for you to give us
No.
the.
And again, that's the spicy one. So that's got some bite. So you either love it or you hate.
What's the green one?
That's just the regular dill.
Okay.
But it's got calcium, potassium, magnesium in it, so it's got high electrolyte content, and it's only 2 ounces. So when you're in the race car, you don't have to go to the bathroom. It's 2 shots. Get the replenishment that you need before and after a workout, and it's clean, right? It's not all the sugars and the carbs. It's clean hydration, and that's what Sucker Punch is all about.
How did you come up with this?
So, truth be told, it's a long story, which we don't have time for today.
You know what, though? We might. We might. We actually might. We can give it.
But I'm an entrepreneur. I'm not a foodie. I'm not a products marketing. I'm from Pittsburgh, so I know nothing about branding. I had a mullet not long ago, but I saw it in a hotel, and I really fell in love with the brand, and I'm not a brand guy. And I tried the Bloody Mary mix and the pickles, and said, this is amazing stuff. And they were doing just a small amount of revenue back then, and now we're doing a lot of revenue, and I own most of the company. So I kind of fell into it.
So do you come from a sports background as well, and this is why this is important to you?
Yeah, I am. I played baseball in college. I played basketball, baseball, and football my whole life. I never raced cars because we didn't have the money to be in that sport.
Sure.
You know, we weren't more of a country club type family, a blue collar from Pittsburgh. And so I'm a man of the people. So this idea of getting anybody from all walks of life the opportunity to do something special is great. But my dad was a basketball coach, high school basketball coach in Pittsburgh. I played sports. So yeah, I'm all about athleticism. Being in the gym is something I believe in, and I also have Parkinson's disease. So for the last 10 years, so hydration is critical for me. So I take this personally, Sucker Punch, also because it eliminates cramps for me, which I always brace, and there's a lot of benefits to it. But we're I think the 8th or 9th largest pickle company in the world today. So we've grown a lot since I got involved. But great people. This is a great partnership. We're all trying to do the same thing, and it's going to be a fun journey.
Well, I know that we're very excited to have you here. I know that when I was an athlete back in the day, I wish I had something like this. Because old school, right?
Yes.
Because this is important. This is huge. So this is wonderful. We're going to actually take you guys. Thank you so much.
welcome.
We're so happy to
Nice
have
to
you
meet
here.
you.
Thank you
Pleasure.
nice to meet you as well.
Yeah.
We'll be touching base with you soon.
And I'll give you the long story.
Yeah, no, I want it. We want it. We want to know. But yes, so we're going to actually be coming in here. Oh, yes. Back to you guys. We'll be back in a little while.
Oh, there's so much going on back at the gym right now. I just got to say as well, big shout out to Brian, the entire team at Sucker Punch for coming and joining us on this Eat a Real journey, and for sending me and Joey, commentator on the Prodigy Racing League esports activities, a bunch of pickle juice shooters, which we saw some of the drivers enjoying, and we were wondering, is Nathan Maxman taking a pickle juice shot and jumping straight back onto the treadmill?
Yeah, we saw him take that pickle juice shot, which again, great for, of course, recovery and the aspect of that. And then, you know, Juliana had mentioned, she goes, your reaction looked like it had a little bit of a kick to it. And he said, well, yeah, that one was pepper flavored. A pepper flavored pickle juice shot at 8:35 in the morning before he gets back on a treadmill. So that'll be a story to follow. But I think one of the funniest things is we were talking about, of course, the treadmill, watching those drivers get off of the treadmill. They're reactionary. A lot of hand-eye coordination, of course, required for these drivers. But while they were getting their physical fitness on, we, of course, here trackside at Atlanta Motorsports Park, waiting for those drivers to come back over here, join us for plenty more activities this afternoon. We got a little bit of inclement weather that came through the area. A little bit of a rain, some sprinkle. You know, the wind has died down as well. You can see it, of course, we've got the car covers on here. So as far as we know, we have not actually shaken these cars down yet.
I haven't heard the rumble of an engine.
No.
Which I would love to. What I am quite grateful for, though, is all the moisture on the track, though, has meant that we put the moisture flag out, and Arjuna's track run, not allowed for 2024. So that check that I wrote with some words last year are going to continue to be passed down. Watching some of the comments, by the way, in our chat, want to give a shout out to Street Kart Racing. We see them and the entire community, as ever, joining us along for the ride. Lauren Beerton, Nathan Saxon, Andrea Leonardi, Ciro Zambra, David Dalton Jr., a handful of the Part 1 drivers that are out there in the chat. And wanted to give a quick congratulations, if we can, to Nathan Saxon, who got engaged in April to his longtime girlfriend. As he waits to try and see how the rest of the drivers go on, he's been racing or coaching this past weekend as well. Plenty of stuff going on in his life, so sending him and his partner the well wishes.
And my favorite is watching this YouTube chat and the conversations that are going on amidst each other in the YouTube chat. You mentioned Lauren's. I'm trying to think who else was in here talking about watching in class. They said, okay, we're glad you're trying to watch. Don't get caught while you're watching in class. It's okay. We won't be offended if you have to silence us just for a moment to make sure that you're getting your education and still being able to tune in with us here this week. So again, yep, we're planning a wedding. We said it was Camille that's planning a wedding also right now, right? Listen, as the girl, we know that he is just saying, yes, ma'am. Yes, those colors look great. I think that cake will taste nice. I will see you at the altar. At least that's going to be my advice to him when I see him a little bit later this afternoon.
I think the one thing he may ask for, though, is a race car themed wedding.
Oh,
come on.
Are we still doing that?
I mean, I still want a race car bed, so, you know.
Okay. Listen, it's okay. I mean, whatever works for you.
I'll grow up eventually, but, you know, I'm here, so maybe no time soon. Let's talk a bit about the Atlanta Motorsports Park as well, just very quickly, because we're here at the foot of the Blue Ridge Mountains, a track that opened back in 2013. And, you know, it's a Herman Tilke designed track, which I'm sure it's kind of a comment that not many drivers would have thought they'd be able to say heading out of, you know, the 3 days here, but they would have driven on a track designed by Herman Tilke, who's designed so many of the Formula One tracks that they would have grown up watching. And a track that has almost 100 feet of elevation change around its 2 miles. The turn, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 section that sees you wind back around to the line is really, really fun, at least from the camera perspectives that we see. And, you know, I've come back here after being out here last year, and I went, oh, it's amazing to be back. And what a wonderful facility is as well.
Well, and I think, you know, even from this camera shot that you can see here, you know, we are at a higher level. We're on the 3rd floor here of, you know, the facility from the booth angle, and of course that camera is stationed near us. So the elevation changes that you're seeing here on this camera shot are a little bit deceiving. They are way more drastic than what you're seeing here in this camera shot. I mean, the elevation changes, you're coming downhill and then making sharp turns. So again, we talk about this adaptability for these drivers, for many of them that maybe haven't been you know, out on the race course. There's some that have karting experience, but again, many of the kart tracks that, you know, I grew up racing flat karts as well. And we had some elevation changes, and you can still feel that G-force, but not to the extent, right, you're pointing over here on the left side of the screen here, and that drop and then that hard turn that they're going to have, that's excessive. And to feel that for the first time behind the wheel, feel your stomach sit down into the race, you know, the race seat, and then feel that G-force while maintaining car control through all of that and hitting your, you know, your apexes and your points is going to be very interesting. And I'm looking forward to being down there trackside with the drivers and seeing their genuine raw reaction when they get out of the car for the first time, or even go out there and watch, you know, fellow drivers get out there and go, okay, how was it? Because it's going to be a very raw reaction.
Yeah, and that little bit of track that I was pointing to on the left-hand side of the screen, that's actually the karting track. It's one of the few karting facilities in the U.S., maybe the world as far as I know, where you'll get airtime in some of the 2-stroke shifter carts.
Good.
I've heard, you know, drivers complain about back issues sometimes after long races here because, you know, you're bouncing around so much. It's a wild kart track, 0.83 miles, 43 feet of elevation change by itself. So we're not using it this year. We used it for Prodigy Week Part 1. It's fun. This, of course, though, a membership country club where you can, you know, get track time either on the kart or the main facility. There's a pool, which maybe some of the drivers will want to jump in later on.
I was going to say, I pulled up and I was like, this is first and foremost a beautiful facility. You know, it's a gorgeous country out here anyways. And then I pulled in and I was like, oh my goodness, there's a pool with a waterfall, nice little lounge chairs. We were in jackets earlier. It is a little chilly this morning. It should warm up. So the pool, unfortunately, I mean, it's a lot to ask, but we could ask them to move us down there and we could broadcast poolside. Maybe Wednesday.
Maybe we need to ask them for the next time we come back.
Yes.
For Prodigy Week Part 3, make that a hot tub.
There you go.
And then when it's
hot topic conversations.
And when it's freezing on day 3 of Prodigy Week, like it did in our first experience, then Brian and myself and all the crew, we can be there and warm, and we can let all the drivers struggle, you know, out on track with freezing temperatures. We were also kind of chatting before we went live as well. We've been looking around the track, and there are some condos. And I've always liked the idea of living at a racetrack. And our camera's going to pan across to some of them right now. Actually finished up already. These are already sold, and some of them have been moved into. But, you know, you've got a trackside view. You've got a garage that faces the track. What more could you really ask for? Someone's clearly already moved in there based on some of the trucks that's outside.
Yeah, you can see, of course, some of the manufacturer banners up in some of the windows here. So I clearly see, you know, a Ferrari fan, a McLaren fan lives in that condo there. But yeah, you'd mentioned it. What a cool opportunity. The garage is everything. And of course, you know, there are track days here on a regular. There's karting schools that take place. Plus there's racing that goes on here. So what a cool way to, you know, enjoy your morning coffee, come out on your balcony, watch some people do some track days. I'm sure that'd be fairly entertaining, too, for those that just choose to come out and do a track day, to watch that from your balcony. So, you know, there's a lot of racetracks adapting these concepts as well. You know, I'm from the Charlotte area. Charlotte Motor Speedway has condos that have the opportunity. You can live in them there. I've actually got some friends that live in those condos, and those seem to be great places to hang out on race day as well.
And just looking.
Oh, yeah, they're named.
Yeah, you got the Vettel 700 blocks, the Senna 690, and just want to point out as well, they're building new buildings inside that final turn, which is a roller coaster of a section.
Well, and imagine Amazon, right? You're like, hey, can you deliver my, you know, cooking utensils to, you know, the Senna building out here at Atlanta Motorsports Park? So, hey, maybe this is what we talked about, the hot tub. We can broadcast from a condo. We've already got all of these ideas. But Juliana and our team, of course, still busy over at the gym as our drivers continuing their fitness assessment. We're going to check in with Juliana.
All right, so these guys have just come off of testing their grip strength. They're headed over to test their neck strength right now. I'm going to actually let you guys listen to Trey.
Okay, so to face forward, what we're going to do, I'll be standing there for all four sides. Okay? What you'll do, stand here so that this is at the top of the chest. Hold on here, and when I'll pull that way, and then I'll tell you to go. You try to pull your head back, so keep a good hug on this so you're not pulling your entire body back. Pull your head back. You'll hold for 3 seconds. Tell you to release, and we'll get your number from there. For the sides, one knee on the bench, hands in front of the chest like this, and same thing. I'll pull, and you'll try to go that way. Facing out that way for the front of the neck. A little bit of a bend in the knee, just so that your upper back is up against the bench. Same thing. And what I want you to do for that one, instead of trying to push your head that way, I want you to think about looking down towards where that seam in the carpet is, and try to look at that as hard as you can. So you're trying to go this way as opposed to that way. Okay? Very simple.
So again, this is testing their neck strength. They're going to have the head harness on. They will then attach a bungee to the head strap, and then Trey and Millie will be behind them, resisting their pull. And they have a device. No, I think it's right here. They have this device. So this is actually, if y'all are familiar with you weigh your luggage, similar. So this is going to actually attach to their head. Trey will be holding this, and then that's where they'll get their read of how the neck strength works. Actually, if you can look at Millie, she's actually attaching it right now. You're very welcome. Assistant. And then Trey's about to link up Amy right here.
So I'm going to give you resistance here, and then now you're going to pull for 3 seconds. 1, 2, 3.
So Trey's giving her resistance for 3 seconds in each position. And then if you can see, they have a read on this device, 33.3. They're going to take that down and then come up with numbers later on to see each person's neck strength, which is very important when you are driving a race car. So again, they're doing 4 positions from the back, front, and then both sides. So he's giving her tension. She's pulling as hard as she can for 3 seconds.
Everyone's going to be watching me, the whole camera crew's going to go.
Just yet, but I wanted to make sure I pronounced your name. Okay, good. Sometimes it's good. This is good.
Alexandra, why don't you go ahead? Come on over here.
So now we have Alexandra getting fitted with the head strap. And then we'll have Julian taking over Brenna's.
This way, what we're going to do is lower yourself just a little bit so that the top of the bench is at the top of your chest here. I want you holding on here. And I'm going to pull, give you tension, but then I'm going to keep that tension constant. Pull that way as hard as you can, okay? And it's going to be that way for all directions. So your job is to go that way while I pull that way. You go to the sides.
All right, guys, we're coming back over here to the treadmill side. This is, I believe, our second to last group that's getting ready to start.
Here we go.
Oh. All right, so I'm gonna come over here and bother Craig for a little bit.
Hello, how are you?
I'm so good, Craig. How are you? Introduce yourself to everyone. Let us know where you're from.
Hi, I'm Craig Laws. I'm from Derby in the United Kingdom. And I'm the oldest one here at 45 years old.
45 years young.
45 years young. Although the lady coming around with the board signing signatures, she did ask me if I was one of the parents. So.
Oh, well, we'll take that as a compliment, right? Yeah. See the positive?
Yeah. That's right. So, yeah, I've got a lot of work to do against these young guys. There's a heck of a lot of young, fit men and women here. I've got my work cut out today.
Okay, but you also have a very unique and special story because from what I've read, you've lost a lot of weight over the last couple of months. And that's significant, and you should be very proud of yourself. So no matter how anything works out here, you've improved your overall health and your general life. But tell everyone exactly how you did it. And just a little bit about yourself, too.
Of course, yeah. Well, when we did the first part back in October, November time, I watched everyone doing their fitness tests, and I thought they are a lot more competitive, a lot more active than I am. And if I'm going to enter this and be fit myself, I've really got to lose a lot of weight to get back on the treadmill. So it was just a case of changing my diet, getting a lot more active, and lost.
How much weight did you lose?
It was just under 3 stone in the space of about 2.5, 3 months. And that included a few blowouts around Christmas as well, that did. So, no, it's I've been down to about 10 stone 1, 10 stone 2 for the last 2 months or so, and finding it pretty easy to maintain. So, like I say, if nothing else comes from this, my health and way of life has improved greatly since then.
Exactly. Do you feel like because you are the oldest, I'm going to call you a veteran, do you feel like you have an edge over everyone because of the knowledge and because you've had more experience than the other athletes here?
Well, that's right. Let's just say with age and experience comes wisdom. So
yes.
I'm going to be... all the guys have obviously seen this as a fantastic opportunity, which it is, and they're going to be wanting to put everything they can into it, and they're going to see it as the best opportunity of their lives. I'm seeing it as probably the last opportunity in my life to be able to do something like this. So I'm going to be doing everything I can. I appreciate I've got a real struggle against some of these guys here, but no, I'll be doing everything I can to show what us old guys can still do.
Now, you have been around for a long time in the racing world. When's the last time you were actually in a car?
Yeah, that's a tricky one, that is. I was a karter back in the noughties, so 2006 to 2009 I used to race karts back in Britain, based out of Buckmore Park. Used to do endurance racing, did the Le Mans 24-hour kart race a couple of times. But when I hung up my helmet at the end of the 2009 season, I've not been in any kind of race vehicle since then. So 15 years is a long time. So in my head, 15 years ago, I was a decent driver, and I still think I could be like that. But it's a long time of degradation. So I'm as interested as anyone else to know whether I can still cope and drive as quick as I could back then.
I have to ask, do you have more nerves with the fact that you are, we'll call you a new athlete because you're a brand new person with your weight loss journey. Or do you have more nerves with this aspect or more nerves getting into the car again after so many years of being out?
You know what, if you'd have asked me that 15 years ago when I was an active karter, I always had butterflies in my stomach, always did. And I used to sing Frank Sinatra songs on the grid inside my crash helmet to try and calm myself down. But at the moment I'm I'm quite chilled and calm. I think it's because I've helped out one of the other drivers, Jai. I've acted kind of like a guardian to him, so I've been more concentrating on making sure he's safe and getting over here healthy. That I've not really been thinking about too much, but I've seen the performance of a lot of the guys here, and a couple of people like Alejandro and Camille. I always had them flagged as being excellent athletes, so it's coming as no surprise. But I know I've got my work cut out, but I'm feeling pretty chilled about things. I know what I'm capable of, but I've just got to kind of moderate myself, because being my age, I know I can pick up injuries, so I've just got to make sure that I'm here for 3 days. I don't want to pick up anything stupid, so I'll do what's necessary, but nothing more.
Well, that's wonderful. It's nice that you've been able to kind of divert your attention to someone else, other things, and kind of keep yourself calm. But we're looking forward to see how you do. I know you're going to do great. I know I've been following you. He's done the preparation, you guys. He takes care of himself, and he's a veteran. So we're excited to see you. Actually, I do have to ask, just standing here around, has that been bothersome to you that you have to just like wait and watch?
No, not really. It's putting me quite a good opportunity just to see how the other guys fare, because if I was on the treadmill, I'm not going to be paying any attention to anybody else. So it's been nice to scope out the competition. But no, it's been good.
Well, good. Well, we're excited to see you, and good luck today.
Thank you very much.
You guys can see that next group is already well into their run. We might go take a look at this screen over here again. So it looks like there's 5 minutes in. 5.5 minutes in. You can see their heart rates. It looks like right now Camden is all the way up at 202.
All right, guys, we're about halfway through. 6 minutes remaining.
You can see some of the guys are sweating, some of the guys are not. And Jim, I am curious, the different numbers here on the bottom that we're seeing in the percent.
What's that?
What are we actually looking at on this screen?
The percentages don't matter.
Okay.
We don't have their actual true. This is a percentage of their maximum heart rate. We don't know that number, so it just uses a prediction equation.
Okay.
So normally you would not see somebody to 107% of their max heart rate. That's physiologically impossible.
Right.
That's not the number. The numbers we're looking at, really it's
Just
heart
that
rate.
heart rate.
Yeah. So we'll look at their heart rate for their peak heart rate at the end of the test, and then with the 1 minute recovery, we'll check that again. And those are the big numbers we're looking for. But the percentages
Perfect.
don't really matter.
Just for visual.
Yeah.
Just to confuse us, which we love. But yes, as you can see, actually, you know what? Some of these guys actually have their headphones in. We might have to ask them what they're listening to, if it's classical.
He wanted to wear his headphones, and then every time I give him a command, he's like, what? You have to be able to hear this.
So I was just being told that even though we're allowing them to wear headphones, it's kind of hindering the commands that are needed. And then I'm just getting reminders of how long they've been on, how much time they have left. But I know as an athlete that sometimes for certain people is really important to have that. Some use it as a distraction. Some can use it as a motivator. I know when I was an athlete, I used to use it before I would swim. I was a swimmer. But I would listen to classical music. So everyone thought I was wild. But I'm actually curious to see what they're going to be listening to. And you guys can take notice too of the different speeds that everyone's on. So we've got some 5.9, some 7 miles per hour, a 10 mile an hour. We have a 6.9 mile an hour, another 7 mile an hour. So again, they're going for 12 minutes. As far as they can go, as high as they can get that heart rate to go up. And then immediately following that 12, they take a seat and then they monitor how quickly their heart rate can go back down to a normal base rate, which everyone's base rate is different. But this is just a good gauge of how quickly, because the strength of the heart, this is when we know how strong your heart actually is, by how quickly it can recover back to a normal heart rate. Top athletes have resting heart rates, gosh, some of them in the high 40s, low 50s. And then a sedentary person is usually around like 70 beats per minute. But again, everyone's fitness level is different, even the sedentary, so we never know, but this is a great test to see how strong their hearts actually are and how much cardiovascular strength they do have.
Next group.
So it seems like they're getting the next group ready. This is the last and final group. I think we might walk back over to this. So we've got this group back here doing reactions. We also have our documentary team over on this side who are going to be filming the entire weekend, or the next 3 days rather. But this is the first group that is finished with all of their assessments. And it looks like they're just doing some interviews with them. We've got Brenna eating some pickles right now, replenishing her electrolytes. Which, I gotta ask you, which ones are you eating? Okay, the kosher dill, and these are just the pickles.
Yeah.
How do they taste? Like normal?
I love pickles
Me
so
too.
much. I buy these snack packs like normally. Like, I love pickles. Like, it's bad. It's
That's good. Okay, so I have to ask you, do you feel crampy like after doing what you've done?
So, I was feeling like really tired on the bus ride here. So I took out one of my sucker punch shots from the bag, and like 10 minutes later I like felt really rejuvenated and like really good. And then I also was worried about cramping, and I read on there like that it reduces cramping because I usually get like side kickers, especially after breakfast. So I was really worried about the running, and I felt great. Like I ran better than I did in training, and my allergies are flaring up right now, like I said earlier. So They definitely work, and it's just so much better than their pickles.
Well, that's good. That's good. And I think a lot of people forget too that when you feel tired, a lot of times it's because you're dehydrated. So you did the best thing for yourself is to rehydrate, get those electrolytes in, get the magnesium back in. So I'm really happy, and I love that you love them.
Thank you. Yeah.
Awesome. So you're going to be with the documentary team now, answering some questions. Is that what y'all are doing, or I'm actually asking you because we're trying to just see what we're doing.
I think we just weighed in.
Oh,
I'm not sure what we're doing. Yeah.
Perfect. So they took their weights. Do they do height and everything too, as well?
I'm surprised they didn't do our height. I don't think. I think we told them our height, like in part of our application process. But they might measure it later. I don't know.
Perfect. Okay. Wonderful. Well, thank you so much. Enjoy your pickles. we might stand this way. Guys, in just a second you'll be able to see this on camera, but I'm here with Dr. Nick. Dr. Nick, you have a special part that you play within these athletes, and I think that's a big, let's scoot this way just a little bit to get us out of this pole shot here, but tell everyone who you are and what your part that you play in this.
Thank you. I'm a sports psychologist and performance psychologist. My responsibility here is to evaluate every one of the drivers, and we're looking at 20 factors that influence specifically performance under pressure. We're not looking at personalities, we're looking at 20 key components of performance under pressure. From that, we're then going to be able to train them by using that data as well as data that's we're going to be able to get off the track.
So I have to ask, what kind of things are you looking for and how do you test them?
The test is done as a psychological test, and it was standardized on Olympic athletes. It's actually used with the Navy SEALs. So although we're not comparing them to the SEALs, we'll be comparing them to professional race car drivers eventually once we get the data. The things that we're looking for are things like attentional shifting. Can you narrow your focus and make it very broad very quickly or not? Can you make decisions under pressure either from behind you or in front of you? Can you manage emotions after an event takes place? And then I have all this brain information. At some point, maybe I'll share that with you as well.
Are they linked up to leads where you?
No, we don't. But it's just about inference. So, for example, the rhythm of your heart actually will predict the rhythm of your brain.
Yeah.
I'm sure, as you know,
Yes.
with all the working out, you know that. And so that's part of the stuff that we're going to be looking at. We'll be training them on how to breathe differently so that they can influence performance under pressure, like on a straightaway. As you know, F1 drivers blink at a very specific time on the straightaway, right? And breathing is something along those lines. So they're being trained in breathing, they'll be trained in attentional shifting and emotional regulation.
Okay, I've got to ask with the breathing question. When they're in their race cars, they obviously have their seatbelts on. And I know a lot of things is diaphragm breathing, which can calm.
That's correct.
How does that affect what you're teaching them and then their ability to do it in the car?
We haven't found that out yet.
Okay.
So we'll find out once we get started here. Diaphragmatic breathing is really important,
Yes.
as you know, because of what it actually does to the heart and brain.
Have you noticed a theme with any of these, the athletes here today that you've found?
Yes. So we have a comparison between, until we get the data from the race car drivers, we have a comparison with world-class athletes. And one of the things that we're finding with this group of athletes is that they have a high introversion score, which means that they're very self-reliant, typically known as grit. And so their scores are different than some other athletes are. We've also seen that the anxiety levels are relatively low at the start of the race, and it goes away immediately. So,
when you say grit, that's kind of that's a great thing to have, I feel like, in this sport.
Yes. So grit means that you don't need a lot of reinforcement from anybody else, and so it's called self-reliance. So part of what I'm going to be studying with them is what's called self-reliance and self-compassion, actually, because a number of drivers here are also very hard on themselves. They've believed, like a lot of athletes believe, and a lot of parents believe, and a lot of coaches believe that if you're hard on yourself, the performance goes up. It actually influences the brain functioning very differently. So when you look at where self-compassion is, and self-efficacy, and self-reliance, and self-confidence, they all go to different parts of the brain. So I'm going to give them some information about that. Eventually we'll do some training with them.
Now, I know some of these athletes we have here today are minors, so their parents are still heavily involved in their lives. Is that something else you're going to address as far as the parental aspect and how they could influence and not influence their athletes?
It's a very complicated question, so I'll give you a few moments of this. So a study that went on for 50 years, they observed children from 4 weeks after they were born until they were 50 years old. At certain points in their development, we can start to predict when they were going to be anxious. Now, if a child has low thresholds of stimulation and parents are very hard on those children, they develop a very specific pattern about how they're going to handle stress versus. So if parents want to speak with me, I'll be glad to help them understand what's going on and maybe some things that they can do to be helpful maybe in another way.
That's wonderful, and I think a lot of people forget that we're sponges by that, 0 to 7 year mark, and the parents have a lot of influence, and if they're uneducated or unaware of how they're influencing their child's growth, that can really hinder them later on in life. But I think the work that you do here is actually incredible because I said this before, but a lot of people that aren't in the sports world, they're not aware of how the mental truly does affect. I mean, even just what we're doing here, you know, the heart rate can raise, everything can, and it really can affect every aspect of your body.
Yeah. Most people are not aware of the psychological factors that are influencing performance. So I work with Olympic athletes and actually work with Rutgers men's golf team. And then I see athletes in all sports, hammer throw, that kind of thing. And so they're not aware that once they are able to identify a specific aspect of their body, how to train that mentally. So.
And are those things that you just tell them, okay, you're going to feel this, or I'm going to feel this butterfly in my stomach, or I'm going to feel, you know, my chest get tight. Those are factors that they can learn to go, oh, I feel this. Okay, now I know to do X, Y, Z.
I do a lot of hypnosis.
You do a lot of hypnosis, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I am just, thank you so much for all this information. We really appreciate it. And guys, we're going back to you up in the booth.
Thank you for that, Juliana. We welcome in the Rocket, Randy Popes, into the broadcast booth. He's here at the Atlanta Motorsports Park, still waiting for the drivers. Hannah Newsom still alongside as well. Randy, so glad to have you back here for Prodigy Week Part 2. You, of course, were here for the first 3 days, putting 12 sim racers behind the wheel. How excited are you to be back now with that context and 20 new drivers ready for that same challenge?
This is one of the most incredible racing opportunities that I've ever seen. It's something that did not exist for most of my driving career. And at the beginnings, sim didn't exist, really. It was fun driving games. I did a few of them. They weren't real enough to matter. And then I met this woman named Laura Vernon, and she drove my car, and she was good, and she could handle traffic. And I thought, you know, Laura, what's your background? She says, well, I've been racing 2 years. I said, 2 years? How do you know so much? She says, I've done a lot of sim. And this light bulb went on, and I went, you know what? Sim now is real. Sim translates. And, of course, there's all the other aspects to it that we're going to be helping our sim drivers with. But it's so good in the cyber world that it can translate to the real driving world. And it's so cool to see these drivers come here and be so good at driving real cars when they've only driven the electronic cyber computer cars. It amazes me.
Well, and it's been incredible, too, to see, you know, the warm welcome that motorsports kind of has had for that sim aspect of it. You know, it used to be, like you'd mentioned, these drivers went out and tested track days. You were doing track rentals, had to get the whole crew out there to test and get your data acquisition. And now I'm based in the Charlotte area. The drivers drive 15 minutes over to their manufacturer, and they sit behind the wheel of the sim for hours, and that's how they test and they get their data. And the engineers pull setups from their sim as well. So it's been incredible to see. And then to have that translate to people's homes and, like you said, provide these opportunities that may not be, you know, within reach for some other drivers across the world. But again, a lot of our drivers excited. We just saw them come from the gym. We're getting ready to wrap up the gym aspect of things. Send them our way. We've got the cars behind us on the racetrack, getting ready to pull those car covers off, shake everything down. You got to, again, like he'd mentioned, see the first week. What were some of the nerves that we saw from those drivers? Were any of them, you know, talking to you? What can you kind of expect that dialogue to be as we get ready to receive our drivers?
There's a lot of excitement and anticipation, and they translated so well to the real cars that I didn't see shaking hands and sweating brows. The drivers seemed to be at home in the real car. And of course, the big difference is the consequence.
Yes, there's no reset button.
No reset button. But I know from racing, one thing I was always really good at when I was racing was head games. I don't believe in head games. I don't do it. I'm not smart enough and clever enough. But I had drivers doing it to me all the time, and it worked great. I mean, I'd be all upset until I got in the car and drove. And then focus made it all go away. And that's what I saw in these sim drivers. In the car, they didn't seem nervous. They seemed like they were just doing their thing, racing.
It's funny you mentioned that. We only had 2 spins, not even crashes, 2 spins across of the 2 days and a bit that we had of on-track action. And I think one of the things, we were catching up with some of the drivers, Randy, before today, and that includes Part 1 drivers. They were saying a lot of the advice that they were getting from you, Max Papis, all the other coaches as well, really helped settle their nerves and also give them, the little bits of insight that maybe they missed from that transition from virtual to real. You're here now just for the 1 day. You've got some other things to go off. You're racing here at the Atlanta Motorsports Park this weekend. Today is about autocross and skid pad work, though. What do you think the drivers who have maybe had less experience in the real car, what can they take from this as compared to, we have some drivers who have been out there in race cars, know what it's about, and know how to conduct themselves?
For one thing, when I started racing, I had won races. I won 6 Autocross Solo 2 national championships. I won races in semi-pro, small-time pro series. I'd been around. And then I started working for the Skip Barber Racing School. And it's a lot like the Primal School that runs here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. And I found there was so much I still had to learn. I knew a lot about how to drive, but I didn't know about the why. Why is it better to do this or that? And I did a lot of it just by pure feel. And that's what autocross and skid pad do. There is very low consequence. You can't wreck your car. It's the safest way to learn how to drive a real car at the limit. So it makes a perfect introduction for these sim drivers to be in a situation where they can lose it and spin the car. It's a little bit like a sim game, except you're in a real car. And we can do specific classroom instruction on controlling slides and things that I bet these drivers have never had. They just learned by doing a lot. I remember last year's champion said he runs 8 hours a day sometimes. I can't imagine. Hannah, you were talking about the testing and the team and the tires, for goodness sakes. You wear out the tires and you've always got to have new tires. And in sim, you don't need that, so you can just go and go and go and go. And the electronics are good enough now. I just did one. I've done very little sim driving. And I just did one, though, just a few days ago. And it was so much fun to, work with that car. And you know what? I got a little understeer. I want to take a little front bar out of this thing. I'm going, wow, this is sim. And it was amazingly real in terms of the hand-eye coordination, the steering feel to the car's behavior.
And I think one of the coolest things, too, is iRacing really kind of came along at the tail end of my pavement stock car career, but it allowed, drivers to play with setups. And that's something that, is been separated, where you don't have a lot of drivers that get that hands-on experience. So when they're understanding what those adjustments are, when they're playing with it, gives the opportunity to play with it on the sim. But again, we've got a live look-in at the gym here, our drivers taking place. They're doing the dead hang at the moment. My shoulders are simply on fire watching them just hang there. Again, this is something relatively new. Many of our drivers have talked about the preparation that came into this week and Prodigy Week and making sure that they were up to their physical fitness aptitude to be able to perform out there on the racetrack. And Randy mentioned it, one of the things that I think, I don't want to say is lacking, but these drivers are going to get to experience more than they have before, is we call it the seat in the butt feeling. You feel it in your butt. You feel it in the seat. And okay, yes, they understand the hand-eye coordination, the counter steering, and that kind of stuff, but they're going to get to feel it. They're going to feel the G-force. They're going to feel the physical aspect of it, the endurance that we're going to see in some of it as well, and I think that's going to be one of the eye-openers.
With that, though, Randy, appreciate you joining us. We're going to let you go back out and get ready for what's to come for the rest of the day. We'll throw it back, though, to the gym and see what's going on as they continue just to work their way through in these next part of the physical assessments. And, of course, don't forget, in about 30 minutes' time, 40 minutes or so, they'll wrap up. They'll be put on a bus, shuttled over to the Atlanta Motorsports Park, and then left in the clutches of Randy Popes for the autocross and skid pad work that's still to come. That skid pad, if you're curious, 7.5 degree slope, and there is computer-controlled water jets as well that will help make that all a very interesting experience as you try and understand the nuances of weight transfer, balance. Let's throw it over, though, to the gym.
Okay, guys, well, I am here with Julian. Julian, introduce yourself to everyone, and then I'm going to ask you some questions about what you just went through.
Yeah, I'm Julian Klaffenberg. I'm an RAT F1 Esports development driver.
And yeah, I'm 15 years old. I turned 15 in February, and yeah.
And just to let you go, he is the youngest athlete we have here. Does that make you feel nervous, or are you excited?
Actually more excited than nervous. I mean, it's quite like not weird, but it's crazy that there are guys like that. Most of them are above 20, and Craig is I think 45 or something. So yeah.
Okay, so you were actually invited to come last year. You weren't able to make it, but you were watching the whole thing last year. And how does it feel to finally be here and get your opportunity?
Yeah, it was crazy. I've watched all 3 days there, and it was like just a dream. And seeing them driving, drifting, and it was so cool. I wanted to be there as well, but now finally I'm here, and I can't wait to experience that what they experienced last year in the next 2 days.
So Julian was part of Group 1, so he was the first ones we were seeing, and you've completely finished everything. You went through all of the stations. How'd you do? How are you feeling?
It was incredible how professional all of this stuff is. Like the dead hang and all of this is just so professional, and everything is like really calculated and stuff. So it was decent, I think. For sure there are always ways to improve, but I'm happy, and yeah.
Was there anything that was harder than the other, or was it just because everything's so different, or was there one thing that was harder?
Actually, I think the neck strength was quite weird because I've never really done it with like a whole thing on your head, right. So it was a bit new, but I think it was fine. And also like the treadmill, I've never run on a treadmill like this before, so also a new experience, but it was fine.
So with your preparation, did you do, I know you just said you don't really normally run, you didn't do the neck strength, but were you doing reaction drills? Were you doing any sort of dead hangs or things like that to prepare yourself for being here?
Yeah, dead hangs definitely, and also as I'm a development driver in the F1 game, I always do a bit of like reaction thing. It was a bit new with the stuff. Sometimes it doesn't really collect if you touch it. But yeah, I mean, there's always, as I said before, ways to improve, so yeah.
Did you find that having to do things one after the other, were you, because y'all went from the push-ups to then the dead hang, were your arms and hands fatigued? I mean, gosh, how did you do it?
Well, actually, I felt it when I was on the dead hang, so it was a bit like fast or doing all of the stuff, but I think it's the same for everyone, so no one is really like, yeah, it's the same for everyone, so yeah, it's fine.
Well, that is wonderful. We're so happy to finally have you here. You did a wonderful job today, and we wish you the best of luck for the next 3 days. I had an interview with you. Have it. Okay, wonderful. You were which group? Oh. You're done now.
I haven't done any of this stuff. Okay. I'm just on the run.
All right, well, I have another athlete here with me. Introduce yourself to everyone.
I am Camden Hibbett from Columbus, Ohio.
So Camden, you have already done the running. Yep. Have you done the reaction test?
I have not. I've done strictly the Cooper test. It went pretty well. I was happy with how it went. I ran a mile and a half, I think. I really wasn't, my heart rate was elevated, but I wasn't really out of breath. It was just like my legs were getting tired. The treadmill is, I don't run on a treadmill, and it was just like a different feeling, I guess. So my legs got kind of cramped up and all that, but I'm pretty happy with how the run went.
So when you're preparing for this, did you do mainly outdoor runs, or how did you prepare your cardiovascular self for this?
Yeah, so I did outdoor runs, and the surface that I was running on kind of changed throughout the day. So it's just like, I don't know, it's just a kind of a mental, like, I don't really know why, I don't know how to explain it. It just kind of changed my thought process a little bit with that material and that style, but that was a lot of fun, and I'm looking forward to doing some more of this stuff just to see where I stand.
Absolutely, and you're exactly right. Running on a treadmill is vastly different from running on a pavement. If any of you have known that, I'm making sure that I don't want to take you away from your next section. But okay, so now you're going to look forward to the reaction, the dead hang, the push-ups, and the neck strength. How have you prepared yourself to take on these challenges?
Yeah, so I've been racing for a little while, big cars for about 1.5 years, and as much as it is embarrassing to say, I haven't done a lot of physical activity before the last month leading up to Prodigy Week. So it's like I've been pushing really hard the last month to try and get prepared for all of this physical stuff. And I feel like I've done as much as I can. I don't think I'm to the point where I want to be yet. I definitely am going to keep pushing more and more because as I hope to develop my racing career, obviously you need to be fit. And that's something that I'm going to keep pushing on, and I'm frustrated with myself that I didn't start it sooner, but we'll kind of see how I stack up, and definitely through Prodigy Week and beyond, just continue working on my physical side because I think that's one of my weakest points right now in my driving career. So yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Well, I think 1.5 miles in 12 minutes is pretty good. So don't be too hard on yourself. But we're going to be watching you over these next couple sections, and we wish you all the luck.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
You're very welcome. Thank you. All right, we got one more coming on in. You can just come right on in. Come right on in. Tell everyone who you are.
I'm Will Redford, and I'm from the UK, and I'm 19 years old.
And Will, did you just get off the treadmill, or have you had a little bit of a break?
No, I just came off the treadmill. Well, not just, but
close enough.
Yeah, before this group, and I've got the rest of the fitness stuff to go.
Okay, so you're in the same group, so you have the whole thing ready. How was the run for you?
To be honest, it wasn't that bad. I think I could have gone a little quicker at the start. I ended up turning it right up at the end because I wasn't quite sure how fast I could go for the full 12 minutes. But overall, I think it was all right. I recovered all right, and I think that's the main thing is the recovery.
Exactly, you're exactly right. Now, how did you go ahead and prepare yourself for this entire day today?
For the fitness or the entire day? Mainly, I go to the gym with my brother. Back home, we go a couple of times a week, mainly on a push-pull leg split with a little bit of cardio, probably not as much as we should. And then in terms of the driving, a bit on the sim here and there, and watching back footage and making notes of the past event and all that side of it, and just getting a general idea of how the day is going to go.
Did you change any of your diet and what foods you were eating to try to help your fitness?
I want to say yes, but no, not at all. Just whatever I normally eat.
Well, at least you're honest. That's what we love. So, what are you looking forward to right now and here for this next? I think you have 4 left. Is there one you're nervous about? Are you excited about?
The reaction test should be fun, and I'm curious about the neck strength because I've never done anything like that. So, it'd be interesting to see what my neck's like. Okay. The dead hang and the push-ups, not so much, but it's part of it. So.
Alrighty, well, we are excited to have you here, and good luck to you. And guys, I think we're going back to you in the booth.
Well, welcome back to the Atlanta Motorsports Park and into the booth. Randy Popes joined us a couple of moments ago, and now lead engineer, chief operations officer at Racing Prodigy, Kent Stacey, joins us. Kent, great to have you in the booth. It was great to meet you during part 1, chat a little bit about your history in the world of racing, especially with everything that you bring to these drivers as an engineer. Talk to us about today, though, from your perspective. We're shaking down how many Radical SR1s and trying to get them within how close of a margin?
Okay. At this point, we have about 20 SR1s, but the main goal here is to get 8 of them within 0.2 of a second. So we send Raiden out in each car with brand new tires, and he sets a time, and we set the bias and tune the car and make sure they're all within 0.2, so it's a fair playing field.
And let's talk about that playing field, right? Because I think one of the things we were kind of talking about during part 1 was the sim can be a great place to understand what you want the car to do and therefore to try and understand what changes you'd want to suggest to it. But that's not necessarily what we're trying to do here. How much input over the course of the 3 days will the drivers have to try and dial in the cars to their own preference?
Some of this is going to be based on the weather because we may be getting some rain, but the main thing we want to allow them to do is adjust the brake bias because each car may be slightly different for each driver. The weights are slightly different. We're adding weight to different cars to make sure all the drivers have a fair, equal car. So brake bias at this point, and then in the future we will start allowing other changes like rear wing, ride height, or rake, and sway bar, and some minor adjustments so they'll have an opportunity when it comes time for racing.
I like that you touched on tires there as well and rain, because there is that threat. Last time in week one, we had the frozen cold final day in which we had to warm the tires up, get the drivers built up. What are we dealing with in terms of the rain? Because these are grooved. They're not slick tires, but it's Georgia. We know it can be thundery. We could get a sudden downpour. What are the expectations if it does rain for what will let the drivers go out there in?
So ideally, we're considering these tires like an intermediate. So if the track is damp, wet, but no major puddles or rivers, we're going to run. And if it gets to a point where it's a heavy downpour, then we won't be able to run. I think these cars, it's a great tire package because we don't have to worry about this for each driver. Each driver, when they show up here, they get their own set of wheels and tires, and that follows the driver all the way through the whole program. So their first lap out in each session, they have to be aware that they're going to need these tires for the final run. So it's important to take care of them, not lock a wheel and so on. So I think that makes it really entertaining also, that each guy has his own set of tires and how does he save them and use them throughout the course of the whole program.
I remember during week one, I think it was Lorenz Herzing in particular, because the drivers do end up jumping between cars once we finish up the, let's say, warm-up sessions, getting them up to speed. When we get to the chase and stuff, they end up switching around. And he remembers that, he went from one car to another and felt it uncomfortable. And that's from the sim world, I think, a big change, right? Because you talked about the weights being different and everything. In the sim world, every car is identical, down to the pixel level, right? There's no change there. All of these micro adjustments, it's quite interesting talking to the drivers as they get up to speed. I want to ask you, though, about, as an engineer, what you felt from the feedback you got from some of the drivers from part one. Because part of what they're doing and being assessed and judged on is working with data, working with the engineers, and that process.
Yeah.
What did you learn from seeing some of the top? Gustavo Ariel, we were talking about his neck size just before. He does probably 60 hours of sim racing a week. He races with Max Verstappen for one of the biggest sim racing teams in the world, Team Redline. What did you learn from someone like that coming over to this world?
Yeah, it was fun to talk to him about this because I learned a lot about sim at that level. He's one of the best, and that was really a good experience for me because I don't know sim as well as I know real cars. The main thing on the cars are they're not all, you can't possibly have them all identical in feel in the real car world because the frames all flex slightly differently. And when we have T cars, like a backup car, we'll put the same setup on it, say in a Formula car, and they're never the same. You have to make mild changes, whether it's a little bit of, they're very mild, but they do need changes. And in this case, all the frames they flex a little bit more or less than each. The biases end up being slightly different in each car, and we'll tune for that. That's what we're doing here today to get every car within 0.2. But you're going to jump from one to the next, and it's going to be slightly different because it's all man-made parts, and not everything is going to always be identical. And that's part of being a good race driver, is coming back with that feedback and being able to put that into the car, tell your engineer and feed that back into the car, or just learning to adapt to the circumstances, just like the track changes. The track could get warmer or cooler or start to rubber up. You could get a headwind, a tailwind, and you'll need to adjust accordingly.
So that is Raiden Nickel, who mentioned is shaking down all of these machines. And I mentioned earlier as well, we won't say what lap time he did in Prodigy Week Part 1, but the sim races did get a little bit closer than I think anyone really thought they would. What are we expecting from, you said we've got 20 of these Radical SR1s now. We're only shaking down 8 of them. Talk to me about the process from an engineering perspective, because I'm quite curious about this. We talk about weights, brake bias and stuff. How do you go through that process, though, of judging what adjustments to make? Because, a lap time can tell you some, as we see Raiden back out on track as he heads out of pit exit, but is he going to go back out again with those changes applied to verify those times, or how do you go through that engineering process?
So initially what we're going to do is we have a whole batch of, we actually have 30 of these cars, and the plan is to get 8 of them within 0.2 with brand new tires. And so he's going to go out now and go through our batch of cars, and we're going to find the 8 best cars for what we're doing. And we'll adjust accordingly if we need to. All the setups are identical on all of them, and So when he's done with this little run, we'll go down there and I'll talk to him and we'll see what adjustments and what we need to do to make sure that they're all identical. And then we take the drivers' weights in the groups, and then we add ballast to the cars to make sure all the drivers are driving an equal car as far as weight goes.
And to that point on weight, last question before I'll let you go is, we also had talked earlier about how drivers have been bucketed into basically height bands to fit them into the car, similar shapes and sizes. Talk to us about the seat fitting process here, right? Because it's not like a Formula One where you go and get custom molded and then that gets carried around with you. How do they get comfortable and when they get strapped into their cars?
These cars are it's a great car for what we're doing. The seats are very adjustable for the type of car that it is, which is great. The overall, we're trying to get close with the heights, but we're also trying to get close with the weights. So both of those are very critical. And I think we have that batch of the drivers for the groups, and we're set for that. And all in all, I think it'll all be a very, fair, equal car. And, that's kind of what we're about. We want to give everybody a fair, equal playing field to really display their talents.
Let's talk about the track. One more question, I promise I'll let you go.
Okay.
This track, what's the most difficult turn in your opinion for the drivers?
That's a good question. There's so many different elements here. I would say, for me, the most important and probably one of the most difficult, the leading onto the back straightaway.
The long, sweeping left-hander.
It's the drop down. It's blind, so you come up a hill and you have to set up prior to the hill dropping down. So right here where they're at right now, that's so difficult because you can't see that, and you want to be able to use all your track out to get good mile an hour coming out straightaway, and you carry that speed all the way down that long straightaway. So if you gain 1 mile an hour coming off of that corner, you're going to gain some lap time compared to the other guys. The problem with that corner is you can't see, and it's blind, and it drops downhill. So if you below it, it takes so long to catch a car when you're going downhill. And I don't know how well a sim really connects to that, but a real car with the CG, the weight rolling over, and the tires not gripping as you're rolling downhill, can really have a big effect, and you can really choke that lap. And, the cool thing, like Ariel last year, he was so good consistent-wise, and he was obviously hitting that very well every lap. And so my point, I guess to answer your question, I would say that's probably the most critical, and that's probably one of the more difficult to set up for.
And we didn't even talk about how we set the car up for that. We were just talking about the drivers themselves. Kent, thanks so much for the time. I know you've got to run down and make sure that all of these 8 Radical SR1s are within the 2 tenths or so that we're aiming for. Only 4 of them going to actually be used by the drivers, but thanks so much for your help, and can't wait to see how the rest of these 2 or 3 days go.
Absolutely.
Good. Is there anything you want me to make sure I ask you?
No.
Okay, guys. Well, I am here with Rope. Rope, introduce yourself to everyone.
Yeah, so I'm Rope Kurkipää from Finland. Really nice to be here. Just got from the treadmill run there. First time riding on a treadmill, I think, ever.
First time ever?
Yeah, but I think it went pretty well. It was a little bit getting used to, but I think it went well. I think I did a good performance there.
Are you a runner on ground, or you just never on a treadmill?
Yeah, I've been running, but on the ground.
Yeah.
Many times.
But it's very different.
Yeah, it's different there. At the beginning it was difficult to get the speed, get to understand what the speed was, and get the legs doing what I wanted them to.
Yes.
do.
Do you find that you were prepared as far as your legs? They felt good and everything throughout the entire time, the 12 minutes?
Yeah, I felt really good. It was really tough at the end. I really pushed myself, but usually I have cramps and everything when I'm running, but I think now I was well prepared before the run, so it went very well.
All right, so you are now taking a little bit of a break. You have a couple more sections to do. What are you looking forward to on this side of the gym?
Pretty much everything, I think. I think every test is important, and they will be very interesting, and ready for them.
Have you done any sort of training to make sure you're ready for this side as far as reaction? Have you been hanging? Have you been doing your push-ups?
Yeah, I've been doing push-ups and hanging. I didn't have really any chance to try the reaction test, but I think it will be fine.
Well, I see you keep looking over there watching it, so I feel like you're going to be ready.
Yeah.
All right, well, good luck to you.
Thank you.
All right, let's go over here. Let's grab one of the. We'll just speak to you. Please introduce yourself to everyone.
Yes, so I'm Michael. I'm 20. I'm from Greece, and I'm part of Grande Sports. I qualified from race room on the time attacks, and yeah, ready to have a good time.
All right, and so you've only competed on the treadmill portion thus far, right?
I've completed all of them already, but that's probably the one I don't want to mention the most. Treadmill. Pretty much walked the entire 12 minutes. My day was quite challenging, but everything else went quite well.
And did you have to walk because you aren't familiar with running on a treadmill, or you just haven't been training treadmill?
Yeah, I haven't had the chance really to train the running. So everything else that I trained, it was really good. But the running was just, my calves were on fire after 2 minutes. So yeah, I don't know, it was really, really bad. But yeah, I have to train it a little bit more next time.
Now, how did you do on the rest of the challenges here?
I think on the dead hang I did about 2 minutes on the,
That's great.
on the dead hang. And then the push-ups, I was obviously counting, so I did, I think, 48.
Wow, okay.
Yes, and the neck thing, I can't really measure it. So, and then what else was there? Oh yeah, the reaction test. I think that was pretty decent as well, like 0.42 average or something.
Okay. Well, that sounds like you did a really good job. So maybe that running part will just kind of be a wash. It'll be all right.
Hopefully, yeah. I think it was the most important one. So we'll see. Hopefully, the other ones are good.
Do you think after being here for these 3 days, are you going to go home and maybe put some cardio and some running into your training regimen?
We'll see. We'll see how it goes in general. But it was quite a surprise to not be able to run. So yeah, I have to.
Do you come from only a sim background, or do you have any other sports that you play?
Yes, only sim. I've been sim racing since 2017, and that's really the only thing I do. And just picking up all these opportunities from the sim world.
That's amazing. So how are you feeling about getting into a car for the first time?
I think it will be quite exciting. We also have a bit of Autocross, I think, today on the skid pad. So that's already going to be quite a big learning curve. I think the sense of speed is so much different from the sim. So I think that's going to be the biggest part to get used to.
Well, I think you're going to do very well. It seems like you have a good mindset. So we wish you the best of luck today and tomorrow and Wednesday, and we'll be watching you.
Thank you so much.
All right, so behind me you guys can still see this group performing their reaction drills.
Oh no. Oh, sorry. I wasn't sure. I think you looked a little. Oh, okay. Oh, Michael. Okay. Oh, Brandon. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Brandon, do you mind if I grab
Oh,
you
yeah,
for a
sure,
minute?
yeah, no
Okay,
problem, yeah.
Wonderful. So I'm here with Brandon. Brandon, introduce yourself to everyone and tell us where you're from.
Well, hi, I'm Brandon Hawken from Ontario, Canada. I've kart raced for 10 years, but yeah, I've never been able to drive a real race car. So yeah, I'm super excited about racing Prodigy. This whole setup here, I was really worried about the fitness part, but I made sure to not overexert myself. I guess I chose a proper pace on the treadmill, and then the reaction time testing was a lot of fun, and the neck testing was actually pretty cool too as well. So I've just been having a really good time here in the gym. I was kind of worried about it in the beginning, but yeah, I think I have a good place to go forward, and I can actually see myself training and especially improving my cardio health and everything. It's just a lot of fun. Yeah.
Well, that is so wonderful. Now, you said you're going to improve your training. What did you do prior to this to get yourself ready for today?
Not very much, actually. Okay. So yeah, just walking my dog, mowing the lawn, shoveling driveways, during the winter. Actually doing proper workout. A proper workout routine, I think, would be really beneficial to me, and especially if I get the chance to, if I'm ever so lucky to be able to drive race cars. This, definitely getting those things set up properly would definitely help a lot. So yeah, I'm just really happy to be here.
That's amazing. Was there one of the challenges you did today that was your favorite?
I think the reaction time testing was a lot of fun. Obviously, the treadmill was the most physically exhausting, I think. But I got through it, and we pressing the buttons there on the wall was like as soon as it came up, that was a lot of fun. So and trying to beat your best time. So I had a lot of fun with that.
Well, amazing. Well, we look forward to seeing you later today and all of you're going to do this week.
Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you to everybody at Racing Prodigy, everybody in the gym here. It's been a lot of fun so far. So yeah, I'm looking forward to the rest of it.
Amazing. Thank you.
Thank you.
As you guys can see, this is one of our challenges they're doing today, the push-ups. They just do as many as they can. As many as you can in 1 minute. Perfect. I had to double check that with Brandon over here. So yeah, they're doing as many push-ups as they can for 1 minute. And they've got that plate underneath each of them, which is what their chest has to touch. Does it have to touch every time they go down to count?
I think at least close.
Perfect. Okay. They're looking strong. You can do it. You can do it. Yes. Woo! Amazing. You pushed out all the way to the end. That was awesome. Because usually toward the end, that's when you get all shaky and your mind starts playing games on you. Your muscles try to listen to it. You pushed it out. That was really great. We've got our next group of 2 going in.
3, 2, 1, go.
All right, while these guys are going, I might grab some of y'all. Who have I not spoken to over here?
No worries, man.
I know I need to get you still. I haven't spoken to you yet. Wonderful. Well, let's just start right over here.
Lovely.
Tell everyone who you are, where you're from.
Jai Fletcher. I'm from the United Kingdom, and I'm a karting driver in the UK. That's about it.
And you finished all of your stations already, right?
Yeah, I have.
How did it feel? Were you happy with your results? Tell everyone.
Yeah, I'm quite happy. I mean, today is all about potential and getting better. Fitness can always be developed.
Yes.
In terms of how I feel great. I didn't want to push myself too much because obviously I've got a lot of more activities ahead of me for the 2 days ahead. So yeah, feeling good.
How did you prepare yourself for here? Do you play sports outside of here? Were you just training for this event? Tell us about that.
I do quite a bit of boxing, so that helps naturally.
Great cardio. Yeah.
Brilliant.
Yes.
And just obviously I was watching back the recaps of what they did last year.
Yes.
So I was preparing new press-ups and running and this, that, the other. So.
Well, okay, so you came from kart racing. Are you nervous about getting into an actual car? Have you been in an actual car before?
No. I've never driven an actual race car before, so it's the first time. No, I'm not nervous at all. I mean, why would I be nervous? I'm literally getting an amazing opportunity.
Exactly.
I'm getting an amazing opportunity, so.
Well, that's wonderful. I think one thing to say about all of you all have very positive mindsets, and I think that plays a big role. Have you noticed anything of your mental game playing tricks on you or making you doubt yourself when you're in this gym?
No, not really. I think
that.
there's a bit of doubt coming in saying, oh, can I drive the Radical compared to the others? And you look and sort of overanalyze your opponents a bit. But at the end of the day, it's just you're trying to get in your own head. So I think it's just important to relax and take it as it comes rather than try and overthink it going in.
You're not wrong. That is the key to most of it, is reminding yourself that we're all in this together. You guys are all in the same boat, guys and girls. That's a wonderful mindset to have, and we wish you all the luck over the next couple of days.
Thank you very much. Take care.
You too. All right, let's go over here to you. Yes. All right, we're just going to right over here. We're going to have to adjust my height. Tell everyone who you are.
I'm Matt Carroll, and I'm from the UK. I'm 17.
Okay, so is this your buddy? Yeah,
Sky.
that's what I thought. He was behind the camera, you know, making faces. So how was your experience here today?
Yeah, it's been good so far. I've done better than I expected, to be honest, with the running and everything. But yeah, looking forward to the next thing.
Now, are you yourself a runner? Was that the hardest part for you, or how did you prepare for that?
Yeah, no, I'm not a runner myself, so yeah, just had to push through it as best I could, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was there anything over here that you had trouble with, or was it just the running part was the main?
I'd say the push-ups was the hardest bit as well, but yeah, the reaction lights and everything all right. So yeah, I enjoyed it. It was good.
Do you know how many push-ups you got?
I have no idea, probably about 20-something, I think.
Okay. Now, so is this something that you're going to take away from here and then go home and kind of add into your regimen, change things up a bit?
Yeah, of course, it gives you like a base to work off of, and you can go home and then plan it out, obviously, and then improve from there. So yeah, I'll definitely use it for future.
So what's another thing that you're looking forward to over the next 3 days?
Obviously today later we've got the skid pad, we've got the autocross, so all of that stuff to do. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I haven't done anything like that before, so it should be a good experience. Yeah.
Now, have you driven a car, or have you been karting or anything like that?
I didn't do karting, but I've driven a Fiesta Junior before once. That was a couple of years ago, but that's my own experience in a race car, so yeah, it should be good.
Okay. Well, we are happy to have you here, and we look forward to seeing you and all you're going to do over the next couple of days. Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. I think behind you can actually see these guys about to perform the hanging test. So these are the ones that just did the push-ups. So their arms are fatigued. And now they get to get up here while looking at each other and then hang. And it is time, but it's for as long as they can. So everyone has a forward grip. If you notice, some people's thumbs are hooked, some are not. I feel like that is personal preference. Actually, some of them keep changing it. Some are swinging, some are not. I feel like it might be better to not be swinging. There we go. I did get up there earlier and put my hand around that, and it's not as thin as you would think. So that's going to challenge the forearms a lot. Not only their grip strength, but the forearm a lot, because that pole up there is a thicker pole. It requires and recruits a lot more muscles from the forearm than one would think. I don't know what the longest time has been. Let's see if we can go. Trey, do you know who has had the... Oh, let me not distract you guys. That was it. They were both at the same time.
You got them? Did you get the order? Okay.
Yep.
Leandro was second, yeah.
How was it?
It was a bit difficult, not gonna lie, because the sweaty hands after all this workout is a bit more difficult to do so, but I think I did manage pretty well.
Now, please introduce yourself for everyone so they know who we're talking to.
I'm Eduardo Leo, I'm 17 and I come from Italy.
Now, Eduardo, you just did your push-ups and you had to go right to hanging. Were your arms tired even to start?
I would say so, but it's a bit more difficult, a different type of muscle working, so I think it's not a problem, because obviously the chest is working and then on the dead angle the forearms is working, so it's not that big of a problem, but I was tired mentally, so I think that's always a bit of a rough to do.
And how was the running for you? I'm asking everyone because I'm really curious, because I feel like that was the biggest kind of change to everyone's normal workout routines.
Yeah, that's true. I didn't run much before coming here, but I think the most difficult part is adapting to the jet lag. So I wasn't quite sure how much I could perform actually well. So I started a bit slower, so I don't think I ran on my full potential, but I think I managed pretty well. I'm quite average, I think.
What time is it right now where you are from?
It's 6 hours ahead in Italy, so yeah, it's around midday, I think, something more than that. So right now I'm not feeling too tired, but maybe towards the end of the day I will feel a bit more tired.
I feel like it's better to have it this way versus having to do this at 3 a.m. your time.
Absolutely, yeah. If someone is coming from Asia or something,
yes.
that's a struggle, yeah, I actually believe so as well.
Okay, so you've done the running, you've done the reaction, you've done the push-ups, and you've done the hanging. The last thing is left is the next strength test. And have you done any sort of training to prepare yourself for that?
Not really, because I don't have a lot of bands at home to do so. But I do some karting in real life, so I do have some next trend. I hope it's gonna go well. So yeah, let's hope it's gonna do well.
All right. Well, we'll be watching your next strength test, and we wish you the best of luck with everything.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, just grab. I'm taking you away for a minute. Introduce yourself to everyone.
Hi, I'm Jordan from Ohio, United States, so probably one of the most local here. But yeah, I'm a primarily sports-focused driver. I do a little bit of karting on the side, but that's about it.
All right, Jordan, you are one of the few that actually wore headphones during your run. I've got to ask, what are you listening to?
A mix of things.
Yeah.
I have like Bonkers. It's one of my favorite songs for running. A lot of hard style, kind of electronic music, just help get the heart rate going. And I mainly try to match my steps with the BPM. It really helps me with kind of pacing myself. So I try to that helps me keep my distance. And I was dealing with a little bit of pain, so that actually really helped me when I was going through that. I could just focus on the beats and just kind of go from there.
Did you change songs to help yourself go faster, or did you kind of already prepare yourself knowing it's 12 minutes and you had that already set up?
I knew it was 12 minutes, so I just kind of had 12 minutes of songs, 12 minutes of my favorite songs. I just went from there. They're all about the same in terms of beats per minute.
Is it 128? What beat? How fast were you going?
So yeah, it's about there. I'm sitting around like 140, kind of. So it's typically faster tempo stuff is what I run with, and then I was running a little bit faster speed there. I had to slow down, track my steps from there.
So, are you a runner to begin with? Are you? And you're obviously you obviously train running. Do you mainly do treadmill, or are you doing also outdoor stuff as well?
No, I primarily do soccer. So a lot of my stuff isn't actually much endurance. It's more kind of bursts of energy and then recovering and going from there. So I did have to do actually some very specific training for the 12-minute Cooper test.
Yeah.
So it was a little bit of a change up. Didn't get the break I wanted, but still put in a time. I'm pretty happy with my time at the end of the day. Knew I could have done better, but can be happy with the result.
Well, I think you're doing great. I have to ask you though, how was this side of the gym? How was the reaction? How was the hanging, push-ups, the neck?
So Group 4 hasn't gone yet, actually. So we're
Oh, you're part of the, okay. You're part of the ones that are still waiting. We're getting all confused because everyone's just mulling around here. So, well, what are you looking forward to? Have you been able to prepare for yourself? All of these?
I've done a little preparation for the dead hang, a little bit of neck preparation. So I'm not feeling too confident for the dead hang. I know my target is for that. Push-ups and neck, I'm pretty happy with where I'm at. So other than that, just seeing where I'm at on the reaction test and figuring things out from there. Just do the best I can. That's all I can really control.
How often are you playing soccer compared to sim racing, and do you do any other kind of racing right now?
So I'll go out and kart.
So you do kart, okay.
It's probably about twice a month, something like that. Sometimes once a month, just depends our schedule. From there, play soccer probably at least once a week, twice a week, depending when our league is kind of going. Sometimes we get 2 matches a week, sometimes we get 1. So pretty active, pretty busy, but sim racing, of course, just fills all the rest of the time outside of studies and work.
What kind of studies are you studying, and what kind of work do you do?
So I'm studying to be a rad tech, so working in X-ray and CT. So I'm finishing up my clinicals with that. I'm in my last year. And then I would work as a driving instructor through Driver 61. So I do kind of on-demand sessions from there. I work one-on-one with students or in groups.
That's wonderful. So you're mentoring, not only expanding your own personal growth, but you're helping others as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, it always feels good when a student gets that eureka moment because you know what you've had to do to get there. So it's always a great feeling.
Well, that is awesome. Thank you so much. We wish you all the luck.
Thank you very much.
So if you guys don't remember, Jai is actually boxer. So he is currently teaching Brenna some skills. That's where he gets a lot of his cardio from, is from boxing. This is great. Let me see if I can get in there and get some sound.
First hand, lead hand. So for you.
You're doing left hand, right?
It'd be your left hand, because it's your jab.
Oh,
For me, it's my right hand, because I'm southpaw.
Oh, okay. So you go, okay, and then you like bring it.
You can. I think we need to work on the jab first.
All right, Don.
Better, yeah. Better. So you keep your hand like this, and you want to turn out as you throw the punch. Yeah. Because you want to connect with your first three knuckles, because that's how you deal the most with the damage.
Oh, okay. I feel like it definitely moves fun.
Yeah, it does. It's all technique, just all the power in a punch and trying to get legs on it. So.
So you're national champion? When did that happen?
I might, while we're here over in this area, Alexandra, let's have a little chat. Let's have a little chat while we got some time. I've been waiting for you. All right, so you were in that first group, but actually, you know what? Let me back up. Let's have you tell everyone who you are first.
My name is Alexander Vioma. I'm an aspiring racing driver, and we're here to make it happen. Yeah.
So I have to say, you have had a strong presence from what I've seen on every single event you've done here today. How did you prepare for this?
Yeah, no, I think it was a good performance. Definitely a solid start. I mean, we're always trying to extract the best out of whatever we can. So at home, just making sure that we're keeping our mileage in. Had a running career before this, collegiate level, high school level. So just making sure I have my mileage, my weekly mileage, 50 to 60, my push-ups at home, my pull-ups, hangs every day. So it was a great, to have basically the list of what we were going to do and make sure that we were maximizing our time and everything that we did. So execution was good. I think it was solid. way to start off the week. A lot of stuff to do still to prove ourselves in, but definitely fitness test checked off. Now let's make sure that we're quick in a car and solid in data. Yeah.
All right, so I got to ask, have you been in a car before? You have, yes.
I have been in a car before. I've had the opportunity to be able to go to racing schools and work with, be another driver shootout. So, PT Autosports, it's been a privilege to work with them. So now it's time to just keep that momentum going.
Well, it seems like you're very well-rounded, so we wish you all the best of luck.
Thank
We're
you
happy
so
to have
much.
you
Yes.
here.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. And, yeah, keep it up, guys. Thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
But I don't speak English very well.
Okay.
I don't.
Well, you know what? Thank you for coming and telling me. While we have you,
I don't know if I did it, but I do it.
we can. Is it something? What can you like? Is there things you can say?
Yeah.
Okay. We can do it just a little.
Okay,
A teeny
little?
bit.
Okay,
Yeah. A teeny bit.
Okay.
All right. I'm gonna get one last person. Everyone's getting ready to go back on the bus, but I pulled you over real quick. Tell everyone your name and where you're from.
Okay. I'm Leandro, and I'm from Brazil, and I'm 23 years old. And today, I did all test, but the test Cooper is my problem.
What happened?
I'm feeling very bad. I think that's it. But the other test, I very good.
Well, you know, it's about a joint effort from every test. It's not just about one. And I will tell you guys, Leandro does not speak English very well, so we're working with what we have here. But we're so happy to have you here. Are you looking forward to driving the car?
Yeah, that's experience. My first time in the real car, so let's see.
You're going to do great. You're going to do great. You have a smile on your face. That's all that matters. Well, thank you, Leandro. We really appreciate and wish you all the best of luck.
Thank you.
Perfect. Okay. We're done.
Should we go to this meeting?
Yeah. Let me just get a snack first.
Snack? I brought a snack.
Oh, that's okay. I'm good.
Oh, no. I got this. Told you I brought a snack.
There's a better way to eat pickles on the go. Sucker Punch, the snack with a snap.
Welcome back to the Atlanta Motorsports Park. We've finished up with the physical assessments at the gym, metaphorically and literally, and now the drivers are going to get shuttled on over here to get ready to go for the autocross and skid park parts of day number one. Of course, all of this as well as they're being evaluated mentally for how they're approaching all of these challenges as well. They're really looking forward to seeing how they're feeling, how drained they are as well.
I'm going to say, if I'm one of those drivers, to me, the hardest part is now checked off, right? The dead hangs, the push-ups, the neck, the treadmill. I mean, 12 minutes of running. You and I were talking when we were watching it. I think I run a 12-minute mile. So, which again, we had to do the math here. We were talking yards and metrics and meters. Don't worry, we're stateside, so the metrics we'll cover that later. But nonetheless, for many of those drivers, of course, to me, the hardest part is over. Now they get to, shake those muscles loose again. Thanks to Sucker Punch for allowing them to rehydrate and no cramping as they make their way over here to Atlanta Motorsports Park before they get the chance to, get their uniforms, get their driver's suits, meet the coaches that are here joining us. And here in just a second, you'll probably actually get to hear some of the race cars on track behind us. Randy Popes, you've heard from him, Ken Stacy as well, shaking those cars down, getting them ready, making those selections before our drivers get behind the wheel of them a little bit later today.
Yeah, we've got 8 Radical SR1s being thrown around the track. I can just about hear it, and you can see it on your screen now as well, just working its way through and winding down to that middle sector where you really get that elevation drop off as well. Don't get it from this camera angle, but trust me, your stomach falls away from you as you drop down to the bottom here. Double right-hander, we'll see you climb back up towards the top, and this is where Kent Stacy said, most important corner of the track is right here. How you navigate and traverse this left-hander, get tight to the apex, and then carry that momentum all the way through, continuing, of course, the steering lock all the way around the left. A long, long straight sweep as well. We are going to get the first chance, actually, in many ways, to actually talk to these drivers. Juliana has been on site at the gym, getting those impressions and whatnot. Going to be looking forward to getting to know them a little bit better. And in some cases, we were talking about the age diversity as well, right? We got Craig Laws, tough monkey, 45 years young, continuing to prove that age is just a number. But then we've got some minors here as well who are often being accompanied by, their family members as well. So they've got some proper moral support as well. It's 5 drivers or something under the age of 18?
Yeah, you've got Camden Hibbett, 15 years old. Mac Ruina, he's 17 years old. There's a lot of those drivers that are under the age of, honestly, 18 for that matter. Julian, he's 15 years old as well. So that's a 30-year age gap, right? You could, metaphorically fit a whole person in between 2 of our drivers as far as age-wise. So I'm really excited to see, that age and experience. Some of these drivers have had the amount of experience in sim racing that some of these drivers have been alive, if that makes sense. It made sense in my head when I said it. But excited to, see them hit the racetrack, especially for Autocross skid pad a little bit later. And again, get the chance to mentally reset. You go from a physical fitness test like that, and you'd mention it. All aspects of this event, from the time the drivers show up in the morning to the time that we clock out at 5-ish, in the evening, they're being scored. It's not just when they're doing push-ups. It's not just when they're doing dead hang. It's not when they're just behind the wheel of the cars. There's media aptitude that comes into play with this. They're being scored on that. And honestly, probably their conversations with the coaches, the feedback that they give. This really is creating the whole package. And we talk about this all the time in motorsports, right? Okay, you've got a good driver, a driver that can go out there and put a blistering lap. But how does he work in media relations? Is he good with sponsors? Is he good with fans? Does he create a fan base? Is he something that people can relate to? Or you've got a driver that, may be able to run a 6-minute mile. I'm not sure. But can he do that consistently? Can he run consistent laps and then turn around and get out of the car and plug Sucker Punch, right? So it's about creating the full package here and creating that opportunity for drivers to showcase that. So, it's almost imaginary scorecards that all of our folks here with Racing Prodigy are carrying around, evaluating these drivers, like you'd mentioned, on a mental, physical, and on-track evaluation that'll be scored at the end of it. And, man, it's almost mesmerizing to watch. We're sitting here, of course, watching with you guys on your screen here if you're joining us in the YouTube chat, and it's mesmerizing. I could fall asleep to this. This is beautiful.
Don't, because we've got plenty more.
We've got plenty more to talk about.
I'm watching on in the chat, by the way, as well. So do say hello to us, no matter where you are around the world, who you're cheering for, where you're watching from. Do jump in and say hello. Conversation amongst some of the Part 1 drivers as well. Did see a message from Gustavo Ariel, our chase winner, of course, during Prodigy Week Part 1. So hello to Team Redline's own. We'll be racing with Max Verstappen this coming weekend in the iRacing 24 Hours of the Nürburgring. Also saw a message from Aaron Hibbett saying that Camden turned 15 just a month ago. It's making me feel even older at this point. Do have some other birthdays to celebrate as well. Ciro Sambra, Part 1 driver, turned, I think it was 17 or 18 a couple of days ago. And Thomas Bellerman, who's going to be here as well, celebrated his birthday on May the 4th. So
May the 4th.
May the 4th be with him.
Yeah,
I had to.
A lot of May birthdays, and of course, if you're stateside here, the month of May is simply one of the best race. It's one of the best months to be a motorsports fan. So just to have Prodigy Week as part of a month of May festivity, it just simply feels right here stateside.
It is the best month in the world as well. Just we talk end of the month we have a weekend where Indy 500, Coke 600, Monaco Grand Prix, Nürburgring 24-hour race, and so many more. Just that one weekend alone, you'll be spoiled for action. There's the look from up above, though, as the cones are being laid down for the Autocross course.
I think they have it in their best interest when it comes to liability to not let you nor I over there with that Autocross course. It looks like it would be fun. And again, we've talked about, one of us potentially, getting in a car with them as well to see how it goes. But I think we're going to leave it to the professionals here. You mentioned it, all of our cars, the car covers have come off. We had some weather if you're just now joining us. Come through the area earlier this morning when our drivers were over at the gym. We had some light rainfall. Went ahead and put those car covers on. Delayed a little bit of getting these cars on track, getting them tested, kind of evaluating and seeing which cluster of cars we're going to use for today's on-track excursions. Another one, of course, hitting the racetrack here. So they've gone down the line, shaking each of these down. And, Kent Stacy told us the goal is to get a handful of these cars within the closest proximity that they can. So that way these drivers, again, grouped into, I believe, 5 different groups, going out there and making sure that we have, or 4 groups, I'm sorry, making sure we've got 4 groups out there and that the cars are in as close range as we can possibly give them. That way when you're looking at the track times, there's not one car that's a very outstanding advantage.
I think we've just got 2 more left to shake down because I'm seeing on pit lane a little bit of activity as off of pit exit, and now rounding that water tower goes Raiden Nichols, and you get a good sense of elevation change. You just look how the car gets hidden behind some of the tree and bushes as you drop down to this very, very important turn 6, and as tires are going to be warmed up here, this is something that Brian and myself kept a firm eye on. Look how wide they run. The building kind of blocks our perspective from that camera shot, but they're using all of the runoff. We talk sometimes about FIA track limits.
I was going to say track limits not relevant here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
Well, they are in some ways because some people thought that the curb was faster and some people didn't.
Okay. Now we've not had the opportunity to do the track walk myself, right? I think it's tomorrow morning. I'll be out there with the drivers. Now, is that curbing that we're watching them go over, is it just a painted curbing or does it have rumple strip aspects to it? Like, can it actually slow your momentum?
So I didn't get to do the track walk last year.
So I will report back tomorrow is what we're saying.
Yes,
good.
Because the track walk's done with the drivers, so we get to watch that on the broadcast tomorrow morning as well. So do join us for that. But just looking from up here, it definitely looks like a curb, but it's quite a narrow curve. So you can run out wide and pass most of it and maybe avoid losing too much momentum, but would be quite curious. Did want to just mention as well that we're not doing karting today, and indeed during Prodigy Week Part 2, but Atlanta Motorsports Park have just got a bunch of new SODI carts that can go up to 55 miles an hour. Those aren't the shifter carts that will send you into the air, but if you're ever curious, want to jump in and do some karting, we'll get some shots of the karting facility as we watch the car on track right now. Just always able to come and have some great races here, and if you want to go shifter karting, you can do that as well.
What I want to emphasize something here as we get ready to, not today. We've got the chase on Wednesday, doubled up here. And, of course, you mentioned it. We were going to see him go all the way out on past the curbing there. These cars are very momentum-based. And there's an element that comes to it I'm really looking forward to it when we get drivers out there, get them on the track, and get them in competitive circumstances where all they're going to want to do is push themselves, push the car, and push the track limit. But they have to keep in mind that these are momentum-based cars. You over-push them, you underdrive them. That's going to really hinder the overall lap time and the overall consistent performance. They are momentum-based, and having the elevation changes here is going to help them. But, man, there's going to be times where these drivers are going to have to really reel themselves in mentally and focus on hitting their marks and keeping that momentum built up in these cars. So, again, so many different challenges that are going to be new to many of our drivers as they take on the real-life experience of getting behind the wheel of one of these cars. Again, autocross skid pad on today's racing. Tomorrow more where we do combat racing, right? Put them in real-life competitive situations. But a beautiful sight down here, turning into be a beautiful day too. When you and I were checking the weather, we had this conversation last night. Looked like we were going to have rain and thunderstorms in the area all week. We got a little sprinkle this morning. Looks like weather's kind of moved out of the area. And best case scenario, I know there was a couple of them that were a little nervous about potentially hitting the racetrack in wet conditions.
Yes, especially with these effectively intermediate tires that we have. They are grooved, but they're neither slicks nor full wet, so we're kind of in that in-between state, and they're hoping that the rain stays away in the next couple of days. I do feel, though, just a quick update on a couple of the drivers that we see in the YouTube chat. We can talk about some of their stories from part one. The likes of, Gustavo Ariel mentioned that he's going to be racing with Max Verstappen this coming weekend in the iRacing Nürburgring 24-hour race. But some of the other storylines as well. Let's talk about, Marco Pajic. It was announced on social media today that he's going to be back competing in ESLR1, top level of sim racing competition. He raced in that last year during Prodigy Week. Finished up Prodigy Week, flew back home, and instantly had to go back racing in the sim world. So he signed up with Guild Esports, big name because David Beckham, you might know him. He is the co-owner of that team. So looking forward to seeing how Marco's going to go. Also saw David Dalton Jr., who has been doing a bunch of things. I've actually commentated on David in some GT3 racing on iRacing over the last handful of months, a couple of races here and there. So been great to see him in a BMW, quite predictably. One may suspect from the BMW driving instructor. And also from Lorenz Herzing, who I saw was in the chat. And Lorenz is such an interesting story because he was very fast in the car, but he's actually started at the beginning of December, end of last year, his flight training at the European Flight Academy. So been doing full-time studying, theory classes and whatnot. And later this year, he'll actually be coming out to America for his practical training. And his goal is to try and combine that with the potential Prodigy Racing League contract that will be up for grabs when we get to the Prodigy draft later this year. So, there's some really, really fun stories to talk about, and we'll talk more about that as we work through the course of the 2.5 days that we've got in front of us now. We'll go to the beauty shot, though, if we can, just to show you a little bit of what the Atlanta Motorsports Park is all about, because this is really, what a wonderful facility it is. We walked in this, or drove in this morning, sun was rising. It was looking spectacular, ready to be used, and not a soul in sight in many ways, with, of course, our drivers and many of the crew members over at the gym to get the morning started. You can see the forest. We're here at the foothills of the Blue Ridge Mountains, and it's a gorgeous setting. It's such a relaxed and chilled environment for these drivers. As much as they're here, competing at the end of the day, they are here, for some of them, the first time in America. Some of them the first time, of course, here at the Atlanta Motorsports Park, and very much just enjoying what it has to offer. Don't go anywhere, by the way. If you're watching here on the Racing Prodigy YouTube channel, we have plenty more coverage to come today. The drivers will be heading over to the track for their autocross and skid pad work in a couple of moments' time. We'll get underway with that. And shortly, we might even throw things down to pit lane to potentially try and see what Kent Stacy, Randy Popes, and a couple of other people are doing. Maybe they'll give you some input on the drivers and whatnot that you'll want to be keeping in mind when we get to the final day of Prodigy Week Part 2, because you, the fans, will have your chance to help your favorite driver, much like we did in the finals of the Prodigy Racing League Spec MX-5 Golden Ticket Series on iRacing, powered by Sucker Punch, where we had a last chance finals there that Matt Caruana won. In the final day, once we have done a qualifying session, we'll take the 4 fastest drivers, 1 from each of the groups, and 1 additional driver. Then they'll be joined by 3 drivers that you, the fans, will pick, go into the Prodigy Chase competition at the end of the day. And there is the Minitron, if you will. We're here for Prodigy Week, and a big shout out to the entire team at the Atlanta Motorsports Park for their hospitality and for making all of this possible. That includes on the broadcast as well. Maybe we'll take a break here for a couple of moments' time, though. Don't go anywhere, because here from the Atlanta Motorsports Park, Prodigy Week action continues.
Racing is very expensive. It's cost prohibitive for most people, as I think everybody here knows and appreciates. And then even though one may get an opportunity to get into a car, it's another thing then to have sustainability. So our whole model that we're building here is to keep these racers in a car, at least those deserving. It shouldn't be about pocketbook. It should be about skill. That should be the only differentiator.
As most sports, right?
as any other sports, you look at soccer, football, baseball, you don't have to worry about finding money, trying to create value for sponsors. And if you don't succeed, and in sometimes a very short period of time, then you stop the activity that you love. It's not fair, it's not right, and we're trying to change that.
some good memories of some great days back at the end of 2023, and lots of those drivers watching on and wondering what their competition is going to be like. There is a look at one of our BMWs outfitted with Toyo tires for this autocross session. You can see that the team is hard at work making sure that all of the sponsor stickers are there as well. And this is where, of course, we were talking with Randy Pope slightly earlier, the autocross actually quite important for a sim racer, maybe with, you know, a little less experience of the real car, doesn't understand exactly what happens when you lift off the throttle, for example, you stand on the brakes. Weight transfer is such an integral part of controlling a car and, you know, making time around a racetrack. And so when you get to understand those nuances of slightly feather the throttle, what does that do to the car? When you slightly bleed both inputs together, what does it do? All of those little things are important to know. And I still distinctly just recall one of the conversations from Prodigy Week Part 1 was about chattering under the brakes. Now, these are cars, of course, that you do want the downforce initially to kind of help you out when you're at the highest speed, right? Because when you brake, you've got the downforce that can help you. You bleed off the speed, the downforce falls away, and so you also need to then bleed off the brakes and in line with that. But kind of what we were seeing was that the drivers were seeing chattering, which was that the way that bias was set up was they were basically at the edge of locking, and so it was about understanding how they needed to shift that around. And remember, Kent Stacy said the only thing they're really going to be allowed to change over the course of these 3 days is brake bias. And so what's that going to allow them to do in terms of dialing in the feel of the car? I am very grateful that in the sim world you get that option, of course, right? As soon as you feel like the car's not going in the right approach and you've gone down the wrong direction, you can reset back to pit lane, use that free toe, and find yourself wrenching away on virtual things. And the other thing to consider, right, is when you go and change your camber in a real car, that's a physical adjustment. It takes time to adjust and then make sure the rest of the car is settled. In the sim world, you just click a button and instantly you've got your setup the way you need it to go. And so, you know, that's it. It also means you test, you develop your cars in a slightly different way than you would in the real world, where you go out there for 5 to 10 laps and do a run, you know, building up some knowledge. In the sim world, go out there for 1 lap, and if it works, it works. You might as well, as nothing else really to lose, as you get yourself up to speed, as Braden Nichols now onto what will be, I think, the penultimate of our Radical SR1s. So 6 of them have been shaken down as we endeavor to try and get them within 0.2 of a second of one another. Kent did let it slip as well that there are a handful more of these Radical SR1s that the team at Racing Prodigy have already started to prepare in anticipation, of course, of the Prodigy Draft and the Real World Prodigy Racing League. So I am very much excited about engineering challenge that Chief Operation Officer Kent Stacy now has to try and work through. The judges, by the way, will all be getting ready to go as well with their respective drivers once they get to the track. So why don't we quickly talk about who is going to be here across of our 3 days of coaching. Now, last time we did have a bit of a shake-up of the coaching crew. Now, remember, we had Max Papis, who had to leave on the final day to go and coach William Byron for the NASCAR Cup Series Championship finale at the Phoenix Raceway. He was replaced by Connor Zilic, who was blown up in the motorsports world in 2024, of course winning the Rolex 24 in the LMP2 class with that prototype machine, and since then going from strength to strength across of NASCAR and other worlds as well. But Max Papis will be back. He selected a couple of the drivers in our selection show as well. Former F1, IndyCar, and NASCAR driver. You know, he's kind of done it all. And when I say done it all, I remember reading his bio a couple of weeks ago, just refreshing myself ahead of our selection shows. And he's literally done it all. He's 2-time Daytona 24-hour winner, an IMSA champion, raced across of NASCAR, CART, Le Mans, the Indy 500, and of course, founder of MPI, who are very, very, very much a big supporter of our team here at Racing Prodigy. And you'll see the drivers, I believe, outfitted in their MPI racing suits, and we might even be using MPI steering wheels inside of the Radical SR1, if I remember correctly. Kenton Cook rejoins us as well. Hannah's been talking a little bit about him and some of the IMSA drivers that have been helping us on our cause. He is a Rolex 24-hour winner as Kenton, and I ran into him at Daytona earlier this year, actually, when he was racing in the GT4 race. I ran into him and a couple of other GT4 drivers that I all knew. The one thing we were all talking about was fuel saving. And boy, what a fun race that was. He came a lap short or so of being able to save enough to get to the end. Other coaches, I mentioned Randy Popes. He's here for one day. The Rocket, a race car driver and journalist. And I think the thing that makes his input so insightful, I think, in some ways, is the fact that he became a factory Porsche driver at an age where many people are thinking about winding down their racing careers. He's got that energy, that enthusiasm, that spark that you need. 90 professional wins in his career. And I think he's going to especially be able to give them that mental side of things. How do you work through this 3 days of being judged and under the microscope at every possible time? New for Prodigy Week Part 2 as well. Joining us is Spencer Pumpelly. So looking forward to seeing Spencer out here. He was racing alongside Kenton in the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge at Laguna Seca over the weekend. And so looking forward to having him, Kenton, as well as Brian Till back in the commentary booth as soon as Brian gets clear from his commentary responsibilities and can rejoin us over here. We've also got some great partners, you know, Pitfit, Jim Leo, Trey Shannon, Millie, Matthias, the Racers Physio, Dr. Ashley Whitson, Racing Mind Strategies, Dr. Nick Molinaro, Matt Baster from DKC, the entire team at Sucker Punch that's here as well. We had that chat with Brian Schmucker, but also joined by Kim and Chase Coleman. Joe Justice is here as well, their director of endurance sports, and I'm sure he's going to be quite curious to see how all of our drivers enjoy the Sucker Punch products over the course of the day. Some other of our partners here, though. Big shout out to Mazda Motorsports for all of their support in Prodigy Week, or the Prodigy Racing League Season 1 Part 2, where they provided $2,500 in coaching vouchers for the Racing Prodigy coaching marketplace. As well, Tom Drew is here, director for Radical Motorsport in America, based out of Atlanta, of course, and helping to provide the race cars for the Prodigy Racing League Series. There goes the final one of the Radical SR1s. They're on to track. Our shakedown about to come to a close. It will be out of that long pit exit, and I've got to say, that pit exit one kind of caught me by surprise the first time that I saw it. You can see how late you get released, and then all the way around turn one, you'd wrap, and it's the kind of pit lane that if we were actually going to be racing here and we'd have pit stops, we would be talking about how that pit exit kind of blends back up into the path of oncoming cars. Watch as well that Radical SR1 as it makes its way up towards turn 2, 3, 4, 5, gets hidden by the elevation for a moment. Just remember, 100 feet of elevation change here around the 2 miles of the Atlanta Motorsports Park. We are probably about 10 minutes away from Dawsonville, Georgia, the foot of the Blue Ridge Mountains, and a facility that opened back in 2013. And since then is just continuing to grow and grow and grow. Talked about the condos that are being built. There's more of those on the way, as mentioned, on the inside of the final corner. And they also host the largest club racing series for karting in the Southeast with their wonderful kart track, 0.83 miles, 43 feet of elevation change. And, of course, that skid pad that we're going to be on in a couple of moments' time. 7.5 degrees percent slope with computer-controlled water jets, an idea that Bernie Eccleston must absolutely love. Haven't really seen it today because it's been a quiet Monday, but the other thing about the Atlanta Motorsports Park that you do kind of get the vibe just by being here, even on a quiet day, is the community that clearly is sprung around. You have those condos, you've got some great facilities, you know, meeting rooms, gym, the pool, and so the team here at the Atlanta Motorsports Park are not just trying to provide you the on-track experience that we enjoy, but they're also trying to build up a community, and they have the largest member base of any motorsports country club. So very, very cool to see. Also where the Primal Racing School tends to offer its main experiences, and if you want to experience the Radical SR1, see what these drivers went through in their 3 days, check out the programs offered by the team at Primal Racing School. Anything from a one-day experience to custom programs for experienced racers looking to try and shave off time from their benchmarks. And if you're trying to go and race, SCCA licenses are available if you do a 2 or 3 advanced program 2 or 3 day advanced program from Primal Racing School. So that's a way for you to get your SCCA competition license, and potentially from there, who knows, go and race in Spec Miata, where you can race on those Toyo tires. Who knows? I'll give a shout out as well right now to all of the partners that are here. Sucker Punch, all natural pickle juice shooters for clean hydration. Pickle chip pouches, perfect for those long sim racing sessions or day at the track. And the Jared Pickles with knockout flavor, the true champ of Chomp. Now available in the US. Head to Amazon or Whole Foods to pick one up now. Mazda Motorsports has partnered with Racing Prodigy to continue its mission of supporting race car drivers, enriching lives, and developing the next prodigies. Mazda is supporting participants by providing $2,500 in coaching vouchers for the Racing Prodigy coaching marketplace. Toyo tires are the global brand recognized for innovation in engineering and design, quality performance, and excellent service. In the US, its products have been embraced by racers, enthusiasts, and everyday drivers since 1966. It's time for me to stop talking for a little bit, though. Let's see who Hannah's been able to leave the booth and catch up with here at the Atlanta Motorsports Park.
Yeah, well, Arjuna, of course, you'd mentioned it, a little bit of a relocation on my part. Out of the booth, down here now, trackside, we're starting to get a little lively. Of course, you and I, we held down the fort here at Atlanta Motorsports Park while all of our friends were over at the gym doing their physical fitness test. But again, a little bit of liveliness starting to take place here as teams, drivers, VIPs, everyone here with Racing Prodigy starting to make their way here for, of course, our media and our on-track testing. Behind me, though, you can see it. We've talked about it. The Autocross and the skid pad coming up a little bit later today. We've got the BMWs getting stickered up here with all of our sponsorship, of course, Sucker Punch here adorning the hoods of these cars, making sure everything's good to go. Behind me, of course, we've seen it from one of our great drone shots. You've got the Autocross being set up with all of the cones. We actually have a golf cart on it right now, making sure that everything is coursed like it's supposed to be. But not only with our teams and drivers starting to show up here, we of course have driver coaches that have been allotted to come and help guide things here. Kenton Cook, one of the driver coaches that was of course part of week one. You got to see how our drivers adapted on week one. Now week two, many of those drivers got to watch week one. Yourself, you're starting to see here, what can we expect from maybe these drivers? A little nerves before they get ready to hit the racetrack.
Well, I think they're obviously going to have a little bit of an upper hand on the first group of guys, because the first group of guys they were just winging it just as much as we were to start this whole thing and get this thing rolling. So, you know, they're going to have an understanding of what they're going to be in for a little bit more. And you know, obviously we didn't know what to expect from week one, and obviously week one was really good. There was a lot of good drivers and a lot of fast guys from games that you would have never expected. So, you know, week two, I think we can't expect anything. All we can expect is I think they're going to be some good drivers, and I think it's going to be interesting to have now 20 guys here. Fighting head-to-head here. So, yeah, it's going to be fun, especially with this weather.
Now, all of our drivers just came from the gym where they were with pitfit. They did the Cooper test, dead hangs, push-ups, 12-minute runs. How do you feel like you would fare out if we took you guys, all the driver coaches, over to the physical fitness exam?
I would kick butt. I'd kick butt. No. I mean, I like to think I would do well. You know, I train a little bit, but I train for the application that I drive in, and like. You know, if I was an IndyCar driver, you know, I think the regimen would be completely different. You know, as far as me being in GT cars, there's different things that I train on, and a lot of that has to do with heat. Because in GT cars, it gets really hot. Indy cars, it does get warm, but, you know, obviously the heat isn't much of a problem. But it's the neck and the arm strength and things like that. So, you know, it's I think I would do okay, but, you know, depending on what we're working on.
So now you'd mentioned it, and we're starting to feel it as we're standing here. A little bit of a drizzle. We've had some weather come through the area throughout the morning. What level of uncertainty do you think the drivers are feeling right now as they're driving over here and they're seeing a little bit of rain on the windshield of the van, knowing that they've got to get on track now with potentially wet weather conditions?
Yeah, I mean, the guys that are going to shine are the people who have done their homework, you know, because racing in the rain is something completely different than it is in the dry. You know, you basically throw everything out the window that you know from the dry. And when you go out in the wet, it's a completely new book. So it turns into, you know, much more of a feel. I mean, obviously driving in the dry, you know, you're trying to feel everything as well. But, you know, you have references that you're trying to hit, and there's apexes here and there. But in racing in the rain, you're trying to find the grip. And the grip is going to be in completely different places than it would be here or there. And in one place, you might break at one board, but in another place on the track, you're going to be braking a whole lot earlier because you don't have the same braking grip. So, and the same thing with apexes. There's, you know, not going to be one single apex because the grip might be on the completely outside of the corner, which generally is the case, depending on how old the track is. So, you know, the people who did their homework are going to people that are going to be the people who succeed, and certainly the people who have natural feel and instinct are going to really adapt well to the rain as well. But you know, thankfully, there's a sim out there that has, I think there's multiple sims out there that have rain features in them. So, and they do a pretty dang good job of replicating that. So if they use that to prepare, I think everyone's going to do pretty solid.
Well, I think one of my favorite things that I noticed about this event when I watched week one was the autocross and the skid pad, right? We see driver combines where they simply put drivers out on the racetrack and say, okay, most consistent, fastest driver wins essentially. But this is a whole package deal, everything from media to fitness. And the autocross skid pad side of the element of testing was so interesting to me because we talk about counter steer and car control. Yeah. And it's easy to put a blistering lap up, but when you see these drivers being evaluated in these separate set of conditions, you know, what goes through your mind and how just simply important it is to have even that element of car control before we do put them out there in competition level.
I mean, certainly putting the guys out on the autocross or the skid pad gives them an opportunity to feel what a car is like over the limit in a controlled environment where there's nothing to hit. You know, if you run into something out on the autocross course, you're just going to be knocking a couple cones over. But, you know, the great thing about autocross and the skid pad is that you can really experiment and not have a lot of reserve, you know, to go out there and toss the car around, see what it's going to do, you know, because the consequences are so low. So when they get put in that environment to feel that, then when they get to the track, they'll understand kind of, you know, what to expect and what to feel and understand from the car. And, you know, there's things that you can practice on the skid pad and the autocross that you just can't in real life. So, you know, if you can get comfortable with controlling the slip angle of a car and being comfortable sideways, you know, little moments on the track that are really small moments, you know, are going to be very minor, you know, when you're used to a slip angle that is extremely high, maybe on a skid pad.
Of course, that getting the overall real feel, like I used to call the feeling of your butt in the seat feeling, is going to be huge for some of these drivers that don't have that real life experience. But once again, Ken Cook, thank you so much. One of the many driver coaches that are joining us here this week at Racing Prodigy. He made the long trip over here from Laguna Seca from the IMSA WeatherTech race over the past weekend. Again, we'll have plenty of other driver coaches joining us that have racing experience, engineering experience, and really at our drivers' disposal to pick their brain and feel the best preparedness before they hit the racetrack, all the way through the media availability as well. Arjuna, again, we're starting to see pit road down here get a little busy as people are coming over here from the gym area before we, you know, get ready to do that media training. The drivers meeting also coming up here in just a little bit.
And great to be able to see Kenton down there on pit lane as well and getting ready to go. He was, again, very, very influential, I think, for some of those drivers in week one. Not necessarily just about the driving aspects itself, but mentally on the first evening, I remember sitting at dinner with the entire group, basically, and there was some great conversation going back and forth as they all got ready. There you can see, I think we've basically now whittled it down to which of the Radical SR1s we will be using. Remember, 5 individual drivers in each group, so we need 5 SR1s to be thrown onto track, and you can see there's a bit of a congregation down at the back of the pit lane where see Kent Stacy, Braden Nichols is still in his racing suit, albeit with no helmet now, so tells us that all 8 of the machines have been shaken down. I get the feeling that they're just now having that discussion. There is a car on track. I heard the rumble of a Ford motor, and a Mustang has decided to go and run around just a little bit, so great to see. But you can see from up above as well. It is, you know, compare the shots to what we had in Prodigy Week Part 1. It's a lot grayer. It's a lot more overcast. Not to say, though, that the mood down on that paddock is any worse. There are the engineers chatting away. Raiden Nichols, as mentioned, helmet in hand, looking over the shoulder of one of the engineers there as they are hard at work figuring it all out. And again, once we nail it down to 5, we will start to have the stickers thrown onto the car as well. So that's going to be great to be able to then put the partners onto each of the machines and see those logos come to life. There's still a bunch to be done, let's not forget. There is the number 88 Radical SR1 on its Hankook tires. Remember, these are semi-slick. They're grooved, but they're not full wets. They're not full slicks. They're that in-between intermediate where if there is rain, we will be allowed to send them out as long as it's not too heavy. Remember, Kenton was talking about rain and the simulators there. iRacing, which is, probably the most popular of the hardcore sim platforms on a PC, recently added its rain feature. And yeah, boy, what a crazy experience that has been in the handful of races that I've got to commentate on it. We had the 12 Hours of Sebring a couple of months ago, where that was the first ever rain race that we had. And to give you some context, if you're new to the world of iRacing and its special events, effectively the way that it works is it's just a sprint race. There's no safety cars. A strategy, yeah, but, it's quite limited. It's basically just a sprint from the green to the drop of the checkered. And so, often we end up seeing big breakaways, big splits through the field. But, the 2 rain periods that we had, it showed how, sim racing's often about muscle memory, being able just to do enough laps that you can lap after lap in the conditions that you want, be as precise as possible. When the rain arrived, boy, we were seeing drivers and big-name drivers making mistakes left, right, and center. And, it's one of those things where I'm curious if some of the drivers did see the forecast at the end of last week and said, you know what, let me jump onto the sim and try and get some more experience. They definitely have been using the simulator to get to know the track a little bit more. The Atlanta Motorsports Park is available on Assetto Corsa as well as R-Factor 2 for the drivers to go and understand how it rolls and flows. But, it's not necessarily the sims where they were competing on. We didn't have an R-Factor 2 competition in Season 1 Part 2. And only one R-Factor 2 driver is actually here today. Say hello to Julian Klaffenbach, who, unfortunately missed out on his opportunity in Prodigy Week Part 1. It was a real shame as well because, boy, is he a young and upcoming talent. And so Racing Prodigy is so glad that they're able to bring him here this time around. And his father, Roland, is here as well, Roland Klaffenbach. But, in the, 6 months since Julian unfortunately missed out on his first trip to the Atlanta Motorsports Park, it's been a bit of a whirlwind for him. He's so fast that at one point in time, people thought he was cheating in the sim racing world. He was that good. And to be fair, there have been a couple of people at that level. And most notably, you think back to last week when the F1 Sim Racing World Championship came to an end, and Thomas Ronhaar, who for years has been followed by allegations of cheating, proved to the world why he is one of the best. He drives for Romain Grosjean's eSport team. Hannah joins me back in the booth right now. Do you know who Julian Klaffenbach signed with after Prodigy Week Part 1?
You're going to tell me, aren't you?
Yeah, Romain Grosjean eSports.
Oh, see, this is why I knew the physical fitness test wouldn't fare well for me. I just ran 3 flights of stairs to get up here, and I'm like, okay, let me catch my breath. Hey, there's my 3 flights of stairs if you're joining us. All the way up here, we're located right in that second window at the far top of the Atlanta Motorsports Park complex here. What a cool facility. Look at this sky deck over here. We might have to go. We keep talking about places we're going to set up. I think we should also set up at one point on the sky deck.
I did go and sit out by turn 1 a little bit during Part 1, and it is a great place to sit. You know what also, though, I kind of want to know is, we've got a cameraman on the top of the building. Can we set up there?
Yeah, I think that's a great view, too. Just literally, well, actually, he's actually to our direct right. Look.
I can see
we
him,
have the same view that he does. Okay, wait, I want to talk about, though, we're talking about Julian and, of course, him being so good and so fast that people thought he was cheating. Here is where, I don't want to say my lack of esports knowledge, because that's definitely not the case, but how would someone cheat in the esport world? If you were to say it, what goes into that property? Because, my at-track and physical aspect of things, you can cheat in motors, shocks, traction control, right? Like, where do we start? But in something that is somewhat regulated, how would that go about?
So this is where I remember sitting down and listening to Kent Stacy and Brian Till during Prodigy Week Part 1 during dinner talk about all the unique things that you do back in the day to be fast in race cars.
Oh, ingenuity, yes.
Unique's the wrong word. Illegal is probably the right word.
They call it the gray area. Come on, we got to find that racing terminology. Gray area.
So there are some gray areas in the world of sim racing. I don't know if you saw this a couple of years ago, but there was a race on iRacing where all the drivers were in the grass down the straight.
Okay.
Because they found that it was faster to cool your tires by being in the grass.
Okay.
So they would go down. So this is Spa.
Yeah.
The Camel Straight, the top of the track. their left tires would just be in the grass for the entire run down there until they got onto the brakes.
The e-grass cools your e-tires. I love it.
And it's funny that we say that because John Heindorf, Radio Show Limited, IMSA radio commentator, when he saw that happening in one of the IMSA races, then said, that's a video game move. He was 100% right. 100% right. And there's other stories like that where I would classify those as gray areas, right? This is where you're finding things that weren't necessarily intended. No, I can't tell that story without getting in trouble. But there was a big thing on iRacing that's now been going on for like 4 years, brake dragging. That all started because a real-world driver basically was in a test session with their sim teammates and said, so we're struggling to do this. Why aren't we doing this? Because they did that in the real world.
So they were trail braking on, interesting.
But now take trail braking and make it even worse because we can do that in the sim world without your brakes going boom.
Interesting.
So that's what I would call a gray area.
Okay.
Now, what Julian was accused of, and I want to be clear, Julian did not do this. Julian is one of the fastest on the F1 platforms and has proved it since joining Roman Grosjean Esports. What you can do in the world of software, though, tell it that you're doing something that you're not.
Okay.
So there are those gray areas, but those aren't gray areas.
See, I'm a kid that's the age of MySpace, where I like learned how to code my background, and that's about the extent of me understanding anything that goes into writing and coding that stuff. But one of the things you said, it was in real life. The first thing that came to my mind, and again, while yes, I work in sports car racing, my background primarily does come from stock car racing, is Ross Chastain's move at Martinsville during the Cup race, running the wall. Now that is something that I have personally done myself in Martinsville and or like on iRacing, and it works. You run the wall. Well, in iRacing, right? You run the wall wide open, and it's just one of those weird things that we talk about that shouldn't work and does, and they're phenomenal at fixing that kind of stuff. And Ross Chastain literally pulled a video game move. I mean, he pulled an iRacing move, and it just happened to work. Needless to say, it is outlawed, I think, now in both esports and in real life. You cannot do that move anymore.
Just to be clear as well, I'm pretty sure that's always been banned in the world of sim racing.
Yeah.
It was just in NASCAR where they didn't have the rule in place. Look from up above, though. I think
that's our bus.
I think that's the drivers. And you got a bunch of cars queued up as well. Those will be the coaches, support team as well. Remember, we got a big contingent that's making this all possible. They're going to have to, sign the waivers, get that wristband that will allow them to get into the track. But then they'll get into that driver's meeting, see their race suits, and there's some exciting stuff coming. I've got to say, the first time I saw the race suits, I might have actually said out loud to one of the Racing Prodigy people, "Can I buy one?"
I was just gonna say it's like the first day of school, right? You get your new clothes, your new nice uniform, and it's almost a validating experience, right? You show up here and you become a part of the Racing Prodigy team. You're part of the experience. We're making a run for it, guys. We just put them through physical fitness. Apparently only one of them was really excited. I was going to say, we just put them through physical fitness. We're going to make them run to the driver's meeting now?
I think someone might just need to go and throw their stuff in a room or something.
Yeah.
Because, that seems quite urgent in getting off of the bus. But, again, they've done that physical test. Now, the rest of the day, mental, media, and then, yes, there's a couple of driving elements, but not in the same way as it will be the next 2 days. And even tomorrow and Wednesday, when they're out on track, they are not, just repeat it, explicitly not racing wheel to wheel. Instead, they are more about building up speed and confidence in the cars itself. We will have a pseudo wheel to wheel fight when we get to the Prodigy chase at the very end of Wednesday. But that's going to be a little bit more about seeing how much they can close on one another rather than racing wheel to wheel. But as the drivers get ready to get into the media room to go for the drivers briefing, we'll step aside for a couple of moments' time here in the booth at the Atlanta Motorsports Park.
Expensive at the entry level and for most pro racing series. We learned we can fix the access problem though through sim racing. But what we learned was that just uncovered the sustainability issue. Nissan was first to prove the access problem could be solved through sim racing with its GT Academy program. Mazda did it next and McLaren after. It's been proven time and again that the skills transfer from the virtual race cars and tracks to the real things. Sony made a movie about this after all. So why didn't the gamer to real life racing programs result in illustrious racing careers for their drivers? Why did most virtual to real racers end up out of racing? Well, I oversaw Mazda's competition that iRacing star Glenn McGee won, beating out all of Mazda's real-world racers looking to go professional racing using Mazda's six-figure scholarship, which financed the majority, but not all, of a pro racing season in the Mazda MX-5 Cup. The Mazda MX-5 Cup Racing Series was and still is the most affordable sports car pro racing series in North America. And when Glenn won, we told him, congratulations, and now you will have to overcome the challenge of sustainability in racing. It's time to get to work to gain funding for next season. You have no relationships in racing, no last name with heritage in the sport, and no family money to pick you up when sponsors don't flock to keep you racing in entry or mid-level pro sports car racing. And you have only 6 race weekends in the MX-5 Cup Series to network and learn what value you have. That is what the 6-figure scholarship got close to covering. Glenn and the Nissan drivers broke into our beloved sport. Access problem, at least for them, fixed. But Nissan's and Mazda's funding had a limit. The car manufacturers gave the gamers the opportunity, but then it was sink or swim once the manufacturers stopped their support to use that budget for the next marketing opportunity. The virtual to real racers discovered that motorsports access problem is only the tip of the iceberg. The cost of racing at the entry level all the way up to mid-level professional racing series, which is hundreds of thousands of dollars or even millions of dollars every year to compete, is higher than the value to corporate sponsors. So how does someone pay for it? Well, our next video addresses the 7 paths I saw racers take to stay in racing and climb the ladder. It's all difficult, but if you get into real-world racing in a program other than Racing Prodigies, you should be aware of the various paths and determine which is best for you. The Racing Prodigy program is not like Nissan's GT Academy, Mazda's, or McLaren's, outside of our approach to fix the access problem. Gaming has proven to be the answer here. Using sim racing's disruptive technology to identify racing prodigies is part of the solution. Part of how we transform motorsports, but not disrupt it, to expand it, to open more opportunities to all, and to make those sustainable simply by having the skill. Unlike the car manufacturers, our model does not take 1 or 2 racers from gaming to put them into an existing real-world racing series for a limited time before it's sink or swim by raising enough money for a sports car series which the broader audience, the general public, and the big companies have largely never heard of. To fund the continuation of racing for the prodigies who go E to real, we are building a racing league that we believe the broader audience will be aware of, that fans can easily follow and understand, the sponsors will know, can understand, and want to support, that advertisers will want to get behind, and of course, that aspiring racers will want to enter to make a career. So how do we get there? Well, we get there if we get entries into the esports tournaments on iRacing, Race Room, R Factor 2, and Street Kart Racing, the mobile game. We get there by adding additional racing games. We achieve our vision of a sustainable E to real racing league and league if people follow Prodigy Racing League and watch the events. Our first real-world racing event, where the winners from the 4 racing titles go to compete in a real race car on a real racetrack, Prodigy Week Part 1, it takes place October 30th through November 1st. Prodigy Week Part 1 will be live streamed on Racing Prodigy's YouTube channel. Whether you're an aspiring racer or a fan, help us open motorsports to all by following us on YouTube and our other social channels, which are linked below in the description.
And there they are, the drivers making their way into the Atlanta Motorsports Park here for Prodigy Week Part 2. Welcome back along to this live stream. I saw some speculation in the YouTube chat as to who it was that bolted from the bus as soon as they could, but a little bit more of a relaxed pace for them as they walk their way into the clubhouse. Exciting times now, Hannah. Not only are they going to get to step into the drivers' meeting, go through some of the day-to-day details that they'll need to know over the next 2.5 days, they get their racing suits as well.
Again, I think that's when everything sets in, right? They've got the physical fitness behind them. They're now getting those driving suits that are, adorned with the Racing Prodigy Sucker Punch. They're part of the team, and they're getting ready to show up. As you see, they're here showing up, and the race cars are out there ready for them. They see the Autocross track there to the right as they pulled in. And, of course, they're getting ready to meet with David Cook with Racing Prodigy to really just finalize, like you said, set everything in, give them the agenda, what's expected for them before their divvied off into those teams that we've talked about. Those teams they'll, of course, run through the next couple of days in each of their challenges. And we were trying to figure out during the break there what that noise was. It's actually the BMW that's being ran on the autocross track here. We were like, is that a Formula E car? What is that noise? Nope, it's just the BMW out there on the autocross track, making sure that everything is good. The cones are where they're, whoa, the cones were where they were supposed to be. So whoever's shaking that car down, really testing what we're going to call our cone track limits. And
testing those Toyo tires as well. Shout out, by the way, to the Johnny Mac Band, who are going to be here today. And at the end of the day, once the drivers are done with their autocross skid pad work, we'll finish up with dinner and a live concert from Johnny Mac, Josh McKee, Aaron Spraggs, and Ryan Kane. Cannot wait for that live music to close out day number 1.
I don't know about you, but I love live music. I will seek out live music, and then you throw live music, racing, and dinner all in one beautiful facility here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Sounds like a great way to cap off a Monday. Again, weather holding off for us. You can see a little gloomy, but again, what seems to be the rain has moved through the area. The car covers out there on the cars, of course, on the Radicals already, just preventatively to make sure that we don't get any rain in there. But Sucker Punch, of course, set up there. They've got a nice little hydration station going on down here at the bottom of the staircase. They've got their pickle shots. They've got their packaged pickles. They've got all sorts of electrolytes and drinks and stuff right out front there, making sure that our drivers, coaches, VIPs, everyone stays hydrated throughout the course of today's and all of the activities, maybe a little bit of a recovery as well from their fitness test. But again, David Cook getting ready to address our drivers. Juliana, we'll catch up with them in here in just a little bit to hear what all they have to say. But again, I feel like some of these drivers, they're going to be on this threshold. Their nerves may be behind them with that physical fitness test behind them. They feel confident for their on-track. Kenton Cook, of course, we caught up with him prior to this. One of the driver coaches was part of part 1. He said it was incredible to see how many of them were not that nervous when it came down to it. They felt confident in their capabilities, and that's a really good mentality to have, because I feel like often it's unsure drivers who make the most mistakes. But it's a fine line to walk between having your confidence and being overconfident, because that's where mistakes are also made.
I think that you want to be exuding confidence just from that baseline standpoint of that kind of is the first thing that then the judges are going to be looking at, right? Even outside of your physical, your mental, your media performance, if you're a confident person, that tends to bump up your score a little bit, especially important given that, you know, the Prodigy draft this summer is going to have 6 real-world Prodigy Racing League teams selecting 4 drivers each from the pool of 32. So that's going to mean that, you know, a handful, unfortunately, are not selected. The fans will get the chance, though, to save 6 more as reserve drivers, all selected drivers getting a professional racing contract. So again, that confidence, the ability, the belief in oneself, going to be important as they make their way into the Eau Rouge Media Center to get their media training right now. Plenty of bottles around everywhere. But most importantly, a book, a pen, basically a place to jot down notes and to make sure that all of the advice that you're being given over the next 3 days does not get forgotten, because it's going to come at you like a sea. I was going to say it's going to be like drinking out of a water hose, right? They're going to be getting direction, advice from not only their fellow co-drivers, but also the driver coaches we have on stand, you know, the engineers. It could be overwhelming. So having that opportunity to put those thoughts down, put that feedback down, and really I think one of the biggest things that they should take advantage of is each other, right? Lean on each other, have that feedback. You're going to have people that are in your respective teams going out there. But again, it is still also a competition. So how do you ride that line of camaraderie versus competition? That's actually something I think that's probably looked at in 2 ways, right?
Right.
You need to work together with everyone else, because that's going to be part of your assessments. You're on a team with 3 other people.
Yes.
And then there's the reserve drivers as well. You can't work with them. You're not going to work together as a team very well.
But they are your competition. You are up against them in a final score, you know, whether it's on-track performance or however it's scored, and it could be held against you. You don't want to give away your speed secrets. So very interesting. And again, I think that plays into the dynamic, too, of the age gap that we have here. You know, the youngest driver being 15, the oldest driver being 45. We've got, you know, a ton of different backgrounds coming here from all of our different drivers. So to see how they work together while still keeping their speed secrets, I guess you can call them, close to the chest, you know, and 10 different countries, how they're able to handle themselves and integrate there as well will be very interesting. So again, I think many of these guys antsy, guys and gals, of course, 2 females joining us here, very antsy.
So as we get ready to get this meeting underway, we'll keep it quiet, let the
ambiance,
conversation maybe flow. But At least right now.
Arjuna, I can actually hear you. Can you hear me?
Oh, hello. They can hear me, apparently.
Yes. Yeah, I can hear you. My ear, the guys that are and girls that are in here cannot hear you. They can see you. So they were like, we'll tune in. And I'm like, it's very quiet in here. But yes, Arjuna, Hannah, we are down here just waiting for the last few stragglers to come in for this drivers meeting. We're going to, in a little bit of time, let David take it over. But y'all, don't be shy. Talk amongst yourselves. It's light. It's fun. We're here to have a good time. It's not serious. Drink some water.
To move off for us.
I was going to say, tell them we're going to start
Arjuna wants
forcing
see some
icebreaker games upon them.
Okay, they said they're gonna make y'all do some games if you don't start. They're starting to talk a little bit now, you guys. So I think we broke the ice.
It was a bit of prodding.
They just a little punch. Maybe we should get them all sucker punch shots. You know, spice it up a bit.
I was going to say, here in Atlanta, you know, we are somewhat considered, we're in the South. We're going to have them show us their best line dancing moves here shortly, whatever it takes to get them up, get them moving, and break them out of their shells. I bet they would. They're going to return and be like, "You'll never believe what happened. I went to Atlanta Motorsports Park to drive a race car, and I had to show them my best line dancing moves." And my favorite part, Juliana, is they can't hear me. You can hear me, but they have no idea what I'm setting themselves up for.
Exactly. But Hannah, I do think we're ready. So, everyone, we're going to turn it over to David Cook for your drivers meeting. Take it away.
Welcome everyone to Prodigy Week Season 1, Part 2. We are excited to have you. You guys have gone through your fitness assessment, but you've got a lot more in store. So after this drivers meeting, which we're going to keep pretty tight because we'll have another tomorrow and another on Wednesday morning before you get into the Radical SR1 race cars. We're going to do a nice little presentation for you, a little bit of a surprise after this, and then we're going to have Autocross and media training with our PR partner DKC. So Matt Basta is going to walk you through do's and don'ts of media training because this is a pivotal opportunity for all of us and you to be prepared and for what's to come is very important. We've got a lot of special guests here today, many in this room and many outside because candidly we are growing. There's 20 racers this time, 12 for part 1, as of course you all know. And we've got a lot of VIPs, potential teams here observing. Williams, Formula One, has sent a team to evaluate on having a team to draft 4 racers. And there are other team representatives here as well to evaluate if they're going to be part of our program. We're very excited for the opportunity. It's a great opportunity for all of us. Our plan is to hold the draft, Prodigy draft this summer, where 24 will be drafted. So that'll be 24 between Prodigy Week Part 1 and Prodigy Week Part 2. So again, a lot on the line. Excited to have you. You've all earned your spot here at Prodigy Week. You guys are, and ladies, are the best of the best. You are amazing behind the wheel, and certainly you guys are fantastic so far, you know, off track. We're going to have autocross media training, then lunch. Then we have the skid pad interviews, which is why media training is happening beforehand. And then some photos, some team photos and group photos. Tomorrow gets even more exciting with the Radical SR1 and with your coaches. Now, there are some coaches here today, but just for the skid pad and autocross, it's pretty limited. Tomorrow, we will have Max Papis arrive to help coach. We'll have Spencer Pompelli coach as well, Kenton Cook, and Andrew Carbonell. It's really an all-star lineup, so there'll be 5 racers in each group. We're going to go ahead and put you guys into those groups here today. Any questions so far? All right, well, we're going to keep this tight. Let me introduce Matt Fosnot and then Brian Schmucker as well. We've got many individuals who believe in you, not just yourselves, not just your family, not just the Racing Prodigy team or us from all different backgrounds. But we have individuals who have helped put money down to give this, give you the opportunity, to give us all the opportunity. We're here to open motorsports to any and all, regardless of socioeconomic background. If you have the skill, regardless of if you have the pocketbook, you should be in a race car. There's not many sports that are like motorsport, where it's largely a pay-to-play sport, unfortunately, and it only gets more expensive. But sim racing technology is really also the only game tech where the skill set transfers, and that's been proven again and again. You will be great in race cars. It may take you a little bit of time, but you have the talent, you've got the focus, and we put a team together to help support you. So we're very excited to give this opportunity and really thankful for Matt Fosnot, our first investor, our executive chairman that helped make all of this happen, from Brian Schmucker, from Sucker Punch, Mazda Motorsports, and many others to bring us all together today and have a production crew, put you on the racetrack, test you in pretty much every way that we really can. So let me introduce Matt Fosnot or ask him to maybe just say a few words.
Are you guys nervous? No? Happy?
Yeah.
Well, this has been a long time dream, mostly from Dave's brain, but I got involved with him. I raced with Mazda with Dave when he ran Mazda North America Motorsports, and he came to me and brought me this idea, and like many people in racing, I lived this story of money. Grew up with nothing, was fortunate enough to have a career where I was able to make some money and get myself into racing, but it's incredibly difficult to stay in racing because of money. So we aim to change all that, as you know, and we're so happy you're here to help us prove this and make possibilities for all of you and the rest of the people in the world who have the talent to race but haven't had the money. So glad you guys are all here. And can't wait to see you guys, what you guys do and get to know you guys better. And if you need anything, let me know. Thanks for coming.
Didn't tell Brian I'd ask him to say a few words, but I'm going to ask him to say a few words. Brian's here, and Brian, would you like to share?
Yeah, put me on the spot again. You guys ever heard the Eminem song, You Only Got One Shot? You know what I'm talking about? Yeah. That's what you are here today and for the next couple of days. I grew up in Pittsburgh. My grandfather was a butcher. My other grandfather was a coal miner. So I believe in what we're trying to do here, where everybody gets a real fair shot. But it's what you do with the shot that is gonna make you who you are. So you're given an opportunity, the door is open. Now swing it open and blow right through it, and show that you can do whatever you want to do in life. And so you never know what, you might be behind a race car as a result of this opportunity. You might not be behind a race car. There's a lot of great things that you can get from these relationships with these people that are giving you the opportunity, like Matt and David. So take advantage, network, you're young, the whole world is in front of you. So, and there's no entitlement. So if you're not successful, it's because you didn't put yourself in a position to be successful. So there's nothing for free. You're given an opportunity, now do something with it. No entitlement, no BS. It's hard work. It doesn't happen without a lot of dedication and effort, but you're given a shot. So don't screw it up. You hear me? Thank you.
Thank you. All right, well, let's get to it. Juliana's going to take you to your next spot, guys. Good luck, and we're here for you. So if you need anything, just let us know.
Okay, everyone. We're going to play follow the leader. You don't have to hold hands. So everybody's going to get up. This is the fun part of the play.
Don't say I would even.
Hold on so I can get my cameras out, please.
Primarily, or blue. And so you'll be split up into teams. There's going to be 4 teams. And then orange, as I think you all know, it will go to well, everybody's going to change. There's 4 different bathrooms. Might take us a few extra minutes. And then you'll change. And then if you have your orange t-shirt and you're in team orange, put on the orange, or blue, put on the blue. And then put on your racing suits. And then we're going to have blue back here for media training and orange over the autocross. And we will help show you the way.
Understood.
Cool.
Thank you.
Hey, Davey,
Yeah.
if we have
As long as underneath the t-shirts
get changed, right? Yeah.
And then whenever they say, rock and roll, follow Juliana.
Everyone can hear me, right? Okay, first and foremost, y'all are going to have to forgive me if I forget your name. You know, be kind. I'm going to line y'all up in an order for at least the first 10 minutes.
And we heard David talking there, they're getting ready to get their uniforms, but not only that, they've now been assigned their teams. And we heard him talking about, okay, you're going to have your racing suit, and then you'll have either a blue or an orange t-shirt. That's going to go up underneath your fire suit. That's going to designate which team you are assigned to. And if I heard him correctly, blue team is headed to media training first. We'll divide them up. And orange team is going to meet me here shortly over at Autocross, of course. Still holding down the booth with you here, making sure our drivers get established before I go a little rogue on you and go trackside and let you hold down the fort up here. But I think these guys and girls are ready to get those fire suits, ready to get out on the racetrack. Of course, our team here with Racing Prodigy shaking down that BMW, making sure everything is good to go.
Yeah, you're going to go in one of the BMWs, right?
If they're careful and they leave the keys, I might just drive it.
That's one option, but we're going to Randy Popes is in the driver's seat. You're in the passenger seat. We need to relive what we did with Jen last time.
So Jen was actually, of course, and if you joined us during Prodigy Week One, Jen, of course, who was our trackside reporter, really running the show behind the scenes this time. So definitely still here and very heavily involved. She was down there, and it was me, Matt, and Kenton Cook standing down there, and they looked at Jen and they said, "We are putting you in the passenger seat again." And she's like, "Oh, I don't know about that." Yes. And they're like, "No, we have to do this again. Your reaction was so real that we're going to put you in the passenger seat again." And I said, "Jen, I will give up my passenger seat ride just to see you in the passenger seat again."
Yes, but I think we're going to convince Randy to just make sure now that we get, at the end of the autocross session, the broadcast team each gets one ride.
There we go.
We'll do that. We'll sort that out, and we'll get sorted. Remember, Toyo tires on all of these BMW F30s as well. And I'm pretty sure, based on the information I have, I can tell you who is on the orange and the blue side of things. It's slightly changed, of course, but Amy Frame, Nathan Maximum, Alexandro Vielma, and then Brenna Schubert alongside Julian Klaffenbach are the first 5. In the orange team. Then Mihai Nej, Camden Hibbett, Kamil Pavlovsky, Eduardo Leo, and Will Redford. So they're going to go off and do autocross, right?
Yes.
Orange is
Yep,
autocross.
Yep, orange is going to go to autocross with me. Blue is headed to media training right now.
And to blue is Michael Romanidis, Jai Fletcher, Leandro Whirler, Brandon Hawkin, Matt Caruana, Craig Laws, Thomas Bellarmin, Rupa Kirkapa, Nikodem Wisniewski, and Jordan Johnson. So if you're driver was referenced in there, hopefully you know what they're off to do next. And that's a great shot of the autocross course. You see on the left where they're going to start, they'll be fed off into a series of sweeping corners. David Dalton Jr. had the fastest time in our autocross during week 1, and that's, I think, partially because he has this sort of background, right? Coming from a BMW performance driving school instructor, program. He knows what these sort of skill sets are needed.
Absolutely.
I'm very curious to see out of this group of drivers who's going to get to grips with this BMW quickest of them all.
And I definitely think, like you'd mentioned, having that experience is going to be helpful. Will Redford, though, one of the young drivers, 19 years old, he, of course, is not a driver coach at a BMW racing experience, but he is a BMW mechanic. So he does work on it, and you have to wonder if, okay, he works on them. Does that experience and knowledge of these cars maybe translate over, to the braking aspect of it, to the handling aspect of it? And again, I talked to Kenton Cook about it prior to, our drivers meeting before them showing up. about the concept of countersteer and correction, and the best thing that you can do is put them in an exaggerated situation like this autocross track, like the skid pad a little bit later, and build that comfortability, because there's nothing more uneasy than a driver getting out there and going into a corner and the car stepping out on them, it getting a little bit loose, and then not having that knowledge or that wherewithal to correct back in it. So really looking forward to seeing this. And you know, honestly, especially our young drivers, you know, we've got 2 of them that are 15, 16, 17 years of age. They don't have driver's license. And we're going to put them out there in a BMW and let them just rip here on this autocross track. And again, I come from a racing background, having raced stock cars myself. I was racing pavement stock cars, you know, late models at 15 years old. Now being 27 years old, I see 15-year-olds and I think to myself, what were my parents thinking? Which is so crazy, because at the time at 15, 16, 17 years old, I definitely felt equipped. I felt like I knew and I was capable.
You always think you are.
Right. And now I see 15-year-olds and I'm like, oh my goodness, this is crazy. And again, we've talked about it. No disrespect, but they are children. They're so young. And so I'm really excited to get Trackside here, team up with, you know, again, our handful of coaches that are down there, and really talk to these drivers after they get out of the car, get out of the BMWs for their first on-track aspect of Prodigy Week.
And confidence that probably comes in some way from inexperience. They don't know.
Yes, you don't know till you know.
You don't know what it's like to crash until you've crashed that first time.
Yes.
And so you definitely want to avoid that. I don't think these are drivers right now, by the way. We're still shaking down the course. And I see David Dalton Jr. is still in our YouTube chat.
The commitment is real. I really appreciate it.
All from the Part 1 drivers, actually, for the most part, whether they're in school or at work, you know, peeking in. But, David, maybe you can confirm for me, but looking from up above, this looked like an identical... right on cue.
Beautiful.
Look at that camera. This looks identical to what David and the rest of the Part 1 drivers had. So we're not going to probably have identical times because, you know, slightly different conditions. Who knows in terms of the cars, you know, maybe slightly different as well. But we'll get a sense, a rough sense.
And that's got to be reassuring for our Part 2 drivers that did watch it. We're kind of able to see. And you know, they have to... If I'm a driver, I'm almost expecting that they're going to give us a different course. So then to have watched Prodigy Week 1, you know, you're going to take notes on, you know, apexes, the car control. Do you go all the way out? How far do you cut back into this corner? See, personally, I would have went farther out and then back around. But again, these are our professionals. They know what they're doing. Whew, and a little step out there and that cone. I think we might claim the lives of a couple cones. I'm just going to say, I think we might put it out there. But again, our drivers, they've now received their racing uniforms. They've received their team shirts, and we should expect them here shortly on the autocross track. Again, the other half, the blue team, headed over to media training. They'll go through, you know, a series of interviews, how they conduct themselves with whether it's just simple conversation, on-air sponsorship plugs. Really this, and honestly this whole broadcast, an opportunity for those drivers to show their personality and show the media skills that they've learned through their sim racing. For some, it comes more natural than others, but nonetheless, still relevant and still necessary in the world of racing.
I'm going to throw one of the drivers in Part 2 under the bus a little bit, and I hope he won't mind, but mainly because I see the conversation in chat. Andrew Carone, who drives for WSR Esports Butt Kicker, saying Brandon Hawkin going to be quick. Brandon Hawkin, definitely one of those drivers that's going to be one to watch for. He has some experience out in the real physical world through experiences won in sim racing. 2020 Porsche Esports Sprint Challenge Canada champion. 2022 was Ferrari Esports North America, the regional finalist, P1 in that. And of course, last year, 2023, Skip Barber Formula iRacing Series, got P3 and won a 5-day racing school. He, though, is also one of those drivers. I've commentated on Brandon for 4 years at this point. He's one of the few drivers that I probably have commentated on across of all the different simulators in all different disciplines of racing. Don't really know anything about him. I sent him a Discord message a couple of days ago asking, let me know. Let's have a chat. Let's talk. And I never heard anything back. So, Brandon, we're going to sit down and we're going to have a chat. And we're going to get to know all about you as just continuing to watch the drivers get ready to go, of course, as Autocross just gets set up right now. That's a drift. The rear end definitely broke loose there. And then almost into the tire wall of tires on cone, whatever. Tire cone wall, that's what we're going to call it. The tire cone wall on the outside there. Almost ran into it as well. And so what will happen as we get the drivers out onto track is we're going to one by one send them into the track, and once they've finished their run, they get out, and someone else jumps into that car and basically do a bit of a circle. David Dalton Jr. does confirm, by the way, looks identical. Cones seem to be in the same sort of places, some of those darker colored cones as well. They probably get hit a little bit more than the regular cones, as the Sucker Punch BMWs are lined up with the Toyo tires and ready to go. So Brandon Hawkin, I think one that some are thinking might be a bit of a favorite in some ways. Thomas Bellerman celebrated his birthday on May the 4th. May the force be with him as he tries to navigate his way around. And here we go. I think we're about to see some of the drivers with their racing suits adorned get ready to make their way out of the clubhouse building. Just on the right of that shot, by the way, is the pool area, which maybe after we're all done and dusted with the on-track action across of our 3 days, some of the drivers would very much want to jump in there. But yeah, Thomas Bellerman might be one to watch for. He's done a bunch of SCCA Spec Miata races recently, and the thing that really impressed me about his attitude, picked by Max Papis and Random Call Sign on our PRL iRacing search selection show, is that he got his opportunity in SCCA events by going and talking to somebody, Larry Oka, talking about his goals, what he wanted to do. Larry said, you know what, let's get you into the car for a test session. Test session went well. Let's get you into the car for a race. And has done about 5 races in the Spec Miata since then. Actually put off his college. He took a gap year, as we sometimes call it, you know. Decided to focus on trying to make it as the professional race car driver that he truly believes he can be. And so he gets this opportunity. What an opportunity for him. Got plenty of carders, you know, Jai Fletcher, Amy Frame. They may be contenders as well. You've got Camden Hibbett, who's been driving / racing in one form or another since he was about 5 years young in a quarter midget. At 13, he was a Mazda Spec MX-5 shootout nominee and actually won a scholarship as a Mazda factory driver in the shootout last year, and is an ambassador for the Mazda Motorsports crew here in 2024. As one by one, just continuing to see the preparations for Autocross right now. The gray BMW F30 outfitted with 4 Toyo tires. A little bit squeal from the Toyo tires as well as it tries to get onto the power. That was an apex missed by about a country mile, unfortunately. And then remember, come to a full stop inside of that box. You got the double cones on each side. Come to a full and complete stop. Looking through the rest of the entry list, I'm being honest in saying that I'm looking forward to seeing them all on track. Craig Laws is someone that I think, you know, maybe the street kart racing community is very eager to just cheer and support on. You know, one of the community members that really helps keep the community alive and bustling in terms of resources and access to learning materials. Started karting back in his 20s when he was actually able to afford it. Hasn't done karting in, 10 or so years or something. And Racing Prodigy kind of, you know, convinced him that, you know what, this could be his dream at 45 years young. Saw how things went for him in the first part of Prodigy Racing League esports competition, was part of the search selection show top 3 in season 1 on street kart racing. But since then, since part 1, went back to the gym, rigorous cardio, dropped 30 pounds. We saw the results of that when we were out at Pitfit as well, and looking forward to seeing him get his shot here. And by the way, some great content from Craig. I mean, I must introduce you to his social media channels so you can go check it out. Mostly, Craig's great, don't get me wrong, but his Border Collie Storm, adorable. What a beautiful dog, and always around and keeping Craig motivated and ready to go. Let's see if I can pull in Hannah Newsom to have a quick chat with me here in the broadcast booth. Hannah, do you have a copy? Hannah, can you hear me? We'll try one more time. I think they're working on it, but she's down in pit lane. We'll try and work our way around with her as she... tries to get to the drivers as they work their way on through. There's a golf cart that's going out to save some of the cones. Remember, cones have to be protected here in the autocross competition. And so our helpful team going back out there just to make sure the racing lines are all sorted. There we go, placing it back exactly where it needed to be as well. I believe that is Aiden Fasenax helping out a little bit. Big shout out to Aiden and to Matt for their support of Racing Prodigy and its journey. I had some great conversations on broadcast with Matt during part one, including when he revealed that the goal, the intention eventually for the Prodigy Racing League, much bigger than Radical SR1s. This is just eventually the step up, right? If the Radical SR1 is your introduction into slicks and wings, the SR3 and the SR10, the more powerful Radical machines available, do give you that more powerful experience. Is that going to be enough for the Prodigy Racing League moving forward? That is kind of the question. You can see, again, a look at the pool. No drivers in there. Unfortunately, they're not allowed quite yet. Instead, they're off getting their racing suits on, courtesy of the wonderful team at MPI, Max Papis Industries. And again, I'll just make the public call out now. If there's a way for me to steal one of these driver suits, try and make sure I can do that in the next 2.5 odd days. Here they come. They're beginning to walk out. I see Amy Frame at the front, Nathan Maximin right behind, and then Alexandro Vielma. Might be Camden Hibbett in front of them. Hard to tell from this angle. But they're taking a look at one of the Primal Racing School machines. There was some interesting liveries on the Radical SR1s when I walked in today. Love seeing some of the machines that they have available and prepped already for the drivers. But in they go. That's the team that I think is going to get their media training first and Autocross second. Dominic Lakomsky has jumped into the YouTube chat. The winner of Prodigy Pass from our only oval Prodigy Racing League esports tournament. So great to see him. The one thing that he mentioned to us in his recap of part one was that the main thing that he learned was that, his words, not mine, I realized how weak I am in terms of physical strength. So he started working out on a regular basis, but it's basically the only thing that's really changed for him. And unfortunately, Dominic, who's been trying to qualify for the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series, part of the eNASCAR Road to Pro iRacing Series, which gets you there, didn't go his way. It's a very competitive series. We have thousands, tens of thousands that try to get their way on through of 3 different stages of qualifying. Didn't go all his way, but will definitely be one to watch, I think, in the future, moving forward in the Prodigy Racing League crew. Did slightly make a mistake, though, Dominic, when you said that Autocross was on day 2. No, Autocross was day 1 of Prodigy Week Part 1. I don't blame you for not remembering, because it was a pretty hectic and crazy 3 days for you at the end of the day. But, yeah, you had the physical intensity in the morning. Then you went off to do the Autocross. Then the skid pad. And then the karting, all on day 1. There's no karting this time around for the first day, but instead what we do have is a nice dinner, and the Johnny Mac Band is going to be out here and performing for us all, so looking forward to sitting down with the drivers, with the Prodigy team, and with all of our supporters out here. And there's so many of them. I mentioned, Josh Smith from Mazda, Tom Drewer from Radical, but a handful more as well, so, I want to give them their shout out. We'll have people that are going to be here to talk about some very, very exciting things moving forward. And you'll have to stick around to hear more about that. Of course, the team from Sucker Punch, Brian Schmucker, Kim Coleman, Chase Coleman, and Joe Justice, all here for Prodigy Week. Looking at the uniforms, boy, again, if I can steal any of them, please let me know how. But let's see if we can check in with how this process is going down in the media center. Getting that little bit more real for the drivers. The racing suit with all the logos on it as well.
Oh, goodness, let me stay inside with the rain here.
Okay, y'all wrap your cable up.
Yep.
Andrew, wrap your cable up. They're changing first. Okay, so you're doing media training.
Yes, I think we have to go through the round of this.
You need to be wherever you are because if you're going back to the room, we need to go back to the room.
And that's in the meeting room that we had originally, where we just came from. Got it. Copy. Hold that slide up for me. Here, Joe.
You're still rolling, Blaine.
Thank you for telling me.
Jay Chris.
I'm trying to track down someone for one of the VIP ride-alongs, so I got to run to do that. But yes,
Here we go with some of the shots inside. I saw Chris Noon's there, who helped pick two of the drivers that fought in the last chance finals in our Prodigy Racing League Spec MX5 Golden Ticket Series on iRacing, powered by Sucker Punch. So many people here making this all possible. And again, I often at the end of a day of broadcasting like to thank everyone that's made it possible. I'll just be honest in saying, if I was going to do that, I might be here until next week, unfortunately. So I don't necessarily think we'll get the chance to thank everybody, but so many people making this possible. And you should join us on our Racing Prodigy journey across all the social media channels just to be updated with everything that is going on. Lorenz Herzing doing his best in flight school, as we mentioned earlier. Dominic Lukomski's in chat with him as well. And I've just seen David Dalton Jr. ask the question, when can we get the 3,175 horsepower Radical? That's a very good question, David. Is that the car that's actually going to be big enough for 6'5", all 6'5" of me to get in? If so, sign me up for that, and let's get Matt Fastenacht on the phone as soon as we can to try and get that lined up alongside of Tom Drewer. Again, we have 8 of these Radical SR1s now being covered because the rain has started to sprinkle itself outside just a little bit more. But 8 of the machines all shaken down already as we try and get them within 0.2 of a second. Ultimately, when we end up in the situation with more than that, remember, when we go racing in the Prodigy Racing League, we're going to be talking about 24 of these Radical SR1s potentially out on track at any one point in time. Getting them all within a couple of tenths of a second going to be very, very tough. More of the Part 1 drivers jumping into the YouTube chat now as well. Great to see Jan van der Heide back in what I'm sure is a very, very busy day for him. Remember, he got his call up to Prodigy Week on 24 hours notice or so. Unfortunately, Julian Klaffenbach unable to attend. Racing Prodigy team making sure to then give the Prodigy pass to the next most deserving driver, and so Jan van der Heide, who's been keeping up with his fitness grind, lost 5 kilograms since Prodigy Week, been very busy with Manthai Racing, has been working with Ian Chen Hooven for the DTM race. Let's go to a bit of an ad break though. We'll be back here this time.
Very expensive. It's cost prohibitive for most people, as I think everybody here knows and appreciates. And then even though one may get an opportunity to get into a car, it's another thing then to have sustainability. So our whole model that we're building here is to keep these racers in a car, at least those deserving. It shouldn't be about pocketbook. It should be about skill. That should be the only differentiator.
As most sports, right?
as any other sports, you look at soccer, football, baseball, you don't have to worry about finding money, trying to create value for sponsors. And if you don't succeed, and in sometimes a very short period of time, then you stop the activity that you love. It's not fair, it's not right, and we're trying to change that.
What a smart idea.
I saw that raincoat and I was like, forget it.
Yeah, we are.
Welcome back into the Atlanta Motorsports Park as we work our way through day one of Prodigy Week Part 2. In the build-up to the Prodigy Draft, all as we make our way closer and closer to the start of the real-world Prodigy Racing League. Arjuna Kankipati here, inside of the booth at the Atlanta Motorsports Park. Our trackside team includes Hannah Newhouse and Juliana Darnell, but we'll have Brian Till on hand with us in tomorrow when he's joining us for all of the action, and the team behind the scenes helping to make all of this possible as well. See those Radical SR1s covered up right now? A little bit of moisture in the air, but it's that type of moisture that's irritating more than anything. It's making its presence known without being too heavy to really be a nuisance. Enough of a problem that it wouldn't restrict the cars, I think, from going on track. It does make it a little bit unpleasant, though, to potentially be down on pit lane and just to be walking back and forward with all of that moisture. And you see the Sucker Punch hydration stand, I think, slightly being shifted around to make it a bit easier for people to stay dry in the rain that we have outside. Lunch is about an hour away as well for these drivers. So we have the Autocross that should start momentarily. We'll then move on from that to lunch, and then we'll get our way on over towards the skid pad work later on. Hannah was down there on pit lane, has ran back up to the booth once again. We're giving you all your workout steps right now, but talk to me about what's going down there.
Again, I really hope that they're not judging me on my physical fitness, my scorecard. Let's just toss it out. Anyways, standing down there, you know, we were watching the BMWs getting shaken down, and I was standing there talking with Randy Probst, and we were getting ready to try and do an interview with him, and then the sky opened up. Like you said, it started to rain. They went ahead and put the car covers on, and he said the biggest thing has been trying to keep people out of the cars, not wear and tear the cars too much to make sure that there's enough for our drivers.
Who was shaking down the BMWs? Do you know that or not really? No? Okay. I was going to say, if certain people may be more appropriate to shake down a car than others because wear and tear is a very real thing. Don't put me in one of those. You know what they say the fastest car in the world is, right? A rental car.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
They always say, it's a rental, don't be gentle. That's what I've heard many a time.
That is great. I'm stealing that one from you as well. Rental, don't be gentle.
Yeah, don't worry. We have rental cars this weekend. It's okay, David Cook. I promise. We'll be nice with our rental cars.
I'm not taking it on track, David. Do not worry. If the insurance company is watching, don't worry. It's not on track either. I'm not even being allowed to run onto track just yet, but it's going to stay like this. Maybe if there's going to be no cars running around on track, we'll get Arjuna running around track.
There you go. I was going to say, we standing down there talking to them about what this wet element does to, more than anything, the autocross. He said, actually, this could help. As weird as it sounds, is that extra little bit of added moisture adds more slip, not so much grip. And it could help, I don't want to say the transition, but make it almost have more of an icy feel, right? Not so much forced drifting, but a little bit more slippage. And so for some people, they might like that. For others, it might be even that much more uncomfortable, adding more counter steer to the equation. So I think right now the goal, of course, is to see what we can do, see what this weather's going to do. We all were down there checking our radars, like all of us motorsports professionals. We love to do. We all, are subscribed to 10, 15 different radars, different meteorology, and we're all weather people. And we're never right. So, of course, we were hoping that this weather had already made its way through the area, but unfortunately, it's hanging out here with us at Atlanta Motorsports Park. But again, that shouldn't stop the on-track activity. We're still getting our drivers squared away with their suits, getting them set up with their teams. And hopefully, we have our autocross racing underway. I was standing underneath the tent, too, with our nice little scoreboard.
Okay.
That has the timing. So when they were testing them and shaking them down, again, Randy reeling everyone in, saying, I know you're having fun, but we still have to do 4 teams worth of 5 drivers for each of these, and we're really not planning on doing pit stops, and changes. So they were having fun with that down there, but it was fun, and I think it's going to add an element of having your, again, teammates, but also your competitors in each of your respective groups standing there and seeing your time. This is not a hidden thing. They've got that scoreboard down there, and when you hit the gas, it lights up. And so they're able to see, okay, well, so-and-so ran this, and so-and-so ran this, so my benchmark is this. I have been in racing situations where you're, again, competing for times with other people. I almost don't want to know. I'd rather go out there and just set my pace, know what my pace is, because then when you start to play your own mind games, you're like, okay, this is the benchmark. I have to do this. Again, I think that's sometimes where mistakes are made. But again, some people thrive in that environment. It really comes down to different drivers.
I actually think it's one of those things where we always say, and I think this is true of all professions for the most part, right? More information is better. You want to have context to make your decisions on. But when it comes to being a racing driver, sometimes it's better not to know.
Yes.
Because if you're getting told that this is the thing that you should do, and you feel something different, you trust your own instinct. And that's what you're saying as well at the start, right? When the rain will help these drivers get a bit more in tune with what the feeling of a car breaking loose is.
Yes.
That's going to be fun. And it kind of made me wonder, different platforms, different simulators, they drive differently at the end of the day, right?
Yes, yes.
Because ultimately, the real thing that's being simulated, everything's being simulated, but your tires are the only contact point to the ground that you have. So that's the main thing. And so I think about slippage, and I think iRacing. iRacing is one of those things where you have to be very careful with how much slip that you have, because slip is bad.
Yes.
It wears your tires. Whereas Race Room, that is one where we saw in the Mazda MX-5s that we were watching in the Prodigy Racing League tournament, the amount of sideways slip that they have, contact, banging doors, argy-bargy, everything that you could hope for. And so, you know, I'm thinking, could some of their simulator backgrounds kind of set them off here as well?
Well, I think, too, you know, you hit on a really good point there of what simulator background and what discipline of racing are they running in, right? We talked about Julian and him having that F1 background. Those are high downforce race cars that really don't drive off the rear tires. If anything, you're going to get right front wear and tear, right? That's where your tire degradation is going to be, compared to someone who may really come from more of a GT background that has that rollover. Again, is that going to translate here in the BMW versus the Radical? The Radical, I think, is you're going to get that more lower center of gravity downforce versus, you know, versus stock car is what I keep resorting to calling them, but more GT style stuff. So I think that could be interesting, because that goes into play in the sim racing of, you know, again, front wheel drive cars versus all wheel drive versus, are you in a high downforce prototype style open wheel car? Are you in a GT style car? So again, that could definitely be something that comes into play here, especially in the autocross and how that all works.
Well, Arjuna, of course, you'd mentioned it, a little bit of a relocation on my part. Out of the booth, down here now, trackside, we're starting to get a little lively. Of course, you and I, we held down the fort here at Atlanta Motorsports Park while all of our friends were over at the gym doing their physical fitness test. But again, a little bit of liveliness starting to take place here as teams, drivers, VIPs, everyone here with Racing Prodigy starting to make their way here for, of course, our media and our on-track testing. Behind me, though, you can see it. We've talked about it. The autocross and the skid pad coming up a little bit later today. We've got the BMW.
Have you ever been in two places at once?
I've never seen certain people in two places at once.
That was just me.
So that's how I know that's a secret, Hannah.
I even did a word. That's Hannah's evil twin, Anna.
Oh.
We love technology. We love streaming.
Live broadcasting. It always goes perfectly.
Yeah, if you've never worked in live broadcasting, until you work in live broadcasting, I'm telling you, it is quite the adventure. Again, teleportation, part of the
magic.
Part of the magic that takes place here in broadcasting. You snap your fingers. You know what? I wish I could snap my fingers and go down trackside and do reports and snap my fingers and come back, because then I wouldn't be so out of breath for the first 10 seconds you welcome me back on air.
You don't have to run up 3 flights of stairs to try and get back into the booth every time and then run back down, up and down.
And they've put a privacy chain, like a chain, you know, blocking off, obviously, the booth and the tower up here so that just general spectators can't get up here. Let me tell you, I'm 5'4", and I tried to clear that chain coming up here. I might show up, again, out of breath and with some war injuries trying to get up here to the booth.
I'm glad that we're important enough that we're being sectioned off from the rest of the community today.
Brian Till needs to get here so he can stay remote up here in the booth and leave me trackside. Other than that, again,
are you complaining about being dry, though?
No, this is very nice. And we have beautiful apparel here with Racing Prodigy. And, of course, they've got, you know, Sucker Punch, Wimna on here, Women in Motorsports North America. And we can talk about them for a second as a great partner here with Prodigy Week. You know, they've really taken on an initiative that, while it is WIMNA, Women in Motorsports North America, man, they've got a global reach right now. You know, they have a presence at a lot of different sports car races, at IndyCar races. They've got the presence now at NASCAR races. You know, Cindy Sisson, I believe, should be here this weekend with us. But, of course, legendary people in motorsports like Lynn St. James and Beth Peretta, who, of course, fielded the only female driven and crewed IndyCar team this last year at Indianapolis. It's incredible what they're doing.
And we had Catherine Legg help us pick 2 female drivers with the support of Wimner, who are here, Brenna Schumer and Amy Frame. So looking forward to seeing how they will do. I think we are ready, though, to throw it down trackside now. Juliana's got one of the drivers ready for an interview.
Oh, I can go, yeah? Okay, great, guys. Well, I am here with Thomas Belleman. Tell me where you are from.
I am from France originally. I do live now in San Francisco, California, as we moved when I was 3 years old. So technically I still consider myself French, but obviously we've lived most of my life in the United States though.
Amazing. So tell me about your experience early this morning at the fitness assessment.
Yeah, it went honestly pretty well. I'm not too much of a runner myself. I mostly do like mountain biking, so I was going to be a little bit worried about that. But I was kind of pushing myself since Craig Law was right next to me, and he was up and up the interval as we were going through the runs. And I was like, I got to keep up with him, I got to keep up. And I got to the point where I was like, okay, I think I'm comfortable right now, but you know, we have 2 more days ahead of us, so we got to make sure we're also keeping ourselves in shape. But other than that, everything else also went pretty well. I was excited for the push-ups, and that went really well.
Good.
So that was like my top exercise that I felt like I could do my best in, and honestly, the rest went pretty well as well. So.
Did you do anything special to prepare?
Yes, definitely. I'm a big believer in nutrition and just health and wellness in general. So I usually hit the gym maybe 6 days a week, and then did 5 cardio sessions on my indoor biking at home. And then I would also try sometimes to do the little bit of fitness tests that we were going to be tested on. So I do push-ups sometimes, maybe pull-ups, or I'd maybe do neck strengthening as well, just to make sure I was as ready and as in best in shape as I could be for when we would compete Monday.
That's amazing. What kind of nutrition things did you introduce into your training regimen?
Yeah, so before I got accepted to the Racing Prodigy thing, I was never really into much of electrolytes or anything that has to do with hydration, since I've always been pretty bad with that. I can always ask my swim coach, he'll always tell me that it's been my #1 weakness, but I started introducing that, making sure that I was on top throughout my gym sessions throughout the day so that I could perform on the best of my ability. And then I also kept up with my just protein intake, carbohydrates, to make sure that I was getting sufficient nutrients so that I could perform correctly.
Amazing. Okay, so you just said, are you a swimmer?
I was a swimmer, yes.
Oh, so we have that in common. Okay, I was a swimmer as well.
There you
Now
go.
my next question.
Yeah.
I think I read that you are going to be attending Virginia Tech in the fall, potentially?
Potentially, yes, that is correct. I deferred my enrollment for 1 year. I was accepted back in 2023, and I decided to pursue this year to kind of focus a lot on racing and get a job so that I could try to buy myself and then, progress.
Yeah.
Exactly. So that's what I spent the year to do, and I'm so committed. Going to be studying mechanical engineering for the next 4 years at VTech, and I'll be starting hopefully in August.
Well, this is so fun. Another little fun fact about myself. We have swimming in common,
Yes.
but we're also going to have our college in common.
There you go.
I'm a Hokie alum, so
There you go. Go Hokies.
go Hokie. You're gonna have to learn the chant. I will teach it to you off camera. I know it all though,
Oh, yeah.
but we don't need to have that.
Yeah.
But you're gonna love it. It's such a wonderful place to
Yeah.
be. But going back to here,
Yeah.
what do you think about this weather situation? Is it making you think differently about how your strategy is gonna be, or you're just gonna roll with it?
I think we're going to roll with it, see kind of just how tomorrow also progresses. I heard it was going to be probably the most wet day. It's probably going to be maybe thunderstorms, they said, so we'll have to probably pick out some lines, see which one works and what doesn't. I personally have done a wet race before on slick tires in Spec Miata, so I kind of know what the car feels like and how it is when you're kind of going off line and then finally find the grip to get it turning. So tomorrow we'll see how that goes and just try to figure out how the track's feeling and what the car likes and what doesn't like. So.
Okay, well, it sounds like you have a lot of experience under your belt,
Yes.
so we wish you luck. We're happy to have you here, and we're going to get ready to give them a little surprise, which y'all will see as well.
There you go.
So a little bit in common there in terms of alma mater for where Thomas Belleman may be going if his real racing career does not pan out. Of course, he is taking that 1 gap year to focus on his dream and chasing his passion. And very interesting that he's apparently done a Spec Miata rain race on slick tires.
Listen, Spec Miata racing is such an underrated form of racing, I personally believe. It has put on, again, touring with, of course, the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Series. Honestly, it's outshined some of our IMSA WeatherTech races. I mean, down to the wire, 3 wide, 4 wide, and then, again, the front-wheel drive, momentum-based cars that the Spec Miatas are. I think that's really going to translate over to the Radicals for him this weekend. And, again, I love the fact that, he emphasizes a backup plan. I'm going to go ahead and focus on being a race car driver right now, put all of my eggs in the basket, but I might leave one egg over here just in case. Go ahead and get that education. A lot of our drivers, of course, come from somewhat of a technical background. They're going to school for engineering, mechanical degrees, some sort of a automotive emphasis, which again, I always love when your hobby and your passion and your career can all kind of come and be conjoined.
And I am of a firm opinion that you don't need to be an engineer to be a race car driver, a sim racer, whatever it is. But in both realms, engineering process and logic helps you very much figure out how you want to progress. I look at one of my teammates who graduated from college, went to go work in the IndyCar paddock on the engine side with Chevy and Ilmore. Now he's moved over to Juncos, and all of the things that he does on sim to set up cars and whatnot, we're seeing that as well in the real world, and he's working with Augustin Canapino in the sim side of things to get a common knowledge base and language that allows them then in the real world, if both drivers have tried a car out in the sim world and know how it feels, and they can describe it in a common way, they can do the same thing when it's in the real world potentially, and my teammate doesn't have that info.
You might have
Let's
met
go
some
back
of them
down
earlier
to
at the gym, but we're just going to redo. But Mihai, actually, you know, we didn't meet Mihai.
Yeah.
Mihai, we need you to introduce yourself to everyone. Say hello.
Hello guys, I'm Mihai from Romania. I'm 24 years old and now I'm in Atlanta.
Perfect. Okay. What did you think about the fitness assessment?
It went pretty well. Like, I prepared the last few weeks for it, and I managed to beat my personal best when it came to running. So yeah, it was nice.
That's amazing. Okay, congratulations on that. How about when you came over here? Is this what you expected to see? The rain, the track?
Yeah, looking on the weather, it seemed like it's gonna rain, so I expected that. But yeah, it's nice.
It doesn't bother you, right?
Yeah, no. I don't have any experience in a racing car, so if it's dry, if it's wet, it's the same for me.
It's the same. It's still beginning.
Yeah.
Well, wonderful. Okay, great. How about you guys? Tell me about how your experience was. I haven't talked to you at the gym either, did I?
No,
right?
you got me at the gym.
I did get you at the gym. Well, we have. You know what? Though we have new viewers, so just introduce yourself again. Save us the trouble.
Hi, I'm Jordan. I'm from Ohio in the U.S. Came down here, probably again one of the most local people here. So a nice short trip, and yeah, come down with a little bit of car experience, but looking to really kind of break out.
Perfect. And then Roby, I know we got you at the gym as well, but you can go ahead and introduce yourself, and then I have a question for you.
Yeah. So I'm Robe Kurkipa from Finland, and it's been really great so far. Really looking forward to what we are going to do today. You know, I have a lot of experience in real life racing, from the wet and dry, and I think if it's wet, I will do good then. So really excited.
Good. Okay, so we've talked about the fitness assessment that you guys did this morning. We're in here in our waiting, holding pattern here. We have the media training though coming up. Are you guys familiar with media and how it all works and your role and sponsorships? How do you guys feel about that aspect of being a professional driver?
Yeah, it's something we have to do in this day and age, and since social media blew up a couple of years ago, it's a basic skill that you now have to have, but yeah. I know some things, I want to learn more, so yeah.
What's one thing that you guys are hoping to gain from the media side of learning here?
Really just picking up the skill in general. Most of the experience I have with any kind of media is just kind of interviews, kind of back and forth, but you don't have much experience with sponsorships, how to kind of lead in on cues, if someone's interested or not, or just even how to build that relationship further than that first. I mean, a lot of us obviously need to learn that skill, and that's very, very important for us to have, not just with the Racing Prodigy, but in the future. So I definitely look forward to kind of how relationship a little more.
Amazing. Do you guys have big social media following?
Unfortunately, some signal issues preventing us from hearing the end of that conversation with Jordan Johnson and the rest of the drivers that were sat around there and waiting. But it was almost like he put his glasses on. Clark Kent, he was his disguise. He became incognito instantly.
And I love it. It caught Juliana off guard. She's like, I don't know that we've talked to you. And I'm like, no, he just put his glasses back on. But it's okay. Listen, I've been there. I've done that. These drivers are a little cleaned up after their physical fitness. A couple of them little sweaty and got to clean themselves up and, again, put those glasses back on, those hats. And that's the fun thing, too, is, of course, while, yes, we're familiar with these drivers, we have our own what we're calling driver cheat sheets, right? They've got headshots here, and it's been easier to see them. But I think we've got it all fixed down there trackside with Juliana, so we're going to check back in with her.
We are, you know.
Yeah, right. Well, hopefully maybe over, you know, I mean, even right now, do y'all have your phones? You could be doing some social media posts, practicing together. And it's always easier to do it with a group versus just by yourself. I've always found that to be, like, even just this. It's more comfortable, it's laid back, you know, you can just kind of bounce off each other. So y'all will be learning a lot, but we're going to hopefully get this ball rolling and get you guys your surprise like the other 10 have already had. But aside from that, we're going to keep on going over to here on this side. I don't know if we can get all 4 of you in one shot, but how about we just go through the line, y'all introduce yourselves again. Oh, thank you guys so much. We all love that. We can just start over here. Y'all can introduce yourselves to the camera because we do have new viewers who have tuned in later, so go ahead.
Yeah, I'm Eduardo. I'm 17 and I come from Italy, Milan. I have some backgrounds in racing in go-karts, but really it's going to be my first time in an actual car, so I'm really excited and cannot wait.
Perfect.
Hi, I'm Craig. I'm 45 years old from Derby in the UK. I've not been out on track in 15 years, so I've got a lot to live up to, a lot to prove, but I'm excited to get out there. So let's get out there.
And I am Kamil Pawlowski from Poland. I'm 26. And I am doing sim racing professionally as a full-time job for about 4 years already, currently for ATP Racing and previously for Scuderia Ferrari esports team. Had also a bit of motorsport background with a bit of experiences here and there on tracks, so looking forward to enjoy and do my best here in every competition that awaits us.
Hello, I'm Nikodem Wiśniewski, I'm 29. I'm the esports driver for G2 Esports, so I'm the pro sim racer for like already 6 or 7 years. I was driving for Williams Esports as well for the past 5 years, so I have the good experience in the sim racing. On the real track, I did some real racing seasons in the MX5 Cup and in the Mini Cooper S Cup in Poland, but I had like a 1-year break now, so it's good to be back on the racing track.
Okay, so you guys are very familiar with the fitness assessment, obviously with racing, sim racing. I'm curious, another large part obviously is the media portion, but it's sponsorships. What makes you guys think and feel that you have what it takes to be sponsored by a reputable company? Anyone can answer, any and all.
I don't know, I just feel like the passion that someone has for the sport is something big, because obviously you can put all your ability into it, but then if you're not passionate about it, if you're not like showing that you're so happy to be there, then it's not really that big of a deal for a sponsor. That's what I think, but yeah, so I think that's obviously the most important part.
When they look at athletes to be with?
I think they're looking for a whole picture in terms of how everyone gets into every competition. So of course someone will be better here, someone will be better there, but I think everyone should give 100% in every competition as best as everyone can and be themselves. So show the expressions, show the emotions, how they react, how they respond to failures and success, and what to say more.
Perfect. It's kind of like they look for the total package, right?
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay, well, thank you guys so much. I think it is almost time for our big reveal. So let me double check that. And y'all, we are ready to go. If you guys can just go ahead and stand up.
Are you able to check those? Yeah.
We'll be right back up to y'all.
Thank you so much, Juliana. Again, the big reveal, those drivers getting their driver suits. We saw them. They already had their team shirts on, blue and orange. And again, I'm going to call it a weather delay. We're a little bit of a weather delay, putting our schedule a little bit in flux at the moment. There you can see our autocross track patiently awaiting their first victims. Who's going to get out there in those BMWs first, and who's going to make it through the track course and post the best time. So, again, great hearing from a lot of our drivers. Juliana, getting to know them from not only the fitness assessment earlier on this morning, but also getting to know them here in our media center on track. If you're just joining us, we are here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, a beautiful facility to host Prodigy Week Part 2. 20 drivers joining us, 10 different countries, ages from 15 to 45, a lot of different experience across a lot of different, sims, a lot of different consoles, however you want to put it, and a lot of different experience ranges here. So looking forward to getting our first on-track experience for our drivers. I know they are as well, but we're going to get them suited up and get them good to go. Again, right now our schedule somewhat in flux. We'll keep you guys updated here if you're joining us on the YouTube stream as much as we can. A lot of moving parts and pieces, both literally and metaphorically here in not only the world of streaming, but of course in these types of events, making sure our drivers put their best foot forward, improving themselves, because again, at the end of the week, it is an overall scorecard. Everything from their media, their fitness, their on track here from Autocross. We'll have skid pad a little bit later, and Arjuna and I were just talking about, if you're unfamiliar with both of those terms or what those consist of, and you didn't get a chance to watch part 1, this took some explaining for me. I got the chance to go back and watch it, but of course, Autocross here, we've got our BMWs. They will go through this course, somewhat of a drifting element, but more or less just car control element through it until we do the skid pad later. Similar concept, more of a momentous circle. We'll flood the course, add that water element to it, and just see who can keep the momentum essentially rolling in a roundabout circle. So again, 2 different elements before we put them behind the wheel of the Radicals tomorrow for on-track action. So a 3-day excursion here for Prodigy Week Part 2, consisting of all different types of things that these drivers will be scored on. The one thing I would not want to be is a cone here this weekend. I say that, just kidding. I have full faith. You said at Prodigy Week 1, we only had 2 spins. No wrecks at all, just spins. That's a great standard to set.
I'm still a little concerned. Some of those cones look a little bit darker than the others because of how much
they've seen some trauma.
Yeah, so just a reminder as well, those drivers are inside the media building here at the Atlanta
Motorsports Park.
I was about to say Atlanta Motor Speedway, and I caught myself. Made that mistake in another broadcast where I said Atlanta Motorsports Park instead of Atlanta Motor Speedway, so I'm glad I've done that now in both directions. But sometimes it can be quite difficult for the signal to make its way back up here, so just keep that in mind. We're jumping down to them whenever we can. Again, let us know who you're cheering for. If you're watching on Racing Prodigy's YouTube channel, I see someone asking where Julian Klaffenbach is. You'll see him in a couple of moments' time. I have no doubt about that. Dominik Lukomski has also just cheered on his Polish counterparts. He was, of course, one of our Part 1 drivers. Nikodem Wisniewski and Kamil Pawlowski are also Polish here in this Part 2 crew. Do you want to know what Dominik Lukomski's social media handle is?
Enlighten me.
Polish Bozo.
Okay.
It's great. It's fantastic.
I'm sure that's a really fun one to call, too. Yes, yes.
The Polish Bozo across the line.
Yes. That was something that was so fun for me, again, coming from, live broadcasting, getting the opportunity to work some esports over the course of the last couple years, and there was a discussion, on if we should announce by gamer tags or, social handles in some of those situations, because, again, coming from lobbies, they have the lobbies, and they go by their gamer tags. And it never failed. We would get some of the most interesting gamer tags. And that's how they wanted to go ahead and identify. Great. That is absolutely fine. No problem from me. There was one standout for me that his gamer tag, and I think he was drafted by Stuart Haas Racing for an eNASCAR Heat Pro League deal, was Hot Garbage.
Oh, wow.
Hot Garbage. And so let me tell you, and I think he won a race. So let me tell you, Hot Garbage at the line, like you said, coming to the win. It just was one of those things where you're like, where is my announcing career taking me? But nonetheless, again, I love the creativity, and there's also the humbling moment. I don't know about you, but I finally got rid of my high school email to where when people would ask me what my high school email, they'd be like, oh, what's your email address? And I always had, it was RacingChick46.
Oh, okay.
Yep, nope. We have now upgraded to Hannah Newhouse.
Nice.
Yes, we went ahead and went with the more quote-unquote professional handle. But again, I love that. Polish Bozo. Polish Bozo. Okay.
See,
that's great. I love that.
Your high school email was a lot better than mine, which is literally the school ID they gave me, which is part of my surname and 4 random numbers.
Oh, I mean, at least you didn't forget it.
No, I'm never going to forget that, unfortunately. But I'm finally stopping trying to stop using that.
Yeah, move up in the professional email world.
Yeah, so
we'll
now
work on that.
I'm Arjuna at arjunakankiparty.com. Problem with that is a sim racer pointed out to me. Imagine the potential for typos.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. If I'm having a conversation with you right now and you said, "Hey, here's my email," I'd be like, "Excuse me, can you text that to me?
Can you give me a card?"
Can you? Yeah, business cards. Actually, business cards anymore are really cool. Again, this is something I learned in the IMSA paddock. Is people have business cards with like the technology we have on our phones.
Just tap your phone.
Oh my goodness, yes, I will never forget. I walked up into someone's. It was one of the Mercedes teams, and I said, "Hey, I need to talk to your PR representative." And she's like, "Okay, yeah, great. Let me see your phone." And I was like, "Oh yeah, what's your number?" And she tapped her phone against mine, and it popped up her contact card. Everything synced into my phone, and I was like, "This is incredible." A time that we live in. Someone asking me if I'm a Valentino Rossi fan from an early age. I'm actually not gonna lie. When I was racing a go-kart, I had a first cart, and it came with a prepackaged sticker
46.
packet, and it was 446 because you're allowed to have 3 numbers in karting. And so 446, and then you move up into stock cars. You get dialed down into 2 numbers, and so I just adapted 46. My dad was 26 from his motocross numbers of 126, and my brother, same thing, had a prepackaged Tony kart and was 366, so it became 26, 36, 46. Completely by chance. Weird deal. Kept the family numbers. It was a lot of fun.
And now you have the sets. My favorite number in the world of motorsports is 78. Best number. Lewis McClade also agrees with me. We're going to head down, though, to the track side in a few moments' time. Don't go anywhere here at the Atlanta Motorsports Park. We'll be right back.
Should we go to this meeting?
Yeah. Let me just get a snack first.
Snack? I brought a snack.
Oh, that's okay. I'm good.
Oh, no. I got this. Told you I brought a snack.
There's a better way to eat pickles on the go. Sucker Punch, the snack with a snap.
Welcome back to the Atlanta Motorsports Park. Today's coverage of Prodigy Week Part 2 is brought to you by Sucker Punch, all natural pickle juice shooters for clean hydration, pickle chip pouches perfect for those long sim racing sessions or days at the track, and the Jared Pickles with knockout flavor, the true champ of Chomp, now available in the US. Mazda Motorsports has partnered with Racing Prodigy to continue its mission of supporting race car drivers, enriching lives, and developing the next prodigies. Mazda is supporting participants by providing $2,500 in coaching vouchers for the Racing Prodigy coaching marketplace. Toyo Tires is a global brand recognized for its innovation in engineering and design, quality, performance, and excellent service. In the US, its products have been embraced by racers, enthusiasts, and everyday drivers since 1966. Aztec Wheelbases with their revolutionary quick-release system allows you to easily switch wheels with just a click. SimLab P1X Pro Sim Racing cockpits with unparalleled rigidity, functionality, and design are your perfect sim racing base. And last but not least, Advanced Sim Racing. Owned and operated by passionate sim racers, Advanced Sim Racing is the fastest-growing North American sim racing chassis manufacturer and equipment retailer. Thank you for their support in bringing this E2Real pipeline to reality. Arjuna Kankiparty alongside Hannah Newhouse here in the broadcast booth as we get closer and closer to lunch. The weather is slowly starting to dry out, but by no means are we seeing the track dry out as well. And so we're still waiting to get the word on when Autocross is going to get underway, when we're going to make our way over to the skid pad. I guess right now is that anxious time for drivers, Hannah, where they're not really sure what they're meant to be doing, what is happening next, and really what should be going through their mind.
Well, and I wonder, too, if this is a moment where some of that jet lag is potentially catching up. It's been a really early morning for all of us. Many of us here on track, on site by around 6:30 a.m., getting things up. We were on air at 7:30 a.m. Those drivers arrived at the gym at about 7:35. So their morning, like you'd mentioned, coming from the Atlanta proper area or even around the Dawsonville area, still a 20-30 minute drive minimum. Atlanta area even farther. So a very early morning for a lot of our drivers, and some of them experiencing that jet lag. We heard from a couple of them in the gym saying, okay, fortunately for me, back where I'm from, it's 5 p.m. or 6 p.m. right now as we speak. Fortunately not 3 a.m. or something along those lines. But again, we're still very early in the day. It is a 12:15 p.m. local time, so just around lunchtime here for us at Atlanta Motorsports Park. And the best thing you can do to avoid jet lag and avoid being tired is to keep moving. We are now in a holding pattern. It's a little bit of a lull. They've had the moment to sit down, hang out, get a little comfy. And sometimes that's your worst enemy. I don't know about you, but if I'm up and moving around, I'm good. I can stay moving. But the moment that I get nice and comfy in one of those media center chairs, when I start to look around for nap spots.
Yeah. So I grew up in Singapore, went to college in the US. So that's literally on the opposite side of the world in terms of time zones, like 12 hours different. So 8 a.m., 8 p.m. What I found in college, when you go back home and you don't have anything to do during the summer really, so you can stay up all night and play video games, is that you stay up all night and play video games, and your jet lag takes like 3 weeks to resolve because you never actually try. Whereas, like you say, when you're forced to go out and do stuff and stay up, which is why a lot of people say when they travel, right, they will drop their bags at the hotel and then potentially, go out and explore a little bit. That's when you tend to see people staying up a little bit more. So that's something I never thought about. And now I'm thinking about the Prodigy Racing League. When we get to the dance, effectively, right? The drivers that have to fly in from Europe, let's say they're doing it every couple of weeks. What's going to be going through their mind? But that's all for the future. That's a long way away. Let's go back in time to the end of 2023 when we came here to the Atlanta Motorsports Park to do this for the first time. Let's go look at Prodigy Week Part 1.
Well, welcome everybody. It's an exciting moment for us. Hopefully very exciting for you guys as well. Congratulations on a wonderful sim racing career for many, and now a real racing career hopefully lies ahead.
Spreading the word, just getting people to know what we're doing, to follow your stories, follow what we're doing, and believe in it, get behind this, because it's transformational. You can get a lot of people in racing who deserve to be here because of their talent.
So we're going to put you through tests over the next 3 days, on and off track.
This is a competition. As much as you like each other, as much as you guys admire each other, as much as you guys want to be buddies and friends, you are each other's competition. So that level of adrenaline and excitement and anxiety will heighten, and we look forward to experiencing that with you.
Welcome to Racing Prodigy. This is the physical assessment side of things. You all are sim racers, which physically doesn't really require much of anything. I'm sorry, but it doesn't. And you have to learn that driving a race car is hard. The forces on the neck are tough. G-forces, the reaction times are a lot different now. If you screw up now, you're in the wall. Not like being in a game where you reset things. We're going to measure your aerobic capacity. So the test that we're going to do today, we're going to run through a 12-minute run on the treadmill. You're going to run for 12 minutes as far as you can, one at a time. As soon as you finish, you sit down for 60 seconds. We'll measure your heart rate recovery. That's critical because in the race car, the heart rate's going to go high, but you want to have it set up so that you're fit enough that it drops as quickly as possible. That's one test. We'll do a reaction test. You'll measure your reaction times. We'll measure your grip strength test with a dead hang where you're hanging from a bar. Neck strength also, and then we'll do an upper body push-up test. Those are the 5 tests.
Reporter's always on. Like the moment they start talking to you and the second they have that interview, you have to be interviewed if you're in person. They're still on, they're still watching. Tell me how you got in sim racing. You got to figure out in that 30 to 45 seconds, how do I tell that really cool story about how I got into sim racing? The most important rule, if you ever leave here today, nothing is ever off the record.
on the sim, you know what, the sim can be pretty slick, but once again, you don't have that feel. So it's all about, you just see the rotation happening on the sim, but you don't feel it. It's another thing when basically you have another sensory part of your body having to sense something. That's what sends the fear factor through you, right? And they're like, you see it on the sim, it's one thing, but now you're seeing it and now your brain's like, holy crap, I don't only see it now, I actually feel it. Like, what's this going on? Why is everything getting super, slick? And then all of a sudden now your brain is having to do two things at once versus one thing. So that's what they're going to have to get used to right here. And this is a great place to teach it in a safe environment.
Fear makes you look at what you're afraid of. This is the way our genetics are built. In driving, that's the worst thing you can do. Skid pad helps teach you not to look at what you're afraid of, but to keep looking where you want to go, which is actually pretty good advice for life.
This is going to be your second on-track experience. You've already done the skid pad, and now you're actually about to jump into karts. So we're going to take you to the way, way back, right, where some of you may have possibly gone, maybe some of you have never karted before, maybe done rail karts, you name it, whatever. Today is about competition, right? We're about to jump into our first real competition of the day on track. So we're going to be jumping in these cars. We're going to be competing in multiple teams. We're going to have 4 teams going, so it should be a pretty good time. Right here behind me are your driver's suits. You got your helmets right above, and then right behind you, you have your amazing gloves. So let's get to it.
And our prodigies are out there. It's the final bit of day one activities, and we have split them up into 4 different teams with 4 different coaches as well. And now we will see how they all get on. The coaches are actually going to be out there as well with their drivers, so it'll be a great opportunity for them in this wheel-to-wheel environment to understand what they want to focus on in the next couple of days. This karting track is also Herman Tilke designed, and it does bear a lot of similarities in a lot of ways to the main track itself. Of course, the elevation change and the way the corners kind of rise and fall, but those rises and falls, those crests and valleys, that's what really requires the drivers to adapt around to the situation that they are dealing with. So as we're ready to go for the final kart event of day one of Prodigy Week, it is with Team Kenton Cook on the outside, Marco Paich, Lorenz Herzing, and Nathan Saxon, the 3 prodigies in that team. We've got Randy Popes on the left-hand side and his team of Andrea Leonardi, Lauren Bertin, and Ciro Zambra. As we come toward the opening corner to get the green flag out for the final of day one of Prodigy Week.
What a run by Kenton Cook.
And that's now 2 places in 1 lap, but loses some momentum back up the hill to the line, and it's going to mean that Saxon has to get off the loud pedal for just a second. It is still quite close in terms of points, though, as the flag is going to fly. It's going to be Kenton Cook that wins in our final activities of day one of Prodigy Week. And with Nathan Saxon, Randy Popes, and Marco Paich, Ciro Zambra, Lorenz Herzing, and Andrea Leonardi behind, it should be a victory going the way of Team Kenton Cook, led, of course, by sterling display of speed in the closing stages.
Good morning. Everybody slept well? Recovered from the assessment? So we're going to go over your results today, and I want to talk a little bit about what all this means. I just want to kind of preface all this with being aware that racing is a dangerous sport. My first experience in racing that was really traumatic was Max was there in 1999. We lost Greg Moore, and I was first time I ever experienced death at a racetrack. And then my best friend Tony Rena lost his life in 2003 at IMS. It happens. Dangerous sport. This isn't like every sport where you can rest for a point or sit down on the bench or just relax. This is a life and death sport. Physical preparation is critical. Reduces your risk of injury, recover faster, it might save your life. So all these areas that we tested today aren't just because we want to see who's the fittest person out here. A lot of these things are habits that you should take on for the rest of your career. Drivers should be great at anything outside of the car. They should be really good at all sorts of activities. That's my advice to you. Everyone has some work to do here, so I think based on these reports, you kind of know where you need to target.
I am surprised at how well everybody did, because these are sim drivers, and sim drivers don't have any G-forces to deal with. You're pushing the brake pedal, the steering, and so, I mean, I'm impressed with where you guys are. Racing Prodigy is starting today with a track walk. We're looking at Atlanta Motorsports Park, and we're just going to stand on each corner. We're going to drive there and talk about how to do the corner. And it's going to be a combination of the fundamentals of driving cars tied into this racetrack.
Why low speed corner are very important is because you stay in the corner for a long time. Usually, when I started, I focused on high speed. I wanted to be great. But you are in a corner for such a short amount of time that you cannot make enough of the depthless. While if you're in the corner, in the low speed corner, you might be 5 seconds into the corner, the duration. In a high speed corner, maybe a second. What you can gain or lose in a place like this is a lot more. So I would start focusing. If this is the slowest part of the track, that would be my number one focus to start.
Coach, talk to me and let the viewers on YouTube stream around the world know what we're preparing for and what's getting ready to happen.
Yeah, so the drivers are finally going to go out on the racetrack for the first time this week in the SR1s, and we're going to prepare them for how the rest of the event will go, right? So these cars record data, they record video, and when the driver comes in, we're able to pull that from the car, put it into a computer, and go over their session lap by lap, corner by corner. How hard did he brake? When did you go to throttle? Where'd you turn? Right, we can start to kind of pick apart a lap and give them the best way to do it and the most efficient way and the fastest way to go about it.
State of mind is everything. I've done like 18 and a half hours of a 24-hour race, right? And the NASCAR race is, 4 hours. But the first time you get in and do one, I remember the first time I did an oval race, I felt like E.T. in the river after. And it was just because I wasn't comfortable. And you're hanging on tight, you're just using all this energy. But when you feel relaxed and let it flow, you're not using the energy. And you get to drive forever.
The promise that several of these drivers have, really all of them, because they're all standouts in the virtual world in what they do. The promise that all of them have is extensive. Some will, like every other driver you see come into motorsports, some will leap up to the performance levels very quickly. They just seem to have a natural ability. Others have to study it and work, but they get to the same level. It just takes them a little bit longer. So I expect big things out of all 12 participants. So you guys now know this is how it looks, Now your brain knows how it feels, right? Let it settle in. Think about it. It's like if you press record. Your brain recorded everything you did. You just need to give yourself some time for it to process. If you would just go up now, you would be 30% better just because you just did it. So you know what to expect.
A little bit more of a special day today. We've been building up to more of a pressure situation. So you guys have done the autocross, you've done the car racing, which was a lot of fun. You've done your physical fitness assessment, your media training, you've done your sit-down interviews, you've been on track, you've done onboard video review, you've done data review. Well, we've got a more of a challenging day today that we've got to manage because of a cold front that's come in. It doesn't normally get down to 0 degrees Celsius or 32 or so Fahrenheit, but it has now. That puts some challenges on the race cars and some restrictions on us.
Prodigy has done such a great job getting these cars so close. It's not often you guys get your own tires. The cars are all within 1 or 2 tenths of each other, very, very close. So it's a great opportunity as far as that goes. So with the rest of it, we're gonna wait for the temperature to come up, and then I think we're gonna go look at the car, and we'll talk about elements of the car, help you guys better understand how to tackle the cold temperatures.
We've been talking a lot about how to get the heat to the tire, but the reason that you're doing the accelerating and the braking, it is one, obviously to build temperature in a straight line, it's safer. What you're doing with the braking side is you're building that temperature from within the wheel. That the braking is creating heat. That heat is being put into the wheel, and that wheel is that generating that tire pressure and then that tire temperature from inside out. So you're getting a more core temperature into the tire, and that's the longer lasting stuff.
Really the last chance qualifying and then the tournament bracket for this afternoon. We're going to determine who the bottom 8 are based on timing and scoring. Those bottom 8, we're going to organize LCQs, last chance qualifying, starting around 1 o'clock Eastern. Then what we're going to do, we're going to save 2 of you. 1 of you will be saved by the fans. Then the judges are going to save a driver as well. They will compete in the tournament bracket later this afternoon.
Honestly, I think today's a little better. I think you sleep on it, and it's like anything, you train in a way that you get used to those conditions.
You push the tires a lot and you do a lot of oversteer, you have no tires at the end. So here you need a lot the right tires because you have some long corners to the left. So yeah, I'm saving a bit of my tires at the end.
Yeah, I don't know how we ended up. I think it was pretty good. Lap felt good. So yeah, I think it should be good. I don't know if we're locked in or not. We'll see.
Good. Obviously, we couldn't go full pace, but I actually got a pretty good feeling for the brake, better than yesterday. I don't know if that's due to not running full pace.
It is too cold, so the engine keeps getting colder. The tires or the air's flowing over the tires, making those also get cold.
Lorenz Herzing is just coming out of turn number 4. We're going to watch through turn 6 how aggressive he's going to be.
First lap into turn 6, great run right down on the apex, picks up the throttle on the way off. No slide there, so a little bit of caution. That's not a bad thing at all. He's just making sure right now he's got the grip. He's already gotten a feel up in turn 3 and 4 through the first carousel, whether he's got grip or not.
Job's not done. We still got 2 more guys to beat, and they're going to be some good competitions.
It's just 18.137 seconds, so it's a little bit smaller. They will have maybe a bit more visibility into one another. Ariel out of turn 6, though, maybe not as loose as maybe we would hope. We'll see what that represents in the time.
You saw me like
yes.
Every lap, oh my god,
yes, and I thought the same thing. You know, I thought I was just a little bit faster, but in the end,
when I stopped the car, I feel, oh my god, I lose that one because I also like in the same position, so it's difficult to judge.
Yeah, exactly.
That was quite wide from Nathan Saxon out of turn number 6. Let's watch Garrett Lowe funnel his way through here as well. That looked a bit tentative, to be honest.
It did. It was a little bit reserved. I expected to see a little bit more aggression that first lap out. And like you said, for Nathan Saxon, a little bit wide. So what are we going to get here from these drivers the first lap by? It's 24/7.
Where is he finding this time? We've seen no one in these knockouts be able to find that sort of speed. And I tell you what, Nathan Saxon has been slowly and methodically building up. He hasn't been the fastest just yet, but he's showing us that right now.
Both very methodical approaches. They're just in very different industries. The idea, though, to me, how Lorenz won his Prodigy pass to get here, Gustavo sitting at the wheel of a sim rig, racing like mad, and Lorenz probably in the break room at the airport with his iPhone, right?
Playing street kart racing on his iPhone. Is ready to greet Gustavo aerially at the line. I'll just remind you, in the qualifying session this morning, he did a 1:24.819, so he's very much been able to bring himself back up to that speed, and as he brings himself to the line, he beats that time, a 24.714. Drivers just can't help themselves.
Sure, my 4th lap was almost back on pace. I think the 5th lap would be on pace and the 6th would maybe be better, but like, anyway, it's 4 laps. It's the same for everyone. he got a little practice session ahead, but nevertheless, like I said, he deserves it.
Yeah, the first heat race with David, I didn't warm up my tires so well, and I struggled a bit on the first lap, so it was a tricky race with him. And now I managed to warm up my tires a bit.
Drivers are going to make their way into the cars. Gustavo did also point out something that you and I had talked about, I think, today, in that the way that the track has changed with the conditions, nothing like what he's experienced on the sim before. That was a comment that he made.
Nathan Saxon that is in the lead car, Gustavo Ariel in the second, and all day long the leader has had an advantage. I have no idea why. Let's see if it plays out on this one.
And both of these drivers have led their respective matchups. The margin, 9.703 seconds to be very, very precise. Gustavo Ariel launches it down through the opening corner as he tries to hunt down Saxon, who's up through turn 3, and we're just watching him take that wide arc from the top of the hill. That nice. Very tidy.
Very nice. Car really underneath him through there, down into turn 6. I need like lizard eyes out both sides of my head and trying to watch him. Oh, big slide.
That is going to be at least 0.3 of a second lost there. We'll watch Gustavo Ariel in through turn 6 as well from the broadcast booth.
Oh, he's got it too.
There is a little bit of sideways slip going on.
Both of those drivers pushing harder on the first lap. He's got to answer right now. You know, you look at the gap that Gustavo Ariel was able to close. Like I said, he's not going to get it all at one time, but he's got to get it in chunks. He needs some here.
24.9.
Nice. That was the way to answer. All right, so what is Gustavo Ariel going to have? Both of those drivers putting in really, really strong performances.
The margin at the end, 8.724 seconds. So the winner of this final knockout matchup, it's Gustavo Ariel, the Brazilian.
And welcome back into the Atlanta Motorsports Park here for Prodigy Week Part 2 as lunch comes to a close. Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Hannah Newhouse. And Hannah, we've finished up an interesting morning. Drivers have just wrapped up their autocross as well. And so now just one more thing left today, the skid pad. And I think the drivers are getting a quick bite to eat as well.
Yeah, they're making sure, of course, they get their stomachs full. Like you'd mentioned, been a long morning between their physical fitness assessment. If you're just joining us here on the YouTube stream, of course, welcome, and welcome here to Atlanta Motorsports Park. It's been a beautiful facility to host this event, and of course we're here for the next 2 days as well, so we're allowing those drivers to grab a quick bite to eat. Again, we've had inclement weather throughout the morning, rain, which kind of put our schedule in a little bit of influx. Of course, initially we kind of hoped to bring you some coverage from the Autocross, but as you have in live event and live streaming, a little bit of a change in the schedule there. So letting those drivers get a quick bite, we will of course catch up with them following their lunch, discuss with them their experience, of course, driving those BMWs on that scheduled course. Their times, of course, those right now are being digested, broken down, and hopefully we'll have a little bit more insight on who ranked where and who had, you know, the most consistent, the fastest time, and how that all goes. So, again, skid pad, though, coming next here on the roster after these drivers finish up their lunch, and I'm really excited for that. For those that maybe don't know, when we talk about skid pad, kind of explain to us what skid pad is.
Skidding. It's kind of in the name, isn't it? Trying to keep control of the car as it tries to break loose from underneath you. And, you know, we let the driver stay out there for 2 or 3 minutes at a time. The skid pad itself has got a 7.5% slope, and we run water down it, or computer controlled, and tell them, go and figure out how you control your car in the long period and hold it for as long a slide as possible. We're seeing just a couple of drivers running around the autocross facility. One thing that we had the chance to do, though, in our break, Hannah, was go off and chat with some of the people around the paddock. Not necessarily just drivers, some of the partners, coaches, etc., as well. I had a great conversation with Cindy, obviously representing Winmer. I also had a chat with Kenton Cook. It was great to get their experience and thoughts about how day one's gone so far. The main thing, though, kind of relates to what you had said. Cindy was saying that this is such a wonderful facility. Not many people are aware of this, right? It's only been open for about 10 years or so, slowly been built up as well. And, you know, we talked about the pool and everything that it's got around it, condos. There's so much more than just the track here, but we're looking forward to getting the drivers out on there eventually.
And, of course, it's tucked in a beautiful part of Georgia as well. We're staying in Big Canoe, which is just right up the road, about 15, 20 minutes. In a beautiful part of the area. I mean, I feel like I'm driving through a national park when I go to and from the Airbnb, and that's how this racetrack is situated as well. You're driving through the forest, in and out of, you know, little valleys, and then all of a sudden, it's turn left, you're at Atlanta Motorsports Park. So the facility as a whole, everything from the track surface, the parking, all of the amenities. You know, I have worked in all different facets of motorsports, all the way from, you know, karting to dirt track racing, all the way up to other levels of, you know, NASCAR and IMSA, and I always joke that I rate my racetracks by their bathrooms.
Oh, yes.
Yes, because let me tell you, there's some that we go to that running water is just not even a thing. This facility is top notch. Listen, if you got a full mirror and like lit mirrors for me, I mean, you've won me over right then and there. But nonetheless, again, a beautiful facility, and hearing that echoed throughout all of the folks that joined us at lunch, you know, continually saying, this event, and that's what this is. This is an event for not only our drivers, their families, you know, the coaches, but there are so many people that have the aspirations of being involved with this initiative and this plan that have been able to join us here this week for week 2 of Prodigy Week, and it really is an event. I mean, the food was delicious. We had great food catered for lunch. You'd mentioned it, a whole event after we wrap up our on-track stuff, roughly around 5 p.m. Eastern time. Of course, we still have that skid pad like we'd mentioned, but we've got, you know, live music scheduled to be here. Dinner will be served. Get the opportunity to really hang out with our drivers. So far, Arjuna, you and I don't even think we've had face-to-face with our drivers because they've been kept busy. We've been kept busy up here, so I'm looking forward to joining Juliana, who, of course, has been part of our broadcasting crew so far today. Covered the physical fitness test earlier this morning. She talked with them right before they went into their media training and, of course, in their driver briefing. But I'm looking forward to joining Juliana Trackside here a little bit later to talk to and get to know some of these drivers and essentially, you know, debrief after our skid pad.
Totally not jealous of Juliana as well for getting that chance to actually talk to the drivers and understand a bit more. I see David Cook standing with J. Christopher Hamilton, part of our Racing Prodigy team there on the bottom right with the docuseries crew and the boom microphone following them around as well, as I think we're getting ready to tidy up the autocross area and move everything and everyone over to the skid pad. If you're watching along, by the way, on our YouTube channel, do come and say hello. Let us know who you're cheering for, where you're watching from. I saw a couple of comments that were made while we were off eating by ourselves, and a couple of comments from the likes of Gustavo Ariel said the last time he was in a real race car was here at Prodigy Week Part 1 when he won the Prodigy Chase competition. So looking forward to probably figuring out what the rest of the drivers are going to be doing when we get out to the skid pad in a few moments' time. One thing that is different this year, and we've kind of touched on it a few times, is the fact that we're not karting this year. We did a bit of karting at the end of day one last year. And I saw some of the Part 1 drivers quite disappointed. And I don't blame them. They had a ball. They had a blast doing it. Not to say that it was necessarily, I think, the most useful to judge, right? Because race or karting as well, right? You're very much
subject to circumstance.
Exactly.
Yes.
Best way to say it. And so we had some drivers that thought, maybe they were a bit heavier, natural ballast that they had to account for. Well, that's a BMW being sent.
We already had a cone. You just missed the cone go for a ride itself. I think at this point, all of our friends here at Atlanta Motorsports Park are just having fun. And you know what? That looks fun. I'm not going to lie. I commend them for having fun.
Oh, your tire's tough enough to take the abuse as well. That was a bit of a drift as he got onto the power. And then, again, you got to come to a complete stop in that box for the time to be valid, and just about slows it down. I think what's happening here is a couple of drivers clearly want to go out and have a couple more runs on the autocross track. Don't blame them. I think what's also happening here is some of our VIPs are getting driven around autocross, and something that's going to happen for them in the Radicals in a little bit of time is we're actually going to have some of our VIPs get to experience the Radical SR3, which they'll be in the passenger seat of with someone driving them. Some of them may get the chance to jump into a Radical SR1 though, which would be really interesting for them to experience what the drivers are going to, especially if our VIPs have never been in a race car before.
I was going to say, if they don't come from actual racing experience themselves, they're going to get firsthand experience of what, like you'd mentioned, our drivers are going through. I love it. Look at what a good time.
Surely there's like ABS and traction control turned off here because they're going deep into corners, sliding the rear end as they work their way out of them as well.
Oh, ABS would be throwing a fit right now if that was the case.
That looks like a lot of fun, though, in the Sucker Punch BMW F30. And now already we get the second one off and away.
Again, I think this is a great opportunity to just showcase, what our drivers are going through here with this course. And again, all of our drivers, like we said, getting a quick bite to eat before they head out and test their skills out on the skid pad. But again, a beautiful place situated here in the media room. We're going to check in, though, with Juliana, who's standing by.
Yeah, thank you, Hannah. I am here with Matt Basta. Matt, tell us what you just went through with the guys and girls. They're all here for their media training. Just give us the rundown.
Yeah, so we spent about 30 minutes doing something that usually takes four and a half hours. And really about just building their confidence to speaking to the media, helping them understand how to listen to questions, how to respond to questions, what not to say, what to say, learning about everything is not off the record, but just really just walking them through the interview process and just giving them, again, that confidence to being able to do an interview with a reporter.
Did you find that all of them were very receptive, or they already knew what you were saying, or was this new to a lot of them?
Well, it's interesting enough, most of them have had interviews with the media, which is a good thing. But I think there were several nods of like, oh, yeah, that's good, or oh, I know that. So it's a combination of both. But again, I think these are always things you think you know, but it's always good to be refreshed and reminded. And so an interview they'll do forward, they will never do a cold interview. We will help them prepare. We hopefully will get some anticipated questions from the reporter. We'll remind them on tips. And then after every interview, we'll give them some tips on how to improve. So it's a process. No one is perfect with media interviews. It's a learning curve every time you go into one. And so that's what hopefully will come out of this is I think, especially our second group here, I think asked a few more questions. But hopefully throughout this weekend, we'll coach, which is what I love about this event. We do a lot of coaching. So when we get to our league this fall, these guys are ready to get in front of a microphone or get in front of a camera and really tell their story.
What was the main tip you wanted to hone in on to make sure that they knew, like, this is the most important thing? If you walk away with one thing from my training today, this is it.
Yeah, I think the most important thing, and I think it's anything in life, is when you're in an interview, you really have to listen to understand. Don't anticipate an answer. Don't respond before the question is out of their mouth. But I really tell them to really listen during every interview, because a reporter may come on, they're having a tough day, or they woke up, they had their car break down, whatever's happening in their life, and they come on short and, tell me what you're about. What am I on this phone call? And you really have to listen to that and just acknowledge that they've got a job and you've got a job. And your job is to be you, tell your story, get across your talking points, and really engage that reporter no matter how distracted they are.
Yeah.
Right? You're doing your job. You've got people in your ear. But really listening to understand throughout the entire interview and really responding in a way that meets, it's a win-win for everyone.
That's wonderful. I know for me, on the other side of it, this is very important. Like you said, it is confidence. It is really listening, because I think a lot of people are just sitting there ready to say. They're ready to respond what they have already prepared in their head, and that's a lot of times it doesn't give you the true who they are and who the inside. Yeah. You get that mask up. Did you find that these guys in here and girls were able to kind of break down and kind of give you the real raw them of, this is what I need help with, this is what I am not good at?
Yeah, it began because this was such an abbreviated training session. I mean, this is just step one. And so, again, as we start to book interviews, put them in front of the media, we're going to be able to work through, I think, because it really is a one-on-one thing. I mean, I think some people are more confident than others, and we'll learn that with all these drivers as we go through this process about who wants to get on the phone and who's like, not real sure, but it's our job to prepare them, make them confident, and have fun with these interviews, right? Because think about it. I mean, they're pursuing their dreams. Right. They're pursuing their passions. What an easy conversation to have. Yes. To talk about, I'm giving an opportunity to go do something I've always wanted to do, and I'm going to be surrounded by people who are going to build my success.
Right. It's huge.
Like, how great is that? So that's hopefully we're going to help everybody on this, all these drivers come through, is work through it, just get better and better every time you go out and, again, have that confidence to be able to speak to a reporter.
Do you find that you need to prepare them differently for face interviews versus phone?
Absolutely. Yeah, okay. and really every interview you should treat as if you're on camera. Okay. And we always tell people that, how do you sit in the chair, sitting up, body language, using your hand, don't use your hands up here. Yes. Use them down here. Because I'm Italian, I talk with my hands, right? I gotta have this going on. And so we think every interview is, no matter if it's print or broadcast, you treat it, you dress for success, you smile, you engage. It doesn't matter if I'm on the phone. Even if I'm on the phone and I'm having an interview, I am dressed, I am in a quiet place, and I am ready to have a conversation with a reporter, and that's what we try and do every time.
That's wonderful. Well, I know that you did a great job, but I do actually have another question for you. Within your company, what kind of other athletes do you work with?
So DKC, we are a marketing communications agency. We're an independent. We've been around for 30 plus years. Our sports team is pretty dynamic. We work with everyone from the NFL to Major League Soccer. We do some F1 work. On the athlete side, we work with everyone from Kevin Durant and his Certified Ventures. We're currently working with Giannis and Jay Will on their new Improbable Media company. But we really are fortunate to have a really great, diverse group of clients. And outside of sports, we work in entertainment, we work in tech. But all of our clients really turn to us for just great storytelling, really creative storytelling. And I think that's what we've been trying to bring to Racing Prodigy now for over a year, of really differentiating ourselves in a very busy motorsports category and truly trying to build this up from the ground up. So,
have you guys noticed any difference between the round 1 group versus this round 2 group?
It's hard to tell because I'm only in day 1.
Fair, that's
you
fair.
know.
Yes.
But
I'll ask you on day 3.
No, but I mean, even just at the end of day 1, I mean, to see 12 drivers last fall from 9 countries,
right,
instantly bond and find this common passion, and I kind of seeing it just in the few hours I've seen them together. But I think you're going to see that again. You're going to see this group. They're going to be super supportive of each other, which we had last fall. Everybody just wants to be successful, and everybody wants to get better, and they want to just race. So I think we're going to see that through the whole weekend.
Well, they are definitely among the best. You even just speaking with you now, I can tell he's very good at what he does. He has this calm sense about you. It's lovely. I know they're going to learn so much from you, and that we're so happy to have you here. They're grateful. I'm grateful. So.
Well, I'll end with one more thing.
Yes.
I mean, think about this. These are 32 drivers who came from 100,000 sim racers.
Right.
Right. Think about the level of expertise that they had to go through to be one of 32 of 100,000 from 100 countries or plus around the world. So that alone to me speaks to the passion, the interest, the demand of people who want to race real race cars. And that's what Racing Prodigy is bringing here, is that accessibility, the ability to bring anyone who wants to race a car. We're going to help you find a way into this industry and give you that sustainable career.
Yes, they really are making dreams come true, and it's so fun to be a part of it. But again, Matt Basta here with all of our media training. He'll be working with everyone from here on out, and we're just so happy to have you here. Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, guys, we'll send it back up to the booth for a little bit.
And one of the coolest titles that you can have, Director of Esports at DKC News, if I can get my words out. Matt Basta, thank you so much for all of your help, not just for the drivers, but everything else as well.
And I loved hearing, him talk about how they prep these drivers in those situations, because as a media person that's interviewing these drivers in the paddock, on pit road, it's so interesting where he said one of the things that stuck out to me is listen to the question. Listen to what they ask you. Don't have something predetermined in your head what they're going to say and how you're going to respond to it. Listen to the question. And that's something that I always tell drivers too. And I'm like, an interview is a conversation. Truly, the best interviews that we have is where you and I are conversing. I'm asking you a question. You're giving me context. And that's the same advice that I give to pit reporters and fellow people. Listen to the response. Listen to what they say, and then formulate your question off that. Don't have predetermined questions in your head. So again, for young drivers or those that maybe don't have as much media experience, it really is little things like that where you can almost take the anxiety and the unsurety of the interview, the media process, because there's a lot of people that simply don't like public speaking. They don't like to have a camera in their face. I get it. It's very daunting. But when you approach those opportunities conversationally while also sticking to the key points, we were watching and they'd mentioned, I'd seen it as media training was going on. He was even coaching them as simple as posture. You're going to have media availability. You don't have to look like you got a stick taped to your back, but at the same time, don't be slouched back in your chair. Don't be, hanging out. At the end of the day, you're representing manufacturers, you're representing teams, you're representing sponsors, and you are a spokesperson for this. And this is one of the unique sports where, in a way, you are truly a liaison and a traveling billboard for these people that are investing their money with you. You know what I mean? Like, yes, there's endorsement deals in other different kinds of sports, but in many situations, okay, someone can be endorsed by that in football or basketball or baseball, but they're not necessarily showing that on the platform in their immediate discipline of their sport. In motorsports, you're literally wearing the marketing aspect of it. So there's so much that goes into it, and making sure that these people, these companies that are investing their time and money are properly represented, and a lot of that comes in media training. So excited to talk to those drivers once again. Again, they're getting a bite to eat, but excited to hear how their media training went and how their autocross went.
And I was complaining a little bit earlier today about how Brandon Hawkin has not engaged with me. I've tried to get information from him. Does not want to send me a Discord message back. However, I saw him at the gym. Boy, does he look like the nicest person that you'd ever meet. So enthusiastic, bubbly, and very Canadian.
And it was. We both listened and we said, oh my gosh, you can definitely tell he's from Canada. But again, there were so many people that we walked into this circumstance with really not having a full gauge for their personality. And again, this is an opportunity to showcase their personalities. And I remember Brandon showed up on the screen and I reached over and started hitting you in the arm. I was like, hold on, we have to watch this. We have to see what kind of an interaction Juliana's going to have with him. And it was so enthusiastic, so eccentric, and it put a smile on my face, because you could tell not only was he very excited to be here and take part in this, but he was excited to represent, the people that he was here representing, how he got here, and was going to try and put his best foot forward. So I'm excited to go down and find him pit side a little bit later, because, again, as an interviewer and as a pit side reporter, you tend to gravitate towards those who you enjoy interviewing. If you become an enjoyable interview for commentators, we are going to seek you out, and your sponsors and your teams and your affiliates love that. That's what they pay you for. They pay you for the TV time, the exposure, and the results.
Or
this is the other thing I was just thinking about when he said
if you give me information, even if I don't like you, but if you're willing to have a chat with
Absolutely.
me, like if we don't get along great, if you're willing to give me the stuff, because we were having a chat about certain teams where, you know, they come over to the US and maybe aren't that comfortable in English, and so you struggle to get information from them, that becomes very difficult as well to tell their story. So, you know, at the end of the day, we do our research, we try at least.
Yes.
But we want the drivers to open up to us as well.
And things are so very reactionary too, you know, you have the tendency when you don't get that information, and even if that's, you know, we're not asking you for your speed secrets, but there are things that take place trackside and at the races where I just know that those are teams that are not going to disclose that information to me, and I usually try to not do a follow-up, or I will hesitate walking over there because I know that they are a little bit more begrudgingly involved in the media aspect of things, where again, you have that group that you seek out that you know will give you good quality information, good interviews, like you mentioned, storytelling, and even at track stuff. When something happens, you know, there honestly a lot of my Mercedes drivers in the world, or in the IMSA WeatherTech, and a lot of my BMW drivers as well have been great about going over there. You know, I've worked very closely with the Lexus folks over at Vassar Sullivan as well. I can go in there and ask just about any of those guys anything, and they're like, yes, how can I make your job easier? I'm like, okay, I'm making your job easier by making my job easier. Like, I'm going to have a camera crew over here, which is, again, great exposure. So, again, we can't echo the sentiment enough that what Racing Prodigy is doing here with this event is creating the full package of a driver, giving them the opportunity to get out here. And if they don't already have those skills to showcase, we're going to teach them that. We're going to show them these are the skill sets that you need to move forward. Whether that's not here with the draft or, you know, something that happens where they do get drafted this fall, it is something where they now have the guidelines of the skill set that are being sought out by these teams.
And I'm looking forward to finding out more about the teams and how they'll go through the selection process as well, right? Because all of what we're doing here, you know, each of the people that we have, you take Pitfit, Jim Leo, Trey Shannon, Millie Matthias, then the racers Physio, Dr. Ashley Whitson, Dr. Nick Molinaro from Racing Mind, Matt Basta from DKC, of course, with the media training, and then, you know, Kent Stacy working with all of the coaches to give a bit of a breakdown on specifically how the drivers compare and stack up to one another. That information then has to be taken, absorbed by the teams for them to find the right fit for the outfits that they're trying to build, because there are going to be 4 drivers representing each of the 6 teams when we make our way into the Prodigy draft at some point this year. And so that's where it opens up the question. Do you build a team around 4 very fast drivers who maybe don't necessarily work together the best, or do you find 4 very quick drivers who maybe weren't at the very top but have shown that they're capable of being able to work together? So I think that's going to be quite fascinating, and I'm sure that some of those teams are going to end up scrolling and scrubbing through 3 days worth of Prodigy Week footage, trying to find some of those unique media clips from the drivers to say, that's the type of personality we want.
And again, it comes down to it is a draft, so you may not get that draft pick that you wanted to, which is, again, something that we can break down. But Juliana, we're keeping her busy here. Trackside, continually checking in with our VIPs, our Racing Prodigy folks, and our drivers. Juliana, who you got with you?
I asked him, I was like, how do you want me to introduce you? Do you want me to say you're a movie star?
I mean, there was kind of a movie, there was sort of a movie made about my program.
Exactly.
At least about Yan, but, you know, my story follows very closely. So, yeah, I won the GT Academy program in 2013 and went from, you know, not having driven a race car to, you know, running worldwide races in, you know, GT3 and GT4. So, you know, I've been through it. I know what it's like to, you know, be nervous on, like, this first day, seeing your fellow competitors, wanting to outdo them, doing all the prep that you can. And, yeah, it's nerve-wracking, but it's super exciting. And, you know, I just love being here, being able to see these guys go through this program and be there with them.
So have you been asked any like tricks and tips from these guys? Do they even know that they can come and ask you? How's it been with like interacting with them?
I've honestly not really interacted with any of them yet.
You're missing out.
They've been too busy. So no, I've been helping out, you know, setting some stuff up for these guys. But yeah, maybe the little pep talks in order, just to calm the nerves. But yeah, just trying to get used to everything. You know, these guys, they kind of know what to do already. They'll just have that extra feel of being in a real car and, you know, maybe a little bit of fear, but yeah, these guys will get acquainted with it really quickly and get right up to speed.
So I know your background, you've just expressed that. What's your affiliation now with Racing Prodigy?
Yeah, so now just having gone through my like sim to real experience is, you know, being an advisor for Racing Prodigy, trying to help set up the tournaments, kind of the esports side, and just some of the racing stuff, you know, and kind of being that feet on the ground, having done that before, and getting these guys, everyone up to speed and just, helping build the program.
You're kind of like the glue that holds both sides together. Have they come to you with like a lot of questions of your opinion and your experience, or have they kind of just included you?
It encompasses everything. I've touched on stuff with like the coaching marketplace, with the sim competitions, the media side of things. So, it's all facets of it. So, it's cool again to see just everything come together. And there's a ton more people now, like this second round. But it's just everything. So I've got all caps and whatever anyone needs, I'm there.
Well, that's actually, I'm sure, very helpful. I do have to ask you, when you came through your term on this route, was there anything that you thought, oh my gosh, I have to make sure this changes when this whole Racing Prodigy comes together?
For me, the support was good, but I think just better communication and really leveling with people, and it's hard. And one of the reasons we're here with Racing Prodigy is unfortunately, like with my story, I got left. Hey, we're not racing anymore. Nissan's done. We're out. And I had to go try and find sponsorship and get rides, and that's incredibly tough when, for me, I was 2-3 years into it, still quite fresh. I'm still learning, on my upward trajectory, and, and I got left hanging, unfortunately. So it's really just the support, really trying to, find the talent and, really build that up into what it can be. And I think it's awesome that we're doing it, from a point of really making sure that everyone's coming from a sim, little to no racing experience, car experience, even having driven a car on some of them, and getting them acquainted with the race car and building it, but also like having it be where, hey, talent matters here, your person matters here, and really making sure that it's not just, hey, how much money can you spend? Can you write $1 million check? That's not what we're here for. We're here to, push talent to the top, and, the cream of the crop will rise.
Well, you're exactly right, and I know that they're very lucky to have you here to reference, and hopefully they'll get some nerve up and come and ask you some questions, because clearly you have a very, very extended repertoire that you can pull from. So thank you so much for all you're doing for them. I know that they're having their lunch in the background, so maybe now I'll be like, y'all should go and talk to them, ask them some questions, but thank you so much, Matt. We really appreciate all you're doing for the sport.
Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
All right, guys. Well, we're going to get some more interviews a little bit later, but we're sending it back up to y'all.
In the booth area, that lunch we've already talked about, it was phenomenal. I had some nice chicken tacos. We had some churros, some rice pudding. So those drivers, of course, they're all probably being smart because that's what they do. And they're like, oh, I'm going to make sure I have the healthiest lunch that I possibly can. Nope, I had 2 of those churros. They were delicious. But Nick is one of those people, I'm glad Juliana was able to catch up to him today. Nick is one of those people that, while, yes, we had a lot of folks go through, and by a lot, not that many, go through week 1 of Prodigy Week. And I'm sure many of our drivers reached out to those week 1 folks. But, we don't have a lot of people that have that real life experience, and Nick is one of them. But we've continued to talk about the skid pad. And what we're seeing now is, I'm going to say, the makeshift skid pad, because we've talked about, of course, the automation, making sure this track is wet. Here is our sprinkler system set up here in the middle. It was what now is going to become our skid pad. It is in the autocross area, so those same orange cones, we've just converted our autocross arena, I guess, to a skid pad arena is what we're going to call it.
Yes, last time we used the actual skid pad that they have here, but I think the reason why we're not using that is really the main feature that has is the downslope, so you can have the water sort of fall in. We don't need that. We can, make use of the moisture that we already have, and so the rudimentary sprinkler system goes up instead, and slowly we'll put some moisture down on the ground for the drivers. Look how slowly it is as well. This might take a little bit of time.
Oh, he almost got hit by the sprinkler. I was going to say, agriculture and racing right now are doing a nice handshake.
I mean, we are in, a rural part of Georgia, so I'm sure there's some sort of expertise that we could find. The other thing about Nick that I find is quite interesting, though, he's not the only person here with GT Academy background, and that includes from our driver pool. Now I've got to make sure that I get the right Polish name out of my mouth. Nikodem Wisniewski, 2015.
You make that sound so easy.
Oh, trust me, because I said it a bunch of wrong a bunch of times in the esports tournaments that we have. But he, 2015 GT Academy finalist. So, he's couple of years after Nick went through that same sort of a program.
Mm-hmm.
He said when we had that interview with him as well that he'd done some racing last year, but it's been about a year since he's had any sort of competition. But he's also one of the best in the world of esports. And I look at, the fact that we've got him, Camille, we had Gustavo, we had Garrett, we had a couple of what I would call as the top level of sim racers, the people that compete week in and week out at what in iRacing is called the World Championship level, whatever you call top-level esports is there. Not to say that the rest of the names that we have are not impressive, right? All of them showed in the esports competitions they have speed. But now they're here to show that if you're fast in the sim racing world, it doesn't necessarily mean you're instantly going to be fast in the real world. You've got to still adapt. You've got to still challenge yourself. And so a lot of what they were telling, I think, each other probably in some of these sit-downs that they've had are things that they're learning along the way, because whatever you're learning, maybe someone else hasn't heard it. Maybe they can give you something else. And I feel like the second group of Prodigy Week drivers, because there's 20 of them rather than 12 as well, it's a bit more camaraderie right now.
I would agree. So, we watched them, of course, throughout the gym, the conversations that were being had post workouts, even at lunch there, they were all grouped up, not separated by any standards, probably sharing their experiences. And you'd mentioned, I think that's a great aspect. We've got some of the world's fastest sim racers that are here with us or have gone through this program or programs similarly. But then there's some of the racers that are here with us this weekend that, yes, obviously come from the sim background. They've either been nominated or won their way through with the Prodigy Pass, and maybe don't have as much sim experience, but it's been able to shine through when necessary. But we have a couple people that have, karting backgrounds. They've got that karting background. Could that be the upper hand versus, someone like Camille who has even more sim racing? So, again, there's so many elements at play here. I mean, I wish that we could, we have, but I wish that we could show people the notes and the stuff that has gone into researching these drivers, because, it's not like a NASCAR race or a Supercross race or an IndyCar race, really, even, where they're all just in these Indy cars and they all come from a very similar background of open wheel, Formula, F2000, Indy Pro, whatever it is, racing. We have so many different backgrounds that are coming into this and so many different experience levels that we're all putting on the same platform and really saying, okay, here's your opportunity to shine. So looks like we're setting up another sprinkler system set here. So we're going to try and work the angles here. I wonder what that job posting was. Sprinkler, skid pad sprinkler system man.
No, I think
at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
That probably ends up being under the more general application of operations, and you get told to do whatever, and you show up on a Monday and they say set up the sprinklers in the parking lot so we can do skid pad work there.
And then after that, they're going to trim the hedges on the beautiful condos that are based out here at the racetrack. Again, we love to say it's called the other duties as assigned clause in many employment contracts.
Yes, and in the world of broadcasting, and in motorsports in general, I guess, few resources, big results. That's what we try and do. We talk as well about, some of these big names, smaller names as well. I feel like it's going to be interesting that you mentioned a lot of people with karting experience. Jai Fletcher was one that his name just stuck in my mind for some reason. He's got plenty of karting background. He comes from street kart racing. He had downloaded street kart racing on his iPhone 9 days before he won his Prodigy Pass. Is that a prodigy, or how to pick up that sort of a skill set so quickly? It goes to show that learning mindset that I was kind of referring to slightly earlier. And again, 9 days to go from no experience in that platform. And I know people will say, oh, it's an iPhone game. Excuse me for saying this, but Lawrence Beerton, who was also qualified from street kart racing last year for 2023, Prodigy Week Part 1, amongst the fastest that we had. There's plenty of experience in karting that, like you say, can carry them very well over to this Radical SR1.
Yeah, again, the platforms and the opportunities that are created. At the end of the day, you have to acknowledge the natural ability for some of these drivers as well. I mean, you're going to have that hand-eye coordination. There's that instinct. And there's just some people that pick it up and have it and some people that don't. And Kyle Larson is someone that comes to mind with me in that aspect, that you can put him in just about anything right now and he is insanely quick to adapt. And that's just a natural skill set that he has a driver. I mean, he's right now, getting ready to run the double, the Indy 500 and the Coke 600 at the end of the month. Happy month of May for those who celebrate. We've continued to talk about that. And he's someone that, best month of the year. He's someone that I would, if I could make the comparison to someone that would just pick up and adapt that fast, because it's a natural ability, someone like him, but I think it's interesting. You're talking about Jai Fletcher. It's his first time in the U.S. So coming over here from the United Kingdom, from the UK, first time over here in the U.S. And of course we bring him out here to the beautiful country of the Dawsonville area, out in Atlanta Motorsports Park. So again, I will say this is a beautiful area to come and visit if this is your first excursion out here stateside. But, there's a lot of drivers that come from that wheel that wheel stationary stuff from iRacing, right? But having that karting background, something that I've always thought was so different and interesting was I was always told, and hear me out on this, is that karting sometimes created really bad habits because of the response time, because of how quick and reactionary you had to be in karts, especially like, you mentioned shifter karts and that kind of stuff, is your reaction time and how the steering is set up is so quick and so small movements. When you get into larger cars, specifically GT racing, your steering is not as reactionary and it's not as quick. And so you see a lot of karting drivers get into GT racing and they put quickeners in their steering boxes because they want that reaction time to be relative to a go-kart. At the end of the day, I don't think that's necessarily realistic. It creates bad habits. But nonetheless, the hand-eye coordination, the skill set, you learn a lot of valuable core skills that can be then taken back and relearned when you get into different disciplines of racing like GT racing. But then again, you watch in cars of F1, IndyCar, open wheel, that kind of stuff, and their steering is definitely more based like a go-kart. The wheel input is much more minimal. So again, all the different disciplines that have shown up here this weekend for Prodigy Week is weekend. It's a Monday. It feels like a Saturday. It feels like a Friday. Actually, it felt like a Monday at about 7:45 this morning. But nonetheless, we're at a racetrack on a Monday. We can't complain.
Oh, I'm not complaining. I've got 2 weeks off from work. Next week, I fly out to Indianapolis to watch the 500. What more could I ask?
Perfect.
Yeah, it's going to be great. And we're talking about adaptability. I mentioned earlier, right, that Brandon Hawken, he's kind of one of the few drivers that actually competed in the Prodigy Racing League on all of our platforms except street kart racing, as far as I'm aware. We saw him in finals on R Factor 2, on Race Room, and on iRacing. Michael Romanidis has got a somewhat similar story. Back in 2021, he raced in F1 Esports, as it was known back then. It's now been renamed to F1 Sim Racing with Williams Esports. He's now part of Coanda Esports, one of probably the biggest sim racing teams in the world. And his adaptability is also going to be something I'm going to keep an eye on, especially after his experience last year where you've heard of the E-Race of Champions, right?
Oh, yes.
Which is that extension, obviously, to the Race of Champions where, E-Racers get their chance. Lucas Blakely, of course, last year, the winner of E-Race of Champions. Didn't he beat Sebastian Vettel then, like in a wheel-to-wheel race? So it proved, the speed that we have. Michael finished third in that one in the E-Race of Champions, just missed out on being able to get the chance to drive the real car. So it's that type of adaptability, right? He's an F1 sim racing driver. So he's gone from prototype, downforce open wheel cars to then ice driving. I mean, on a different simulator, probably didn't have too much practice if we're being honest as well. That's the type of adaptability that I think is going to be very, very interesting to see. Some of these drivers actually have, experience adapting in real cars. And during lunch, I was talking to Kenton Cook, who's here as one of our coaches. He's doing a double program in IMSA this year, both in GT4 and GT3. And
He's a very busy man, yes.
And he was saying that first session for each car each weekend, it's that adjustment of, oh, that's right, the GT3 limit is that much further than the GT4. I look at Brenna Schubert and the number of different cars that she's had the opportunity to go out and try. We're talking GR Cup, Porsche Cayman, Subaru Rally cars, Formula Ford, a sprint car, all sorts of different things. How much, Hannah, as just someone who's been around the racing world in a couple of different disciplines as well, how much do you see that sort of adaptability develop? Because I look at Kyle Larson and I kind of assume you've always been good in everything you do.
I think that adaptability is huge. And another person that's out there doing it right now, who was actually part of Prodigy Week One as a coach, was Connor Zilic. He is someone that is a prime example of, and I think he said it specifically, if it's got 4 wheels and a motor, honestly 2 even, he's like, I'll drive it. We've seen him in Mazda MX-5. We've seen him in Trans Am. We've seen him in stock cars. He went out and qualified on the pole for his NASCAR truck debut. He went out in his first prototype ever race at the Rolex 24, won the Rolex 24 hours, and then turned around and backed it up and won Sebring a couple weeks later. So it's that adaptability and just having that overall understanding of any situation that you can be put on. It just fine tunes that overall skill set. But something that's so interesting too is I want to talk about a skill set away from the actual physical concept of racing. And I want to go back to Brenna Schubert here for a second. We were looking at her information and I heard her talking to Juliana during the physical fitness aspect of it. And, she comes from a relatively long background of racing for her young age. She's 24 years old. But, she started around the racing scene when she was 9. But she grew up a ballerina. Her mom was a professional ballerina. Okay, so there's some level of grace and there's some level of the hand-eye coordination and the strength. The ballerinas are very strong. I don't care what anyone says. If you ever get a chance to deep dive into that, it is incredible the physical aptitude that they have to put themselves through. at being a ballerina, and then turning around and she, raced the Yamaha pipe and went into karts and that kind of stuff. But having that athlete background is definitely a huge aspect that plays into it.
And one more thing about Brenna in particular, she is part of the Penn State Formula SAE team. Garrett Lowe, one of our Prodigy Week Part 1 drivers, does a similar sort of thing with his University of North Carolina team. He was up in Michigan actually this past weekend. That is a great way to get into motorsports, not just as a driver, but in so many different ways. Even if you're not an engineer, you may be a business major, but you want to be involved in racing, Formula SAE, go check it out. Let's go down. Actually, wait. Hannah.
Well, I was going to say, I wish more colleges would implement that. That's a huge avenue in getting people involved. And we know Juliana, she was talking with a couple of our drivers about their college stuff. We're still waiting for your alma mater song, but we'll put you on the spot for that a little bit later. No worries. We won't make you sing on camera right yet. But Juliana, you've got quite a crowd with you. I think I scared her. I told her that she was going to be able to sing. Yeah, it's okay. Well, they knew that you were going to sing, Juliana. We can see you still. Well, they knew you were going to sing, so they just said, you know what? We hired her to talk, not to sing. So we're going to cut her mic. We're going to try it again here, though, if you can hear us.
We got it.
There we go.
We got it. We got it. You must have scared my mic. But as I was saying, yeah, you don't want to hear me sing, but I am down here with 3 legends, and then we're going to let them introduce themselves and tell all of y'all who they are, how they're affiliated with this, and just start right here.
So I think, unfortunately, we're in a bit of a technical dead spot there. So as much as Juliana was going to have what was going to be a great chat with both Andrew Carbonell and Randy Popes the Rocket, I don't think we're going to get the chance to listen into them just yet.
I was going to say, that sweet spot that we found, of course, we're watching. This is what I love about where we're sitting here, Arjun, is we can sit here, we can see them. The sweet spot in which I found is kind of over by this blue tent area here. And, of course, all of our stuff, wireless, transmitted. We have to make sure that that transmitter is focused at, of course, our wireless signals. So, again, it's all about finding the sweet spot here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. So we will try it again. We can see Juliana squared up here. Check, Juliana. You got us this time around.
I think we're good.
Okay.
I mean, we're gonna try it again. We're back in order. All right, let's just try this one more time with our legends here. We're gonna start here with you, Andrew.
So hi, my name is Andrew Carbonell. I've known Randy for a few years. We raced together in 2014. We're all kind of affiliated from through Mazda, right? Josh works with Mazda. I raced for Mazda, so did Randy at the time, and that's how we all know David and what brought us all together here for this great event today at Prodigy.
So what is your role here today?
So my role is I'll be a coach for one of the teams. So today kind of just helping out across various events. But tomorrow and Wednesday it'll be my own group. Maybe against Randy's group, I'm not sure. We'll see how this goes.
A little friendly competition here. Are you guys waging anything?
No, but we just have this competitive nature that never goes away.
As you should.
Yeah.
It's in the athlete.
Racing never has any competition, right? No.
Right. Yeah.
I would say these guys would never be competitive with each other. I think you guys were teammates for how many years?
We were teammates. Yeah, he
teammates
made
are
me look
never
stupid.
competitive, right?
He made me look stupid and slow, and I owe him. So I got to get back on this Andrew guy.
Well, you maybe better change your tune, Andrew. I think you.
We'll see how this goes.
You called us legends, and to me, Andrew is a legend, because when we were teammates, I came into a team where he was already driving, and the car was so loose. I couldn't believe anybody could drive that car that sideways all the time. Andrew could do it, but he's also one of the greatest people I ever met, and he let me adjust the car a little bit so I could maybe drive it too, and we won a lot of races for Mazda. And my name is Randy Popes.
Thank you.
I've been a pro racer my whole life. I've won almost 100 pro races, and I drove for Porsche, Audi, Mazda, and believe it or not, Volvo. And I'm helping with the driving events today. We had an autocross this morning right in this parking lot, an introduction to the sim drivers to driving real cars. Now we're about to do skid pad training or slide control in the same place, just driving a circle. It's perfect fundamental driver training to help these drivers get familiar with what a real car feels like and real cornering forces. It's a pleasure to be part of Prodigy Racing again.
Amazing.
Totally amazing. I'm impressed again and again at how good a sim driver can be when they hop straight into a real car. And one of the ways I know that is in my own stupid little car, which I'm racing this weekend, one of my co-drivers is a woman named Laura Vernon. And Laura, I met her at a race. She drove very well. I invited her to drive my car, and she was great. And I said, Laura, what's your background? She says, well, I've been driving about 2 years. And I go, 2 years? What do you mean 2 years? You know things. She says, well, I did a lot of sim.
That's it.
Well, when I grew up, sim driving didn't even exist.
Right.
And then it was video games that were useless. Now I was like, forget that. Well, with Laura, I realized now sim driving is so good, the graphics and the way it works, the steering wheels, that it means something. It can make you a better driver in a real car. And so I see that in these drivers. Very impressive.
So are you taking sim racing now?
I'm the world's second or third worst sim driver. But I was just doing it last week and it was fun.
So maybe,
addictive.
right. So maybe they can come to you for tips and tricks today, but you can go to them for tips and tricks for sim racing.
Yes, that's for sure. These young drivers, well, they're not all young, but most of them, these drivers are legends in the sim world.
That's right. Legends combined, teamwork makes the dream work, right?
Wow. Write that down.
Well, thank you. That's wonderful.
Thank you, Juliana.
You're very welcome. We're going to move over here to Josh. Josh, introduce yourself to everyone. Tell us all about you.
I'm Josh Smith with Mazda Motorsports. So I know these two through proxy of Mazda, obviously. Both of them have been around with this program for many years before me. So I was a colleague of David's 5-6 years ago, all the way up to basically till he left to start racing Prodigy, which, you know, certainly has our eye for all the same reasons. You know, we're seeing talent. We're seeing talent come from all kinds of new areas we didn't have before. So as they go ripping by, right? So this is certainly on our radar for exactly the same reasons these guys. We're looking to see where talent shines through, and our programs are kind of very in lockstep with everything.
Same talent from round one that you have today with round two.
Yeah, so we definitely got our eyes on a couple people, and it's truly impressive. You know, the skill set transfers very well. You know, we see skill set transfer from karts have a little bit of a learning curve. The skill set seems to transfer from the sim a lot more naturally.
Right.
You know, it comes quick. It's really what we're seeing. So.
All right, so what are we looking for over here on the skid pad? I see they keep watering it. Just going to keep doing that all day. Tell us a little bit about what we're about to see in a little bit.
Skid pad is the best way to learn the fundamentals of driving. And one of those is your primary job as a driver is weight management. You want to put weight on the tires that need more grip. And you can demonstrate that just by rubbing your hand lightly or pushing down. You notice it sticks a lot better when you push down. So on the skid pad, the first thing we do is drive around in a circle. And we're only going 30 miles an hour. It's perfectly safe, but the rules are the same at 130 miles an hour. And we go a little bit of power. I take a hold of the wheel, add a little bit of power, which transfers weight back. The car doesn't steer as well, and it gets wider and wider in the circle. And then I have them let off. I'm holding the wheel. Wheel doesn't change. I have them let off the power. Weight transfers forward, and the car comes in. Nothing but weight transfer. Guess what? The pedals, the brake and the gas, they have more to do with where you're going than the steering wheel does, because the pedals put weight on the steering tires or take them off. Then it gets to be a lot more fun. We create a big slide. I'll probably pull the handbrake, and then they've got to steer and catch it. And if they catch it and stop the slide, they've got to immediately straighten the wheel back out again.
So you're during this whole thing.
I'm going to be in the car with them because I'm a true believer in the value of skid pad training.
And I know it's very important that they have you by their side in the car with them to make them feel comfortable. But I did want to ask you one question about the weights. They're in different cars versus the weight that they are. That's correct, yes. So
well,
how is that making a difference on the skid pad?
They're in the rules of weight management apply to all cars.
Yes.
And motorcycles too, by the way.
Because we did weigh them at the earlier this morning. So
Oh, really?
Yes, we did.
Yeah.
Yep, because they wanted to make sure they were in the right size car for their weights.
Well, I've always been really good at weight management.
That's figure. He's still an athlete. He's still an athlete. Thank you so much, Randy. I really appreciate all your insight, and we look forward to seeing you out there with the guys and
Thank
girls.
you, Julia.
Very welcome. All right, we're going to move it right over here. Please tell everyone who you are, introduce yourself. We got some viewers here.
problem.
We're going to scoot this way just a little bit before you get started.
Yep. Hey, well, my name is Kenton Cook, and have been a part of Racing Prodigy for the first week as well. And it's nice to see a bunch of new faces and to see the growth that has come for this weekend. And it's kind of cool to see, now 20 guys here taking the opportunity to be able to go to the track, from sim to the real world. It's always, a cool experience from my perspective to be able to see guys come into racing from that perspective. So last year they did really good. I don't think there's going to be an exception this year. But I guess a small background on myself. I've been racing for 21 years and got started in karting and then transitioned to cars with Skip Barber through scholarship opportunities and kind of went through Mazda's ladder system that they had. And from there, have been able to kind of sustain myself and my career through coaching and driving. And now it's kind of what I'm doing. And I'm very fortunate to be in this position now to pass on some of the knowledge to guys that haven't had quite the same level of experience, and I feel pretty good that they're going to actually do pretty shockingly well.
That's amazing because, again, this is the part that they don't know a lot about. They come from the sim, like we've talked about many times, and your knowledge is with the car, which is what it's really all about at this point in their process. So have they been coming up asking you questions? What kind of advice are you giving them today?
I think today is going to be really just intro day, getting to know everyone, and now that there's 20 folks, there's going to be a little bit more time taken to do that. We'll have our group that we're in charge of, Andrew and the rest of the coaches. We're all going to get to know the people that we're going to be working with specifically. Obviously, anyone that comes up and asks a question, we'll obviously answer. But so far, they just showed up. We just got through Autocross. We're going to do skid pad here shortly. And, at the first week in Prodigy Week, everyone was asking questions. But in day one, everyone's just drinking from a fire hose right now. So, just trying to understand what, is going to come from this event. So they're I think, know a little bit more of what's going to come because they were able to see and understand what the format's kind of going to be. But now with a little bit of moisture in the forecast, that's going to throw a whole new wrench. Not only are they going to have to get to grips with driving a car, they're going to need to figure out how to do it in the wet. So it's going to make it very interesting and cool to watch. And there's sims that do simulate rain as well. So I think now they have an even better chance of being able to apply what they've learned there to here as well. But for sure, it's going to be interesting. So
being a coach, are you also going to be in the car with your team as well when they're doing this?
Maybe not the race car. There's
on the skid pad. Yes,
on the skid pad. Yeah, yes. Randy and I are going to take turns because just doing circles may make you a little sick from the passenger side.
I'd say so.
We'll take turns doing individuals. We'll basically, whenever we finish with one person, Randy will get in with the next, and vice versa.
Yes.
And it's good to be in the passenger seat. I've been in the passenger seat many times on the skid pad before, and fortunately, it's not too bad. It's really not too bad, and especially with folks like this, they're actually not new to this type of thing. They've slid the car, they've driven it, not in real life, but some of them have driven cars, but most of them have not. But in the sim, they know how to slide a car.
Right.
So they can drive that thing good. They'll be able to get in here and figure it out pretty quickly. So being with someone that actually knows how to drive and slide, it makes it less nauseating.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Well, Kenton, I'm going to go ahead and add you to you weren't here for this part of our conversation earlier, but I'm going to add you to the Legends category as well with the rest of your coaches and the people here. So thank you so much. We are so excited to have you here, and we look forward to seeing you out there on the skid pad.
Thank you. Glad I made it.
Yeah.
Made the bar.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right,
yes. I mean, it was set high, so you did really good.
Oh, thanks. I just barely.
No, you made it. You made it.
Cool.
All right, guys, back up to you in the booth.
Great to catch up with Kenton there. And I was talking to Kenton during lunch. We were talking about Daytona earlier this year, where I ran into him during that Rolex weekend, and boy, did he have a monster of a fuel-safe final stint to try and grab onto the win. Unfortunately, did not end up in his favor. You can see there the Radical SR1 has, well, headed back down on towards the pit lane as our VIP laps continue to circle around. I think we'll see that car venture back out once more, but at least for the time being, you can see that deck there. The drivers in their racing suits, for the most part, standing there and having a chat in and amongst one another. Some of their families there as well, as we get the first car venturing out onto the skid pad. It's that white BMW F30 with the Toyo tires, the Sucker Bunch BMW, and there you go. You can see on the left side of the shot, it's basically almost dry as compared to the right side, where there's a lot more, I don't want to say standing water, but at least moisture. I mean, look how the car almost straightens out as it works back onto the dry part of the skid pad, and one by one we'll slowly send them out eventually to get a feel for all of this. Randy Popes was talking about what is he going to be looking for. Well, first you start them in just a regular straight circle. Don't do any of the sliding, just so you get a sense for what it's like with the grip. Then Randy may end up yoinking the handbrake for one of the drivers, it sounded like, which I like the idea of that. I'm not sure if the person in the left seat, in the driver's seat, would necessarily appreciate it so much, but that's neither here nor there. It's more for our entertainment than anything else, and I guess to try get a bit of a sense for what's going on. There you can see a tight line. You're not really going to be able to get the momentum to get the back end stepping out if you're nice and tight to that inside, and so slowly you'll see them open it up and get a bit more power and wait for that rear end to step out on them. As the gray BMW F30 with the Toyo tires and Sucker Punch branding brings itself back off the skid pad and in towards the hold area. Does look as though, for the most part though, the rain seems to be staying away. There's quite a bit of wind that's blowing around, but no moisture. And instead, oh, look at that. Slip and slide, and finally the rear end breaks around, but a bit too much of momentum there and can't quite hang on to it. Those Toyo tires are definitely heated up, tell you that much. Tell you that much for free probably as well. Street Kart Racing Gustavo Ariel having a bit of a chat in the YouTube as Gustavo talks about racing the iRacing Nürburgring 24 hours alongside Max Verstappen. Who will be, by the way, again, we mentioned it earlier, pulling double duty, racing in Formula One, racing on iRacing as well. Alistair Fannell asks, he's going to be 50 years young next month. Is it too late to get involved in auto racing? Alistair, the answer to that, a resounding no. Craig Tough Monkey Laws, he's 45 rather, here in one of our groups, qualified from Street Kart Racing, former karter from Derby in the UK, and you know, I look at the way that the racing industry has continued to move. Randy Popes, with almost 100 professional wins, became a Porsche factory driver at the ripe young age of 40 or so. It's never too late. Just might be a bit more hard work for you than it would be for, unfortunately, some of these young whippersnapper kids who do seem as though, as the generations go on, just get that little bit more capable of picking abilities up with a little less effort and, you know, a little bit more natural talent, if we could say so. The white BMW now back out onto the skid pad, and there is a bit of dry patch on each side of that, so just keep an eye on the radius, how tight to the inside sprinkler the drivers are going to be. We've got 3 sprinklers, one in the middle, one on the far side of the skid pad, and then one on the near side as well. But still plenty of water being thrown down onto the racing surface for our Prodigy Week participants. And, you know, if you're just joining us, have joined us in the recent moments on the live stream, I'll just give you a bit of a recap of what Racing Prodigy is all about. It's about giving the opportunities to those that may never really thought about being a race car driver, to break down the barriers, the financial barriers to entry, and to create sustainable careers in racing. It was co-founded in 2022 by David Cook and Matt Fasanacht, It's the first E2Real sports league that discovers talent through gaming and provides the real-world racing opportunities. Sim racers from across iRacing, R-Factor 2, Race Room, and Street Kart Racing have competed. More than 100,000 drivers from more than 100 countries, all as we handed out 32 Prodigy passes. 12 drivers from 9 countries came to the Atlanta Motorsports Park at the end of 2023. They got their chance to show what they could do. Now here today, the remaining 20 drivers, 10 different countries amongst them, get their chance to showcase their abilities. We had 28 broadcasted esports events across of Season 1, and do keep an eye on social media. Season 2 of the Prodigy Racing League and its esports competitions to be revealed and to be announced in due course. It does seem as though there's a little bit of commotion down in the skid pad area, out of the BMWs for a couple of the coaches, and it does seem as though we are getting ready to start putting in the drivers one by one into those cars. And those BMWs, as I mentioned, outfitted with Toyo tires, the official tire of the Mazda Spec MX-5 Real World Racing Series. And we were delighted to have Mazda's support for Racing Prodigy Season 1 Part 2 esports tournaments. And we had both Mazdas, the Spec MX-5, as well as the Global MX-5 Cup machines being used in our tournament. So that's definitely something where, you know, it's great to be able to have those Mazda machines represented, and some of these drivers do have experience in these cars. I was looking at the stats for Brandon Hawkin, won a Spec MX-5 Sim Racing Championship over Nathan Saxon in 2021. But let's see if we can catch up with some more of the drivers as we head back down to pit lane. Trying to get the technical issues resolved as Juliana's there chatting with Cindy from Wimna. Great to have her here as well. I think she's just jumped out of the car as well. Juliana, do we have a copy? I don't think we've got her just yet, unfortunately. So Juliana's hoping to have a great conversation with Cindy, but I don't think we'll have the chance to do so just yet. Juliana, let's try once more. No, unfortunately, the technical issues are still persisting, so we'll throw it back down to the pit lane once we get those issues resolved.
Okay. Oh.
But in the meantime, we will continue just to wait for the drivers to roll out onto the skid pad. Street Kart Racing asks which drivers are up. Not quite sure just yet, but we'll get word to you as soon as we can. Remember, these drivers are all split up into 4 groups of 5 drivers. Amy Frame, Nathan Maximin, Alexandra Vielma, Brenna Schubert, and Julian Klaffenbach are group number 1. Michael Romanidis, Jai Fletcher, Leandro Werler, Brandon Hawkin, and Matt Caruana make up team number 2. And then Mihai Neg, Camden Hibbett, Camille Pavlovsky, Eduardo Leo, Will Redford are your 3rd team. And last but not least, Craig Laws, Thomas Bellerman, Rupa Kirkapa, Nikodem Wisniewski, and Jordan Johnson. So that's how they're all going to be running tomorrow and the day after when we throw them out onto the track. But I'm not sure exactly which ordering we're going to send them into these 2 BMWs, because we could, hypothetically, send them out pretty much one by one, rapid fire, and then potentially get the chance to chat with them after they jump out of the car. That would be fun. While they see their competition out on the skid pad working hard behind the wheel, get a bit of experiences and sensations from them. I saw Raiden Nickel on the bottom left corner of your screen as he moves his seat into another one of the Radical SR3s, and then getting ready to give a couple more of the test drives to our partners here supporting our mission. And that Radical SR3, a little bit more power, of course. We're talking 232 brake horsepower as compared to the 188 for the Radical SR1, but it also, you know, by virtue of that, it's about 100 and so kilograms heavier. So, you know, it's a counter trade-off, but it's definitely faster. It's what, about 9 seconds a lap faster at Silverstone, which is not a great reference to the Atlanta Motorsports Park. I definitely recognize that, but does give you a bit of a sense for the sort of differences between the machines. A bit more downforce, a bit more power maybe as well. The Radical SR3 does have the 2-seater capability, and I don't think the SR1s have that option. The main reason I say that is because, as far as I'm aware, We talked about this a little bit during Prodigy Week Part 1. I'm too tall, all 6'5" of me, to strap in and bundle in and maybe fold in to a SR1. But as far as I've been told by Kenton Cook, I might be able to get behind, maybe not the wheel, but at least maybe the seat of a Radical SR3. So we'll see if the keys have been left anywhere. And I'm going to be able to sneak out onto what is a hot track across of 3 days of action here at the Atlanta Motorsports Park. Just a reminder as well, big team behind the scenes here making this all happen. Arjuna Kankipati here in the booth right now with our production team, Hannah Newhouse and Juliana Darnell down on pit lane, and we'll be joined tomorrow by Brian Till, who will, of course, have plenty to share after being there for all 3 days of Prodigy Week Part 1. But I think we're ready to go back down towards pit lane and check in with Hannah Newhouse.
Yeah, thank you so much, Arjuna. Of course, we'd mentioned it. We held down the fort here at Atlanta Motorsports Park early this morning. It was very quiet. It was very peaceful. But man, has the scene changed. Of course, you'd mentioned it. Our drivers already went ahead and did the Autocross a little bit earlier on, have their media training. They're just wrapping up. They were hanging out over here on the sky deck, and they're getting ready to join us down here on pit road. But one of the things that you said, and we got to see on one of our awesome drone shots, is our VIPs taking those rides. And I just walked down there, and you should see the smiles on some of these guys' faces. Of course, Cindy Sisson, who we're going to try and catch up with here in just a little bit with Juliana, with Women in Motorsports North America. She hadn't even gotten in the car yet, and she had her fire suit on, and she was so excited to get out there and take a lap. I don't know about you. I watched the drone shot, and I watched the speed that they're carrying here in these cars, and I was like, okay, that's a little nerve-wracking, but nonetheless, to give these VIPs the opportunity, the experience. We almost got hit by just one. It's okay, it's fine. We all signed the insurance waiver. But the Radical heading out on the racetrack with another one of our VIPs. Arjuna, I know you said it. You're trying to drive one of these things. I think I would even settle to just sit in the passenger seat.
Absolutely, Hannah. That's what I was just saying as well. Put me in the right seat. I'll deal with it. Yeah. Tell me as well, can you go up to one of these Radicals? Talk to us about the cockpit of these cars. How confined, how constrained are they?
So this one over here is running, so we're not going to get too much in the middle of it. But again, you can see it's a center of gravity race car here. So while yes, we have the two-seaters that are out on the racetrack right now, you of course can see here, it's a center console here. They've got the steering wheel pulled out here. So I think the best way that I would probably put it is a Skip Barber essential style car. Very low downforce, momentum-based race cars. You of course have got the downforce here with the back wing. So again, this is a great middle medium. We talk about having all of these different disciplines of racing coming from all different consoles, different sims, and of course those that have actual racing background. I think this is the perfect middle ground for those that have GT background, those that have open wheel background, to put a even playing field out here. That's the biggest thing that we want to do. We don't want to give anyone that upper hand advantage. We want to give all of them the opportunity to let their platform shine, let their raw skills shine, and perform to the best of their abilities. And I think these Radical SR1s here are the best platform to do so. Would you agree, Arjuna?
Yes, and I'd like as well, right, that it's not a total entry step, right? Like, this is a proper race car. It's not like a club level car that maybe I'd go and run at Lemon. So there's something else to actually go and figure out. Let's go and chat though with Juliana, who I think finally has got Cindy standing by.
Yes, I really hope that our sound is working. If it's not, we're just going to keep going, but I am here with Cindy Sisson. Cindy, tell everyone why you were here. You are such a special woman in this industry.
Oh, you're so sweet. Well, I'm really blessed to be here. I really believe in the racing prodigy concept, and my role really is to help get more women here. As the executive director of Women in Motorsports North America, it's our fiduciary responsibility to make sure young ladies know that this is an amazing, amazing project, and I'm so proud to be a part of it.
Well, you have a very decorated past, and I am just in awe. And I was telling you earlier that you're kind of a lost art, and it's so lovely to meet someone who still has that core foundation of, I'm going to help you, I'm going to have your back. And we don't find that anymore. So not only are we so happy to have you here, but you have two females here in this group that we didn't have last round. Yeah. Have you been able to talk to them and catch up?
No, and I'm really looking forward to it. And at least next year we'll have double that or triple that. So we have another young lady race here, driver here, Emily Arenas. She races Legends cars. So I wanted her to come out and see what it's about. She's only 19. She's our future, and we need more young ladies like that to come out as well.
How do you go about finding women and pulling them into WIMSA?
Well,
a loaded question.
A loaded question. So really, it's happening naturally. Every day I'm getting an email from a young lady around the world at this point. We have an annual summit every year. It's coming up in December. It's our 4th annual. We've sold out every year, and it just keeps growing and growing. Jennifer Moxley is a great example. She's here working. She's been our coach. She's been my personal coach. I'm so glad to see that they hired, best of the best in the industry. So Kristen Labonte is another great one that we have here. I'm known in the industry as a super connector. So if anybody wants something, they just give me a call.
I love that, super connector. You're the glue. So everyone is applying to be accepted? Is that a fair chance to say accepted?
Well, for Women in Motorsports North America, it's a free organization. We're a not-for-profit. You can send an email to cindy@womeninmotorsportsna.com, and I will respond. We add you to our list. We're doing events every single month. Last week we were in Miami for the Grand Prix, had a fabulous event called Women Would Drive at the Hard Rock Cafe, and we're looking to do more events. Just like Racing Prodigy, we're going to be doing some Women HPDI events across the country this year as well.
Well, Cindy, thank you so much. We are so happy to have you here. It's an honor, and I think you're going to get ready to go in a car. Is that correct?
That is.
All righty. Well, I'm going to send you over there, and we're going to go over to Hannah.
Well, and the track's just starting to get hot over here at the skid pad, Juliana. Again, we mentioned it, Women in Motorsports North America, such a great opportunity, and it's more than just Women in Motorsports North America. We have so many great male allies. Of course, David Cook being one of them here with Racing Prodigy. So just a great opportunity to diversify and continue bringing women here into the motorsports atmosphere, whether that's as drivers or so many different disciplines of jobs that are available in the motorsports industry. But of course, we got Randy Probst and Andrew Carbondale over here, two of our driver coaches, debriefing our drivers, and he basically just said, all right, who is going to go first? So we've got our group of drivers over here, the first group that are getting ready to go. And my favorite thing is you should have seen their faces here for this first debriefing of what the skid pad is. We're actually going to reach in here and grab one of our drivers. Brenna, I'm actually going to grab you really quick here. Okay, you got the debrief. You just got done with Autocross here, and now skid pad getting ready to take place here. How confident are you feeling in your skid pad abilities?
I'm pretty confident. I've done the skid pad before somewhere else. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It'll be fun.
Now, you had the BMW for Autocross as well. And how do you feel your Autocross went with the timing, the stability, and overall car control?
I think the Autocross went really good. I was one of the fastest times in my group, and I think overall. So, yeah, really confident about that. And the car felt good. I kind of got some understeer and some oversteer, but it evened out, so...
Well, that's one of the things that we've talked about is there's people that are coming from just the sim aspect, and you have the understeer, oversteer aspect in sim racing, but to really feel it in, the butt of the seat is a whole different aspect. You have karting experience as well as Mazda MX-5 stuff as well. Do you feel like coming into a circumstance like this gives you a little bit of that upper hand?
I think it definitely does, especially karting, because I've heard that the Radicals kind of drive similar to karting or go-karts, so I definitely think it gives kind of like me and a few of the others an upper hand there. But, I also don't have my own simulator, so I haven't really been able to drive this track on a sim. So there's that benefit that a lot of the sim racers are going to have.
And a lot of blind spots as well on this racetrack. So looking forward to having you hit the racetrack. We'll let you get back in here. We know Andrew's giving you guys tons of insight here. So again, once again, Brenna, but hey, Arjuna, that's something I want to bring up. We've talked about it. We talked about the quick response times with those that are coming over from go-karting and how that could translate to a very quick steering assembly here in the Radicals, and Brenna coming from that karting, that could pay to her advantage.
Yeah, and again, it's the insight, right, that these drivers are thinking about all of these small but important details to make sure that as they, at the end of the day, they don't get many chances to make a first impression. They don't get many chances to make an impression at all, right? So every chance they have to impress the coaches right now, first time on the skid pad, they may not be expecting you to be great, but if you can show that you took on their notes, fed it into your own driving as you needed to, that is very, very important. We look from up above, though. Let's go back down to pit lane and check in with Juliana.
Thank you, Arjuna. I am here with the man that's making all of this happen, David Cook. Introduce yourself. I don't think we've had you on this camera today. Tell everyone what you're doing here.
Well, yeah, I'm David Cook, and have a great team here helping with this. It's a big team, bigger than we had last time. So we've got the racers now on the skid pad, as I think probably all the viewers know, to test their car control, get them a little bit more comfortable, calm the nerves before we put them on the track right behind us here in the Radical SR1s tomorrow.
Okay, but he's trying to be a little bit humble. You are the reason this is all happening. Tell me how this dream came to fruition.
Well, we know that racing's expensive, cost prohibitive for most. When I was at Mazda Motorsports, worked with a lot of young drivers, a lot of families, and saw a lot of talent, but they just didn't have the funds to really climb the ladder. It was always difficult to see. Kind of the saving grace was the drivers that really worked hard off track grew into better people. Recognizing that we can fix the problem of at least cost through sim racing, we created Racing Prodigy and are doing it differently than we did at Mazda, that Nissan did it, or McLaren. All of our programs, we all took one or two typically racers from sim and put them in a real car. And we really plucked them out of their community and put them into traditional motorsports. We gave them a short period of time to figure it out. Then they had to go raise their own money once the scholarship ended. It was a sink or swim situation, and most of them sank. They didn't have the money in the first place. They didn't have the relationships with the last name. So it was disheartening. So speaking with Matt Fosnot, our executive chairman, about how we could create a sustainable model for the racers, he decided to fund Racing Prodigy to give us the opportunity to be here. We've brought on additional investors, sponsors, partners. Sucker Punch is a big one, Mazda Motorsports, which is really prideful for me, having come from Mazda, and many others. So we've got a long way to go, but it's certainly very inspiring how well these 20 drivers are doing, how well the 12 did last time. And we've got a draft coming up this summer. So exciting times ahead for sure.
Well, you've really created something special. I know that everyone is just so blessed and so happy to be here, myself included. So thank you so much for all that you've done. And this is only day one, and we still got 2 more left, and it's going to be so fun. Thank you, David.
Thank you for having us.
You're very welcome. And we're going to send it back up to Arjuna in the booth.
And a great chat there with someone with a real vision for what a pipeline and a sustainable pipeline could look like. We're seeing the drivers out in the BMWs and confirming it is now drivers. I've been told that Jai Fletcher and Amy Frame potentially have already made their way into the BMWs. And now look at the wide arc from that white BMW as it tries to break the traction and get the rear end stepping out eventually. Of course, first, just understand what it does in constant movement, constant grip, and then we get a handbrake pull. Is that what Randy Popes is really doing to these drivers? Is he torturing them? Oh, that didn't look like torture. That looked like for sure. Let's go down to pit lane, though, check in with one of the drivers and with Hanno.
Well, of course, when we were all talking about seeing Andrew Carbonell decide who was going to go out on the racetrack first, it was a matter of nose goes. But Jai Fletcher went ahead and said, okay, I'll go out there first. I'll do the skid pad first. First driver out, what's your evaluation so far?
It was really good. I really enjoyed it. Perhaps not as slippy as can be expected. I know it's quite warm today, so it's drying up quite quick. But it was really enjoyable to get a feel for how weight transfer affects the grip of the front tyres compared to the rear tyres. So when we're going a bit more on throttle, it's just lifting that weight off the front. So it's naturally making the car understeer. And, well, drifting and getting the car sideways is exactly what it is, so it's good fun.
So, of course, you were the first one out here, and I saw a couple of your teammates and competitors here. Pick your brain. What were they asking you?
They mainly asked me, like, how it was. So I was like, there's a bit more grip than you actually think. And that was about it, really. That was about the only questions I got.
So, of course, we talked with also Brenna prior to her even going out there about the understeer-oversteer concept, right, and how drastic it is here in a skid pad simulation. Well, when you go out on the racetrack and the Radical later, of course, not as near much forgiveness. Do you feel like having that ability to come out here and test the oversteer-understeer in a skid pad before going out there in race form is beneficial to yourself as a driver?
I do, yeah, I also do, but I've learnt a lot from the sim as well. So it's sort of like a combination of like you're making a recipe and everything's coming together for when you actually get out and go in the radicals. So it's definitely beneficial. It's beneficial to absolutely everyone, because I know there's some people here that haven't actually even drove a car in real life, so it's definitely beneficial.
So I asked you prior to, of course, coming on here, I said, okay, what's your GT experience? What's your overall behind the wheel here? And you said, well, I've done something similar like this in my street car. Yeah. How did that, where do you find a place to go do donuts like this?
I prefer to stay quiet on this one.
Yes, we're going to plead the fifth here on that one. Well, Jai Fletcher, again, thank you so much. We'll let you get back out here, watch your fellow teammates. Again, we're getting them in and out here of the race cars fairly quickly. We're going to keep trying to catch up with drivers as we can.
Thank you very much, Hannah. Great to catch up with Jai as well. I've got to say, 9 days of street kart racing experience to get here. Very, very impressive. Now, one by one, again, don't forget, we will send the drivers out there in the respective BMW F30s, the Sucker Punch BMW F30s with Toyo tires on them as well. Toyo tires clearly hard enough to take all of this hard work that we're going to put them through. And, oh, wow, look at this. Alexandro Vielma, I'm pretty sure, looking at the over-the-shoulder shot. Randy Pope's in the passenger seat. Let's just watch the hands at work. Oh, no hands at work right now. It looks like Randy's giving him a little bit of advice about what's happening with the balance of the car. When's it going to break? When's it going to snap away? Wait, we wait. Oh, there it goes. There was a little bit of the rear stepping out, I thought, for a second. And now you can look from up above in the bottom corner as well. Two different perspectives. You see the amount the wheel is being used, where the car is going in relation to that. And now Alexandra has been given control of the car once again. Street kart racing cheering on their own. Of course, picked by Catherine Legg. Oh! And Cameron Darst. Look at the fast hands at work there. Was definitely able to bring it back into control and didn't see the momentum really, snap away either. This is fast and frenetic. Oh, and look at that. This is great. I love seeing the hands at work here. This is amazing as they just continue to work their way around. Let's see if we can check back in with Hannah, though, who's going to chat with yet another driver.
Yeah, Matt Caruana here with me, and of course we've been watching all of it, and you can hear it more than we can really see it, which I think is the point here. Again, a couple drivers have now gotten off the skid pad, had the opportunity to debrief. What have you seen and what have you taken away so far from the drivers that have gone before you?
Yeah, it looks good. Obviously, there's the cars on there's a little bit of traction on the skid pad at the moment, so it's more about just correcting the slide. Obviously, the handbrake gets pulled, and you've just got to correct it as best you can. So it's more about learning the fundamentals at the moment of correcting the slide. Yeah.
Now, of course, right now we've got the sprinkler system out there, but in many racetrack situations, the entire track is not level wet, right? Yeah. There are definitely more grip spots than there are wet spots. Do you feel like that prepares you for wet racing conditions, where if you were to go out onto an actual racetrack where we do see different levels of wetness?
Yeah, of course. There's going to be different conditions all around the track, so it's helpful with this where maybe the whole skid pad isn't as wet as other parts, where it'll be really wet in one part, you have to correct it, and then all of a sudden it's dry again. So yeah, it's good for preparation.
Now let's get away from some tech talk here for a second. Again, you guys have now been together for a majority of a day. We're getting ready after this to wrap up day one here of Prodigy Week Part 2. What do you feel like the camaraderie has been like for you guys in the sense that, yes, you're teammates, but you're also competitors?
Yeah, I mean, everyone's getting on really well. It's good to speak to everyone about it, but obviously once we get on the track, we wanna beat each other. So yeah, it's been good though to meet everyone and lots of new faces. So yeah, it's good.
I mean, how do you balance that, right, of making those friendships? And you want to help each other because it is a very intimidating process. But again, like you'd mentioned, you're competitors, so you kind of have to keep those speed secrets.
Yeah, of course. Like once we're on the track, we're against each other, but it's all about, it's good to help people, good to be nice to people and make friends. So.
Well, we'll let you get back out there. You still have to get behind the wheel of the car here. So, Matt Caruana, we're going to keep grabbing drivers as we see necessary. And I'm actually going to grab Amy here as well. I'm going to grab you real quick here. We saw you debriefing here. What's been the biggest thing that you've been able to learn from the drivers that have already gotten out of the car?
Definitely where the grip is. They're saying that, obviously as you hit the wet patch, the car does want to slide, but as they're hitting the dry tarmac, they're getting a lot more traction and the corrections coming really quickly. But yeah, it's just learning where your grip is out there.
And how do you maintain that? Is it going to take a matter of do you tiptoe into the scenario knowing that you have to put that counter steer into it, but not too much when you hit that dry area? I mean, do you approach this in some sort of a reservation, or do you know that, you got to kind of lay it all out there?
No, I think you just got to like go in for it, because like if you don't go in for it, the car's not going to want to go, so you're not going to learn how to correct it. But yeah, I just think you just make a dive and catch it.
Now, talking about a lot of your background, of course, we talked to Brenna as well. A lot of excitement, probably to get behind the wheel of the Radicals, away from some GT racing here. So, this being said, how prepared are you for day 2 and looking forward to hitting the wheel of the Radicals?
Yeah, I'm feeling really prepared. I mean, we did Autocross earlier. That was really good. That was in the wet as well. It was pouring it down when we were out doing that. So, I guess it's been quite similar doing the skid pad and the Autocross, like in the wet weather. So, if it does end up raining these next couple of days, I think we'll be really prepared for when we do go out.
I was going to say, I don't want to manifest, because the best thing that we want here, we want it to be nice and warm and sunny, and we can all get our suntan on here. But nonetheless, there is a little bit of weather on the radar. How do you feel overall in performing in wet weather conditions?
I don't mind it, to be honest, because in my karting, we do only use slick tyres, so we're not used to a lot of grip when it rains. So if I go out there, I definitely think I'll know kind of where the grip level is as well.
Again, adding an extra level of excitement, Arjuna, if we potentially have some wet weather.
As we hear the rumble of the Radical fly in through the opening corner, I saw Nathan Maximin jump in and out, trying to figure out if that is Camden Hibbert, might be Julian Klaffenbach, might even be Matt Caruana. But yeah, it's interesting just to see them get out and learning from each of the drivers that's gone in front of them. I wonder if for Nathan, coming from his background where a lot of sim racing had actually won a competition that Jimmy Broadbent had put on to through Team 87, that's what the program is called, gives sim racers that opportunity to jump into the car. And he said that plenty of his teammates were going to be cheering him on. In terms of Camden Hibbert, who is indeed the driver that is in the car right now, 15 years young. One of the things that he was very much thinking about in terms of this opportunity where, his father, Justin, is going to be accompanying him and all his family and supporters going to be watching from home. The thing he's most intrigued about is, learning and talking to some of the best in the motorsports industry, that opportunity to, network, to ask questions from the likes of Kent Stacy, Randy Pope, Kenton Cook, Spencer Pompelli, all the wonderful world-class coaches that we'll have. That's going to be great for him. The thing he was most worried about, though, and most nervous about, was the physical fitness assessment. So now that he's done with that, hypothetically, it should be the case that everything should be smooth sailing from here. He's got plenty of real-world driving experience. Go back down to pit lane, though, and check in with Hannah.
And we were just actually discussing Rolex and, of course, all of the racing and the multitude of drivers. And he's like, wow, I'm impressed you guys keep track of this many drivers. And I'm like, no, I don't think you understand. We're used to Rolex where it's 100 and something drivers. So 20 drivers here this weekend, and nonetheless, still a lot of competition level. Again, one of the things I've liked to ask these drivers is, it's a friendship here. You guys are all going through this together, but nonetheless, you guys are still competitors. What's the conversation been like as you guys go through these challenges together?
I mean, we all understand. I mean, we're all here to make something happen that's impossible. Of course, all of us come from the Eat a Real journey, and a lot of us come from that, financial background where we've never been able to support ourselves in that way. Racing is an expensive sport at the end of the day, and we're just here to really make it happen. So I think the camaraderie in that relationship of us having that, point where we can all be like, well, this is something we want to do and we want to find the opportunity, and that's why we're here, helps a lot. We all understand we're competitors. I think we all bring it up to one another that we're all competing for, the same thing. There's only 24 seats. There's 32 of us. So unluckily, some of us will not make the cut. But it's at the end of the day, we understand that we are becoming people who can make a difference in this sport. And I think that's where all of us understand that we can't be tearing each other apart. Our job at the end of the day, perform the best we can as individuals, but never to bring one another down. And I think that's where the camaraderie really stands.
Let's elaborate on that a little bit more. It's been incredible to see the open arms that sim racing has now created in the motorsports industry. And now we're at this point, which I think a couple years ago, people didn't think that we would get to, in creating opportunities to take sim racers and put them in real life scenarios. I mean, even since Prodigy Week One, how incredible has it been to see what happened there and then be a part of this event as a whole, essentially making history?
It's been absolutely remarkable. I mean, we all look at it and we're like, you want to be there, you envision yourself, and then you come to the point where you see that little Prodigy picture on their Instagram with your name on it, and it's one of those opportunities where you dream about it. And to be here and to Prodigy is the first E2Real pipeline, and it's one of the pipelines that is actually giving us the opportunity to stand and become a journey for many other sim racers to come. I mean, we hope that this expands, we hope this grows. We know Prodigy Week is trying to achieve something great, and Prodigy, the racing league, is going to achieve greater things. So we're just here standing, you know, proud to be part of this event, but to see what Prodigy has become over the past, you know, few months in just the Prodigy Week alone, you know, it's incredible to have people from Race Room, from iRacing. I came from Street Kart, one of the greatest, I think, racing platforms on mobile, and from, honestly, overall, one of the most accurate representations of karting, I think, out there. So I think to be part of this opportunity and to know what Prodigy is doing to change the sim racing, you know, pipeline. I mean, sim racing has gotten more respect than ever. People started watching the Gran Turismo movie. They start to understand how that actually functions. So it's an honor to be part of it. And as you said, it's growing and it's massive right now.
I mean, it's incredible to see, even from, you know, Arjuna and I have talked about it all day today, that you see data acquisition and driver training simply in sim training now. We're not sending to the drivers to the track anymore to do track days. We're putting them in simulation. So why would that not translate into creating a driver there? Now, our Prodigy Week One drivers maybe went into this a little bit more blind. Were you able to go back? Were you watching Prodigy Week One? And do you feel more maybe prepared than the Week One drivers?
Understandably so. We had a lot of videos to work with. I mean, Prodigy Week was very exposed on YouTube. It was very, I mean, as rightfully as it should be, as it's something incredible that should be shared to the public. But of course, not going to lie, on the airplane, definitely studying laps, writing down notes the whole way there, track markers, all these different things from people who were here last year. And of course, the fitness exams. Like, we all knew what we were coming into. We all trained for it at home. So definitely a bit of a leg up on that point, but it doesn't mean that there was these talented drivers in Week One who are just as strong as us and who came in with the same fiery force that we wanted to. I mean, we have something to prove, all of us do, and I think coming into that with that little bit of knowledge, yes, it helps us, but we're all fiery competitors at the end of the day, and we're doing our best.
And one of the few stateside drivers, so luckily to say, even though you're West Coast based, not near as bad as the jet lag potentially as other competitors.
Of course, that is a little wink into the whole mix. California based, love SoCal, love the beaches, so definitely good to be out here though. Only a little time difference, so yeah, we look to have that on our side going into this competition.
Yeah, needless to say, Arjuna, we all hit up the caffeine bar at lunch this afternoon for a little bit of extra caffeine, but nonetheless, we still got drivers. We're wrapping up here, Skid Pad. We're going to keep trying to catch up with them as we go, but it's been great to hear all of these stories, Arjuna.
Maybe some sucker punch shots as well, not just the caffeine bar, are going to be very, very important. And I think right now we're watching as Amy Frame carves her way through. This is where we were talking, you know, earlier with Hannah about the, you know, steering ratios and all of that. If that's going to help you when you get into the radicals, might help you be a little bit more attuned to the quick responses that you need. But it's a rather lethargic BMW at the end of the day. Not necessarily going to be, you know, best suited to this sort of a task. And, you know, young Amy's just 17 years old, here as Pryor's Queen of Speed. That's the nickname that her school has given her, and so I'm sure her entire community back in Middlesbrough, the T-side, going to be cheering her on. Driver with some experience in 24-hour karting races as well, and I'm sure that will carry over in some ways to the endurance part of tomorrow. Alexandra mentioned the Gran Turismo movie. I mentioned earlier today, I was scrolling through Instagram last night, and an interview with Jan Mardenberg popped up on my feed, and the first thing he said, that was, you know, the first time he got in a race car as part of the GT Academy, it put the manners on him. A very British expression, but, you know, very much it tells you exactly what you're dealing with in those first couple of laps. And Dominic Lukomsky mentioned, you know, in one of his thoughts heading out of Part 1 and Prodigy Week Part 1, that getting into that car was draining, and by the final day he was almost kind of totally spent. That's the kind of thing that, you know, when we get to the chase competition on the final day, you want to still have plenty of speed. There is Amy jumping out. And let's see if I can figure out which driver that is from the side profile. Well, that's a difficult one to try and pick apart. Might be Thomas Bellerman. Who else could it have been? Relatively tall, I think, 5'8" or so. That might not be Thomas Bellerman. Let's see if we can catch up with Hannah, though. Hannah, do you have a copy? Don't think we've got her just yet.
I think it was Leandro.
Oh, there you go. Thank you for correcting
I think it was Leandro, but I'm going to double check that on you.
No, that looks correct. I've got to ask you right now, what are you seeing from the drivers once they get out of the car? What's their mood? Are they going over to one of the coaches and asking, what could I have done differently? Or are they going over to their fellow drivers and saying, that was so much fun?
Well, I think what we forget is Randy Probst is actually in the car with them. So these drivers are not getting here in this skid pad, and they're not doing this evaluation by themselves. And so my favorite thing is when they get ready to get stopped right here and we get ready to load in another driver is, I'm going to put my iPad down. We call it the driver hands, right? You can see Randy as they get ready to get stopped, showing them driver hand, showing where they could have had understeer, oversteer. So there's a lot of driver coaching probably going on with Randy. And then, of course, they're getting the feedback like we've heard from many of the participants so far from their fellow drivers. Okay, how did it feel? But I think there's a little bit of an advantage, of course, to going maybe mid-pack to later in this group here because you're getting that feedback like we heard Amy say and we heard Alejandro say, the difference levels in grip. Unfortunately, Jai had to go out there by himself and figure that out and be the first one to initially report that. So now these drivers have that upper hand, and of course, Randy's continually giving these drivers the feedback. They're getting out, they're relaying that to their fellow competitors, and that knowledge just kind of continues to build here. So, we'll be able to see, of course, you'll watch Randy come in, and he'll already be giving the driver hand feedback to Leandro when he gets stopped.
Yeah, no schedule, by the way. I see some of the people in chat asking who's up next. Can't quite tell you when Craig Laws or your particular driver is going to go out there. We saw that onboard shot. Hannah was talking about that advice that Randy's giving. Randy's got a hand firmly on the wheel to begin with as well, so he's not just talking them through it, he's guiding them through it as well. Such an important thing to build their confidence as well, right? You've got someone in that car with you ready to help you out. The Brazilian Leandro Whirler, 5'11" in terms of height. He's a physical education student that has wanted to be a pro race car driver since he started sim racing back in 2016. His first time out of Brazil, so obviously his first time in the US, and we talked about twins and whatnot with Hannah. Leandro does have a twin brother, so just be careful in the future whether you're talking about Leandro or the twin. He is, by the way, wonder where he's competed in the world of sim racing. He's competed a bunch in the world of Assetto Corsa Competizione in 2023's GT America Sprint Challenge. Was in the silver class, got a win at Indianapolis, best track in the world. Let's go back down to Hannah, though, who's catching up with the Canadian, Brandon Hawkin.
And of course, our participants are dwindling down here on skid pad, many of them having already done it, but Brandon Hawkins kind of making that decision to wait, evaluate, watch. Only a handful of drivers left. What have you been able to learn by watching?
Oh, yeah, probably quite a bit, I think. Yeah, I've just seen how much the wheels are turned, trying to get a gauge for how strong the handbrake pull is going to be, and, yeah, so I'm just going to, of course, once we get in the car, it's going to be all, feel and everything, but, yeah, I went one of the first ones in Autocross, so I want to watch everybody else do theirs this time, and once I get in the car, hopefully it works out well.
There you go, first one out in Autocross, and then you're going to take a step back here and let everyone else go first in skid pad. One of the things Arjuna and I had been talking about was the different disciplines of sim racing and how they translate here. A lot of people coming from the open wheel, F1 style, high downforce. You, of course, won this with the MX-5 Prodigy pass here. BMW MX-5, nonetheless, still more car than, downforce prototype style stuff. Do you feel like that translates, coming from that background of sim racing?
We'll see. Yeah, definitely. As far as the fixed setups went with the MX-5, it was really tight. So, yeah, I'm not sure how that'll translate, but yeah, I love sim racing, basically any car you can get a hold of, and yeah, so I'm just looking forward to trying to. I feel like I'm very versatile and I can adapt to different disciplines and everything. So, yeah, I'm just looking forward to getting the feel of the cars. And yeah, the BMW, they're both rear-wheel drive, So, hopefully it translates well.
And then there were two. So we'll let Brandon Hawkins get over here. He still, of course, has to get in the race car. Matt Caruana, he's got to still get in there as well. But then we still have that whole second group. Of course, it'll join me down here on the skid pad a little bit later. But again, Arjuna, a lot of the people saying, okay, to some extent, the hard part is behind us, right? We've got the physical fitness test out of the way. We've now got, of course, the autocross and the skid pad underway and almost out of the way for those drivers. They're going to have that opportunity. And I don't know about you, but I love the opportunity after a track day, a race, especially in situations where we had a practice and a qualifying day on one day and then a race the next day, where you get that opportunity to go home and really mentally debrief, because you put these drivers in these single day scenarios and there's no real chance to sit and think about it and break down and then, have some analysis of what took place and where you can improve. So really looking forward to maybe those that feel like they didn't put their best foot forward today, how they're able to re-rack and come back tomorrow, and if they even get better. Those that already feel like they had good days, if they continue to improve and well. So again, we still have plenty of on-track stuff with the second group of skid pad getting ready to join me down here in just a little bit. But man, a good night's rest can do a lot, and looking forward to tomorrow.
As we just continue seeing the drivers run around in their BMWs, I'm taking a look at the main track itself, where not one, not two, but it looks like 3 different Radicals are being unleashed right now, and those do appear to be the SR1s with just a single driver behind the wheel. So it might be some of our VIPs, maybe Cindy as well, getting the opportunity to wheel around. I see a 4th one as well. I hope our partners and our VIPs enjoying this experience and going through what the drivers will go through tomorrow. Still watching as just one by one that first group comes to a close, and then of course we'll get that second group in a few moments time as that white BMW exits the skid pad surface once again and makes its way closer towards the media building, where the rest of the group drivers are up on that sky deck and have just been watching from up above. It was interesting that Brandon clearly felt like he was learning a lot, and so I'm assuming the second group of drivers maybe in a similar spot, but I see the likes of Jordan Johnson right at the front of that sky deck just watching the Radical SR1s running around track. They seem very, very keen and eager to get a sense for what that Radical is doing and what they are going to be in for tomorrow in a 3 different sessions that each group will go out onto track and run around. It will start tomorrow morning with lead and follow. We'll send the BMWs out there to lead around, and the Radical SR1s will then build up confidence. That was Michael Romanidis who jumped out, a Coanda Esports driver from Greece, who, by the way, might have one of his Coanda Esports teammates come and support him over the next 2 days or so. So that would be great for him, given that that Coanda Esports crew, such a tight outfit. You talk about sim racers, or rather real racers, who are very involved in sim racing. Ian Changuven and Lauren Heinrich, chief amongst them, and yeah, for Lauren Heinrich as well. What a story. A story that a lot of these drivers can probably, see a lot of similarities in. He was a karter initially, ran out of money just after turning 10 or so, and fell in love with sim racing. Found himself at the top level, was competing with BS Plus competition, and eventually got a chance to jump back into race cars in a regional Porsche series, and from there, never looked back. From level to level, from opportunity to opportunity, and now a Porsche factory driver who won yesterday in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship in the GTD Pro class with AO Racing. So, that's a story that a lot of these drivers probably can relate to, right? They know what it's like to have the chances to go karting. They know what it's like to unfortunately lose them, and now they get their chance to maybe prove themselves just like Lauren did. There's a little bit more of a look on board. It's still a little bit of a struggle to get that car to break out. Let's run back down to pit lane, though, and see who we can catch up with.
Okay. Well, Camden Hibbett and I are sitting here talking about where in Ohio he's from, because as much as I love to claim that I'm good at geography, I'm simple not, and clearly couldn't figure out where in Ohio he was from. But nonetheless, I love reading your bio coming from the Mazda MX-5. And Arjuna and I have talked about how good racing it really continues to create. But one of the things that stuck out to me is at your young age, you've already made it a priority to work with a nutritionist, a physical fitness trainer, and now you're putting that to the test. How do you feel like that has set you up for today's competition?
Yeah, I especially moving into the Mazda world over the past almost 2 years now, that's kind of been more and more of a priority. Longer and longer races, the more fit you need to be and the more hydrated you need to be. And that's something that I've really been starting to work on. And also the physical fitness side, admittedly it's not something I focused on until the past month or so. Leading up to racing Prodigy, I've done a huge amount of effort trying to get ready physically. But all of that, I feel like a lot of people think it's all about on the track. There's so much more that goes on behind the scenes to prepare for race weekends and prepare for weeks like this that I feel like some people just don't necessarily think about.
Well, and of course, at only 15 years old, one of the youngest participants here on that. And I mean, there are drivers that are with us this weekend that have literally been sim racing or racing as long as you've been alive. Was that in the back of your head, or have you let that get into your head at all this weekend?
I don't think so. I got my National Autosport Association NASA license at 13, one of the youngest in the country. So it's that kind of young factor hasn't affected me a whole lot. I'm kind of used to it at this point, if you will. So I don't think so. Yes, it's got its advantages and disadvantages. I'm here to. I feel like I have the talent to be able to race with everybody that is older than me. I think it definitely presents a new challenge, not being in a street car before, but I kind of put it in the back of my head because honestly, there's not really anything we can do about it. So just kind of deal with it.
Can you get your license at 16 in Ohio?
Yes, 15 and a half is temps, and then 16 driver's license.
Okay, we're right around the corner from at least a temporary license there, so we're getting there. It's always my favorite. You're going to show up and your driver's ed teacher's going to be like, here's where reverse is, and you're going to be like, don't worry, I know where it's at. But one of the things that I think is so cool about this event and Prodigy Racing as a whole is creating this opportunity for, sim to real, like getting these opportunities as a sim racer. There are drivers 10, 15 years ago that would have never had this opportunity. In some way, are you thanking your lucky stars that all of this has come into culmination, right around the right time that you're hitting your peak and getting the chance to drive real race cars, but also setting yourself up for opportunities here with Prodigy Week?
Yeah, as I said, I've been driving the Mazda stuff for about 2 years now, but this opportunity has been incredible. Racing Prodigy has opened up the door to racing drivers regardless of money, background, and it's just awesome for not only the 20 of us that are here, but just the motorsports industry in general. It's an amazing change, and I am super excited to not only be here but and get this opportunity, but to see where it takes more drivers in the future. As Racing Prodigy continues to build and progress on what they have already, it's going to be Racing Prodigy is going to turn into something special, even more special than it already is, and I'm super excited to be a part of it here early on.
Well, best of luck, of course, the rest of the week. Camden Hibbett, one of our young drivers. Arjuna, we always talk about drivers' resumes, right, where they've won, what they've won, but how cool that they're going to get the opportunity to add Racing Prodigy, participant to their resume in search of a eventual ride.
Yeah, and I guess when it comes to Camden's, resume as well, I was just thinking out loud, in my mind, I should say. Out loud is the wrong word, but I was thinking that the minimum age to join iRacing is 13. You're not allowed legally to be on iRacing if you're not 13 years or older. And so Camden's been in race cars since 5. It wasn't until 13, that he became a Mazda Motorsports Spec MX-5 Shootout nominee, youngest ever to receive a full competition license from NASA. So, when a lot of people's were starting maybe just to get their first chances in sim racing, you're talking about someone that's already really developed a real knowledge base to go off and just to continue working on. Did see, by the way, in the radicals that are circulating around, there is a handful of those VIPs that are indeed enjoying the experience. That includes as well Javi Guerrera from Williams Esports, who are out here supporting the sim racers competing in Prodigy Week Part 2. Javi is also, just for the record, former team manager for some of the competitors that we have here. Of course, Nikodem Wisniewski has left the Williams Esports team at the end of last year, joined up with G2 Esports, and it was also announced today for Nikodem in particular that he will be competing for G2 Esports in ESLR1. So Wednesday night, Nikodem is on a flight back to Poland so that he can get back in time so that on Friday he's going to be competing in what is the biggest sim competition of the year with almost $500,000 on the line for him and his G2 Esports team. That, though, looks like a bit of a snap for the white BMW sucker punch machine, and now Randy Pope's trying to just help the driver, his young charge, to navigate his way back up to speed. I wonder, is this Brandon Hawkin? We saw him a couple of moments ago get into the machine.
Camden Hibbett.
He had been waiting for quite a while. It's Camden Hibbett, apparently.
It is Camden Hibbett. He came right from the interview and then climbed into the BMW.
Interesting. So I guess, Hannah, right now we're getting the second run for a handful of these drivers. Or am I confused?
Yeah, we've had a couple of drivers. I don't think Camden had actually been behind the wheel yet. Most of the drivers, after they've finished their round, went ahead. They went with our production team. They're doing headshots. So the only driver that I have still over here is Will Redford. But again, I'm not sure. We almost needed, again, a whiteboard would have done wonders for us here, making sure that everyone's checked off. But we did have a lot of our second group drivers over up on the sky deck. They've started to make their way over to us, so we should have another round of drivers. I believe Camden is the last of this first group.
Perfect. So it sounds like in a few moments' time, not only is Hannah going to be able to chat with a couple more drivers after they get off the skid pad, but maybe we'll get the thoughts from some of them even before they jump in. Oh, big snap there for Camden. The hands at work, able to slither back around to right the machine, but I think that might just be this run done and dusted potentially, unless Randy Popes thinks there's just a little bit more to eke out from this time, doing the right-hand spins, and there the back end goes again, and wow, that was a real violent moment as well. That was a flyby, by the way, from the Radical SR3, which is fully up to speed. I think Raiden Nichols behind the wheel once again with one of our VIPs, just really proving what that car can do. What I am going to try and do is maybe next time at the line, I'll time it, see if we can get a benchmark time for the Radical SR3 in these sort of conditions. And tomorrow and on Wednesday, when we have the Prodigy Week participants, racing in the Radical SR1, we'll have a bit more of a comparison to go from. As I mentioned during part one, Raiden Nichols did set a lap time in these SR1s that ended up getting, was not as dominant over the sim races as some had predicted. In fact, it was maybe only a couple of tenths of a second that we ended up finding. And so that's definitely going to be something just to keep an eye on. This, though, is still the final run for Camden Hibbett, who will pull off the track. And I think now that means that Group 2 is going to get their opportunity. Hannah, do you have any of those Group 2 drivers around you right now?
Yeah, I think this is actually a great opportunity to grab one of these drivers here to talk with me, Craig Lawson. First off, I was just talking to him about how we, of course, got stat sheets. And one of my favorite stat sheets that came through with him, it said, okay, wife and border collie named Storm. So we know that your dog's name is Storm. And I just love that that was the importance. We got to make sure that the fans and the viewers know about Storm.
It doesn't matter how successful I be. If I became a Formula 1 world champion, the dog would be more important to the world, I'm sure. So Storm is most important to me. Well, as well as my wife, of course, Tracy.
I always say I come to the racetrack for the dogs, and then a race happens to break out. So that's something that I completely respect here. But a civil estimator is your day job here. Race car driver incognito here. What kind of a balance is that? Because that seems like a very demanding job.
It is a very demanding job. I work some very long hours. I work to deadline, so sometimes I can be working till 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. So it gives me very, very little time to do anything outside of it. So when I'm doing racing, I try to do a bit of sim racing, but compared to the rest of the guys, I'm probably the least experienced of all the sim racing guys. But I play a lot of arcade games and old retro games. That's what I do. But I only get perhaps 2 or 3 hours a week to actually play on anything. So I'm very inexperienced for sim racing, and I'm also very inexperienced contemporary with actual track racing, because it was 15 years ago since I hung up my helmet to fund buying our house, because it's an expensive game. We all are very aware that it's a very expensive game, and I couldn't afford to keep doing it anymore, so I had to hang my helmet up, and that was 15 years ago.
They always say life happens fast, and it's wild to me that the last driver I interviewed was Camden Hibbett, who is 15 years old. But a whole nother aspect of things, you mentioned, the lack of overall actual track time. The oversteer understeer that's currently being tested here in the skid pad. You got the chance to watch this first group of drivers. What was your kind of biggest takeaway?
Well, it's been interesting because obviously they've not been getting the tail out as much as perhaps saw last year, but they're obviously looking at different aspects of the handling of the car at the moment. So we've had obviously a sneak preview, and I've got a few ideas on how I'm going to get the back end out, but we'll see what Randy in the car wants us to do. I'm not too sure of the exact requirements, but I'll look forward to having a play in it in a few minutes.
And one of the other things I wanted to ask is, we saw you guys go through the physical fitness very early in the morning, so I know a lot of people weren't super conversational, and then you get into the serious aspect of media training and autocross. But since then, you guys have had lunch, had the chance to really get to know each other and converse with each other. What's kind of the conversation and camaraderie been like between you guys as competitors, but also teammates here as Prodigy Week?
Oh, it's a great bunch of guys and girls, 2 girls and 18 lads here. Everyone is wonderful. I've spoken to everyone so far, and I've not got a bad word to say about anyone. Everyone will be deserving of being here and going forward to the next stage. It's a lovely bunch of lads and girls, and we've been obviously talking about the conditions, what sort of track time we're going to get, if it's going to be. The main concern at the moment is how much it's going to rain over tomorrow and Wednesday, and how much track time we'll actually get in the Radicals, if at all. We don't know how wet it's going to be. Some of us have got more experience than others in wet driving. I used to really enjoy wet driving back in the day, but 15 years since I last drove, it's whether I've still got those skills, I'm not too sure. But you mentioned some of the younger lads there. When I last drove, I'm not even sure a couple of them actually been born. That's how long ago it was.
That's a really humbling feeling, isn't it?
Very humbling. My race suit is older than they are. That's scary, that is.
It's okay. We won't tell SFI that. Once again, Craig Laws, we appreciate it. Hey, at the draft, though, here's my petition that starts here. Storm is going to join us at the draft. I have an Australian Shepherd named Janet, so I'm sure the Border Collie Australian Shepherd would get along there. Hey, good luck. We'll let you get ready, finish debriefing here. Arjuna, we've got Group 2 getting ready to get on the racetrack here in just a second. We're actually going to try and catch up here with I'm going to grab Andrew really quick here as we got ready to wrap up Group 1 here. We've got the second group of drivers getting ready to hit the racetrack here. Your general analysis so far as we get ready to take on a second group of drivers.
The general analysis is they're all doing very well. You can see kind of those who have some experience in cars and have felt this before, and those who have only ever seen it before. So kind of cool to see the difference between the two. But ultimately, they all adapt very well and have figured it out very quickly. So Randy's in the car right now, kind of guiding them and showing them the way, and kind of just demonstrating how moving the weight around in the car kind of affects the balance of it, and how the car will behave under different loads. And then he's ripping the e-brake every now and then to make sure they slide and understand where they need to steer and how they need to, where their eyes need to be placed so they can catch these slides and kind of keep on going through the exercise.
Now, one of the things with the skid pad last season, of course, was the banking and, of course, the general even flooding here. A little bit different. We've got a sprinkler system, a flat surface here, therefore not providing even grip and even watering. What kind of challenge do you think that's, provided for these drivers that don't have that understeer, oversteer experience?
Well, so interestingly enough, the other skid pad is so slick that all they were getting was understeer experience, right? So the rear would load up and it would just kind of push the front of the car. So we moved it to this side because it has more grip, and therefore the front becomes more of a variable, right? More of a factor in driving the cars and the slides. So it's actually working quite well. They're getting a lot of rotation out of it. They're starting to feel what happens. They're also getting understeer. So we're getting best of both worlds right now with this skid pad. And it's got some banking to it. It actually it's almost like a V, right? So it all kind of puddles to the bottom, but as you go up each side, you gain grip, and then you lose grip on the way down. So it's pretty dynamic in that sense.
It's like hitting black ice up and down on the freeway.
There you go.
But you've got Randy Probst in the passenger seat also giving you direction. We'll let you brief this second group of drivers here. Of course, we're getting ready to load them in, get them going here in the skid pad. Again, a lot to learn so far. These second group of drivers, they seem a little less nervous than the first one.
And I maybe wonder if that's just because they know that all the first group of drivers have done it now, and it's their chance to go and be unleashed. Great to get the chat with Andrew, talk as well about that difference, right? And that's an important thing to understand, right? The purpose-built skid pad maybe giving the drivers a bit more of an understeery sort of a feel, but if we want the more natural sort of a load on the car, maybe it made a bit more logical sense to send them out to that temporary skid pad where we are right now. So around goes the white Sucker Punch BMW with the Toyo tires. Just wanted to tell a story as well about Craig Laws. We had that great chat with him, but he is someone that, again, was top 3 in one of our selection shows back for Season 1, Part 1. So got very close to being a part of Prodigy Week Part 1, but he took the, I don't want to call it a rejection, a lack of a Prodigy pass, really as motivation. He's lost about 3 stone, which for people who use proper units, is about 20 kilograms of weight, all just in preparation for this. And that happened before he even won the Prodigy pass. He was so committed and dedicated to, changing his life in some ways that that started before the Prodigy passes won. And he was very open in saying that the thing he was most nervous about coming into this 3 days of activity was, am I still the driver I used to be? To use a direct quote there. Hasn't been in a kart since, 15 years ago, 2009. Lots changed since then. He still thinks he's a young 45, as he puts it. But the fear is that he doesn't think that he'll be able to deliver in the way that he knows he was able to in the past. And that's an impressive admission to make, right? It shows someone who's thinking about what they need to do. This, though, I do believe is Thomas Bellerman as he works his way on the skid pad. You can see that Randy Probst just over the shoulder there seems to, I don't think he's got a hand on the wheel just yet, but it's definitely helping Thomas with the balance. You can see the finger poke there from Randy talking about driver hands, as Hannah very, descriptively put it. It's something that you see wherever you are, no matter what sort of discipline of racing. That's how it's the universal language of race car drivers is the driver hands. So the 19-year-old, currently based in Hillsborough, California, which is just about 10 minutes south of the airport, SFO. Not the other San Francisco airport now, that's Oakland, but that's a discussion for another day. He did say as well that he was born in Paris and has wanted to be a race car driver since the age of 9 when he first watched the 24 Hours of Le Mans. What a race to be introduced to the world of motorsport through as well. So, you know, for Thomas, I'm quite curious to see how he goes. He did say, I love asking people who their driver heroes were, because, you know, often you'll get the usuals, the Michael Schumachers. You ask me, it was Kimi Räikkönen. That's who I grew up adoring. But he said Jeff Westphal, which is, you know, a little bit of a out of left field pick, a current IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge driver racing in a BMW GT4, who actually was talking with Thomas at the age of 14 about motorsports and how to climb the ladder. Now, Jeff only started at the age of 18, so even later than Thomas did, but it gave him that belief that it wasn't too late for him. He would still have that chance, and so when he got his driver's license, he never lost his hope of being in a real race car, even if it was only competing initially on the simulator at home. And so Jeff is his motorsports hero. What a fun story that is. Go back down to pit lane, though, catch up with more of the drivers.
And you'd mentioned it, Thomas Bellman, just getting out of the car. The first one here of this second group. We saw many of the drivers watching here over the sky deck, that first group, and you said, hey, I'll be P1 in group 2. I'll be the first one to go out here. Was that planned and calculated, or were you just the first one standing over here?
To be honest, I was the first one standing over here, and I was like, okay, you know, nobody's going up first, so why not just go for it up myself? And I was kind of excited to get into it, kind of knew what I was going to do, and so I just decided, well, why not go right now? So.
We've been watching, of course, and this is one of my favorite things, is watching Randy's hands in the car here, because we know him and he's very animated, and the race car hands come out. What kind of feedback is he giving you guys as the drivers, during your performance, and then also that moment of debrief here?
I think during the performance, he's really teaching us to use our eyes. I think it's, as he was explaining, it's an instinct to look away from the corner when we're drifting or when we're sliding. And so he's trying to teach us to get rid of that bad habit and make sure that we're always looking towards where the car's going. So when we're correcting, we know where our eyes are pointed so that we can make sure we're safe in doing a correct job with it. And then after the debriefing, he was actually really happy with what I did on that last one. He was like, it was perfect, exactly what I did. So kind of talked to me about, you know, really making sure those hands are smooth as you're correcting, and then always just keeping those eyes out.
And hearing that come from Randy as a compliment, you know, in a literal competition where you're judged, you're given a score on day one, what kind of confidence does that give you as a driver?
Definitely gives me a lot of confidence. Also from the Autocross, he was impressed because I beat his time, so I was kind of like, well, maybe I should become the coach now since I was faster. So, but yeah, it definitely gets me up there and makes me feel confident coming for the next 2 days. I think it's going to be a lot of competition still with all the other 19 talented drivers we have in this field, but I think after today and seeing kind of my performance and what I was able to do, I think I'm feeling pretty confident.
I think you should wager his jacket.
Definitely. I think we should definitely do that, honestly.
Yeah, listen, Randy's got style, so we'll give him that one here. But again, day one really coming to a close for you here this afternoon. Skid pad, autocross, physical fitness, it's all done. We get to now focus, of course, on the racing behind us, the chases on Wednesday, and a night to debrief and really analyze here this evening. What are you looking forward to about tomorrow?
I'm definitely looking forward to obviously driving the Radical SR1. I feel like everyone's going to be saying that. But also on top of that, just talking to the coaches and kind of receiving feedback about how to improve my driving. I think that's what we're also all here to do, is to get faster in the car overall, and using and having these coaches give us feedback and understanding data on how the car's handling will be definitely critical in these next 2 days to just improve and become a better driver overall.
Now, I want to talk a little bit about, of course, the sim community going into this, right? Prodigy Week and Prodigy Racing is trying to break barriers here and really just disturb the racing scenario in creating opportunities for sim racers to come out here and race real life. Even in the YouTube chat that we've had, there are people that are chiming in going, okay, I want to get involved in this. This is creating opportunities. What feedback have you given when, you announced that you were part of Prodigy Week 2?
I think feedback I would definitely give to people is definitely go online and check out Racing Prodigy. I was supposed to go to a race weekend back in February when it got canceled, unfortunately, and then I heard about Racing Prodigy back in November, and that was when I finally got a PC, and I was like, well, why not give this a shot? Maybe I'm getting signs to go and enter this. So I went to racingprodigy.com, did all the membership inscriptions, and got into it, and definitely the competition was very difficult to get through in iRacing, but it's making sure that you still believe in your goals, prepare as much as possible, and make sure that no matter what, you're going to give it all you've got to try to qualify yourself for this competition.
Thomas Bellman, of course, one of the walking testaments down here in Prodigy Week 2 of what really this program is about and the opportunity it's creating.
And with the conviction, the confidence to take a year away from college and not make the traditional step that most 18-year-olds would be doing after they graduate high school. No, postpones that a year, all in the search of the professional racing contract. Another one of the BMWs back out on track, and a little bit of a sideways slip there. Love the line where Thomas's confidence, faster than Randy Pope's in the autocross section. Let's switch around. May the student become the master, master become the student kind of thing. And of course, both Hannah and myself have been admiring Randy's jacket, and so I think, yes, that is very much worth a wager or something, as off the BMW is going to run into the waiting area and see who that was behind the wheel, and we'll get a bit of an update. Does seem as though there is also, maybe that's just my eyes deceiving me, someone in the backseat of these BMWs as well. So maybe at some point, either Juliana or Hannah will send them into the back of these cars. Let's go back down to pit lane, though, and chat to Juliana.
Boom.
Yes, you guys, I am here. They're getting ready. They're getting their shots ready. We're here with the Sucker Punch crew. We've got some pickle pouches. We've got some shots. Now,
Whoa.
Wait, where's mine?
I just opened it for you.
Oh, yeah. Okay, this is the deal.
Juliana, can you hear them in the booth?
Yeah.
Or do you want pickles?
Yes, I can.
You want pickles? Or
No, this is great.
Okay, get ready.
All right, so we're all gonna do this. You're ready?
I can drink by itself.
Perfect.
You might as well cheers on it.
I feel like we need to cheers on it.
Cheers.
I think
Cheers.
it's only.
Wait.
Oh, I thought they already threw it to me.
Look, if I'm gonna be
Arjuna
a movie
did
star,
come
I
down
need
to
more
me.
direction.
That may be really
And
good.
where's the
at
little
being a movie
clicker?
star, yeah.
Right?
Take one.
I think we're still trying to get the technical issues sorted out. Maybe we can get them to do that with the shooters. in the meantime.
Arjuna, can you hear us?
We can hear you now, Juliana.
Check.
Great. Okay, so we are down here with the Sucker Punch crew. We're gonna take some shots together. Some of this is our first time. This is the first time for me. Anyone else first timer here? Yes.
First
Yes.
timer here.
Yes.
First timer.
Okay.
I said let's cheers to it.
All right. I think we
These are
should.
good.
Cheers.
Are we cheers to anything specific?
Yeah.
Sucker Punch.
Sucker Punch Racing Prodigy.
Sucker Racing Prodigy.
Yes, Racing Prodigy.
And taking care of people. There you go.
There you go. All
Cheers.
right.
Enjoy,
down the
guys.
hatch.
Yum.
I'll just finish
Oh
the
my
race.
gosh. This is like my 10. I'm so ready now, bro.
Let's
That's
go.
good.
Wow.
Let's do it.
That
I think
is
that's my
amazing.
favorite flavor.
This
It's
is your
addicting.
10th?
Probably.
All right, Brian,
I'm
I'm
not
gonna-
driving though. I'm good.
I'm gonna have to put you on the spot. I'm gonna have to
Can't
put you on the
count it.
spot one more time.
Oh my gosh.
I
okay.
know it. I know you're just too good on
All
camera.
right, I know.
But also, you have a wonderful product.
Thank
Can you
you.
please? I know you said it a little bit earlier, but we have some new viewers. Tell us all about Sucker Punch, how you came up with it, and just what your role is here.
Right. So, well, I'm retired, but I decided I saw this brand about 5 years ago, and they really was just two guys out of Chicago, and great guys. They had a great brand, they had a great recipe, but they weren't really going anywhere. They had no money and they had no connections. So I decided to help them and give them some loans just to help them get exposure because I believed in what they were doing. And not long story short, now I own most of the company. Back then they were just doing $40,000 in sales. We'll do over $10 million what we did last year, and we're in Kroger, we're in Sam's Club, we're in Aldi, we just got Costco. I think you're going to see Sucker Punch everywhere, and for me it's a great clean product, and we're doing it for the right reasons, and whatever the outcome is, I hope to change lives with the proceeds. And Racing Prodigy is another company that we're partnering with, which is just a perfect mix of trying to help people and doing it the right way.
And your product truly is very important for athletes because
Correct.
it's filled with magnesium, potassium, calcium.
Good.
Yeah, I know my nutrition.
You've been listening.
I have, but also the nutrition is my background as well.
Yeah.
So I appreciate being able to not only read on the bottle, being like, wow, everything is in there, but also know that when I'm taking this, I am literally changing my whole dynamic.
Right.
And I can go out and do the majority of anything.
Right. So it's clean, and the
Yes.
pickle pouches are clean. They don't need to be refrigerated. My mom's in her 80s. She drinks pickle juice just for energy. I have Parkinson's disease, so I have the shakes, and I don't cramp up anymore by drinking pickle juice, and so we're just excited to be able to get out there, and we're going to take the world by storm.
Yes, you are.
So a lot more to come.
So I have to ask you, is there a limit? Because I know obviously with potassium. You have limits a day that you should not exceed.
Correct.
Is that fair to say?
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Is there a limit that people should make sure they don't exceed when they're taking those shots or eating your
It
pickle
really
pouches?
depends on what they're doing. Like endurance athletes, marathon runners, ultra marathon runners, we're starting to do a lot in the endurance world. They're burning a lot of calories. And race car drivers, 6, 7, 8 pounds of water weight lost in a race. So they can be consuming a lot more of it. But typically 2 to 4 ounces is about what you should take. But if you're, hardcore, elite athlete and you're really burning through a lot of calories and you need to be hydrated, 8 ounces is fine. It really depends on the activity level of the person. And there's a lot of sodium, so you want to be, which is good from a hydration standpoint, but you don't want to overdo that as well.
Of course.
So it's a case-by-case basis.
That's fair. And also, just to make sure that people know, you still need to drink your water.
Absolutely.
This is in combination with still staying very hydrated.
Correct.
And that will also make a difference with how much you can have per day as well.
That's right. I think I like pickle juice. I'm addicted to it. I think I have had 10 shots. But you need to, it's like, for me, it's medicine. Like, I take it for a purpose, but I actually like the taste of it. You don't have all the crap, all the calories and all the sugar and the carbs. Like, in my mind, it's clean hydration. The pickles is clean snacking. Everybody should be aware of what they're taking. And even our Bloody Mary mix only has 7 ingredients versus some of the other folks have 30, 40 ingredients. So for me, it's about clean food, clean snacking, clean hydration, and just knocking the competition off the charts, just blowing right through them.
I love that. We talked a lot about the sports aspect of your product, but it does, as you said, venture into the beverage world as well.
Correct.
I do know about the picklebacks, which you had some Jameson in there.
I never heard of that before. But no, I'm just kidding.
I'm like, wait a minute.
I'm kidding.
I was about to say you have to. That's how I love to have my pickle juice.
Yeah.
But you can do that with your product as well.
So I say, and somebody came up with this, make Sucker Punch the last shot of the night, which makes a lot of sense.
Absolutely.
Truly from a not hangover standpoint, it's the best thing to drink before you go to bed, and it keeps you hydrated. If you're doing a pub crawl or if you're doing like a tailgating, you should stay hydrated and make it the last shot of the night. But for picklebacks, it's new to some areas of the country. I can remember being in New York 10 years ago and doing Jameson and pickle juice. But it's just kind of catching on. So there's lots of applications for pickle juice. It's old school. We're bringing it to the new school, and it's there's just a lot of benefits to it.
Well, I know it's making a difference here with some of the athletes already, because we had, I believe it was Brenna earlier this morning, say, she's like, I woke up this morning, I was feeling really kind of sick a little bit. I didn't feel good. She goes, I ate a pack of pickles. She's like, I felt brand new. And I was like, well, yeah, because a lot of times people think when they're tired and they're lethargic that they need to eat. Well,
right.
You're usually dehydrated.
Yep,
so
right.
She did the exact thing, is just quick replenish, refuel. She was able to go and have a really good time on the treadmill, and her whole fitness assessment.
My mom is 84.
Yes.
And she drinks pickle juice she has a gallon that I stock her up, and she drinks drinks every day, and for her it's energy. Before I go on a hike, I take a shot, and then one at the end, just to replenish. And so it's pretty awesome. And again, it's not rocket science. It's been around a long time, but we want to own the space and educate people to the benefits of it, and the pickles, and just clean snacking, and it just doesn't exist. It's hard to find anymore. Everything's just so manufactured and artificial and processed. This is natural stuff, and it does make a difference.
Well, you are so right. Thank you guys so much for being here. You're truly changing our day.
Yeah.
This is great. And I know I had the dill flavor.
Right.
You also have multiple flavors too.
We have a pepper also.
Okay, a pepper. I've heard
spice
that's
too.
Very spicy. Okay.
Well, yeah.
If you like spice, it's going to be great, because
Exactly.
everyone does.
Exactly.
But I will say this. You guys heard where you can find it. Go pick it up, try it out. You've heard all the places.
Yeah.
It's wonderful. Thank you so much for being here. We love your product.
Thank you very much. GetSuckerPunch.com, or we're everywhere, so just...
All right. Yep. And we are going to walk right over here. We've got all of these guys. Are you guys just hanging out? Are we having a meeting?
Kind of discussing.
What's going on?
I'm asking them, how are they feeling about tomorrow? Are they nervous? Some of them are nervous about the weather. Is it going to rain? So
are they being honest, you think?
I think they are. I think we got a great group of people here, and they just kind of informing me a little bit of what they're about to experience.
Okay, well, I'm going to actually put you on the spot. I need you to inform everyone watching who you are.
So, my name's Frans Bernardo. and I'm not from Australia. I'm from South Africa.
Need to make that clear.
Brian Smucker, one of my best friend, and he got me involved with Sucker Punch as well. And yeah, I just fell in love with the project and helped promoting it. And yeah, out here enjoying a day like this with you guys and all these racers.
Were you able to be here before, or just this is your first round?
This is my first round.
Okay.
So yeah, all good.
Well,
Looking
what other
forward to it.
questions do you have for these drivers?
So I asked him, are they nervous? And he explained to me, if you want to go ahead.
Yeah, sure, about being nervous. Today I'm quite relaxed, like very relaxed and very energetic. Tomorrow I expect myself to be nervous just before entering the Radical car. I think it's natural, but it should, and I hope it will get released after first corners, when I will get the flow of the car, flow of the corners. So then anxiety will race just before. The heart rate probably will be high, as expected, but hopefully I will get less nervous after.
I was going to say, I feel like nerves are always a good thing. You know, it means you care. It means you have like a passion for what you're doing, which I know that all of y'all do. So I know a couple of you guys have tried the Sucker Punch products. Has everyone tried them? Yeah?
Yes, I believe so.
What do you guys think?
They're really good.
Yeah.
I think we all said it. Like, I think most of us take one before the fitness test, if not after. It's just, you're sweating so much and you need to replenish stuff so fast, and sometimes, you know, you're drinking bottles and bottles of water and you feel bloated. So to make sure that you take a Sucker Punch real quick, and it does all of that so fast without having
That's
to
true. That's
bloat
great.
yourself. So really great. I think it's the first time I've tried the product, and I'm enjoying it this far. Yeah, 100%.
Okay, so we know about the Sucker Punch. Y'all, are you finished with your day almost?
Apparently not.
I think one more thing, and then we're going to have some good music tonight.
I think
And,
so, but I'm curious, what did you guys think about this whole experience today? I mean, this is like everything you've ever dreamed of? Yes?
It's unreal.
It was great, yeah. Like, obviously, training to be in a car, because, you know, we're all from simulator background, so to get in a car, to feel, you know, that bum and seat feeling, that weight distribution feeling, it's been very beneficial. So I feel a lot more confident going out into the radicals now.
Okay, I have to be honest. Did anyone get sick on the skid pad? Anyone feel sick? Love that. Okay.
Race car drivers, we can't get sick.
Did any of your coaches that were in there with you go like, oh, hold on, let me like take a break?
No,
Okay, good.
It was pretty encouraging, to be honest.
Love that. Okay. All right, guys. Well, thank you guys so much. We are so happy that you made it through day one. We got day 2 tomorrow.
Yep.
Are you guys gonna go home, get some rest?
Yep.
All right. We're gonna send it back up to Arjuna in the booth.
Oh, pickle shots from all, and I guess we'll get some sent up to the booth at some point as well. Great to see support from Sucker Punch, and I've got to say as well, I always appreciate when our partners not just support us, but are willing to tell their stories as well. So Brian, thanks for sharing, and thanks for your support, and the entire team at Sucker Punch's support as well. I didn't realize you could find them in so many different places. I initially bought my pickles from Whole Foods. You can get them on Amazon, but you know, apparently Kroger, Costco, Aldi, get them wherever you want if you're a pickle fan, and get yourself full of energy. That is one of the drivers jumping out. That is Edoardo Leo, the Altus Esports driver from Italy, 17 years young, won 2 iRacing World Championship races last year in the wonderfully named iRacing Grand Prix Turn Racing Series. It's a great series name, no complaints about that. Won at Zandvoort and at Pocono, so that is a concept open-wheel car. It's produced by Dallara, in fact, actually in collaboration with iRacing. Goes faster than any open-wheel car that you can really think of. That includes, I think, Formula One cars, and beats some of the best that the talent has to offer. So he knows what it's like to make those quick decisions, especially at Pocono, such a high-speed track as well. Let's go back down to pit lane, though, as the next driver gets ready to go. Oh, I think we're having a bit of a technical issue here as Hannah tries to see if the audio will come
There
through.
we go.
Hannah, we got you.
Perfect. You'd mentioned, of course, his open wheel experience, but Eduardo just getting out from behind the wheel of the BMW. Your chance there on the skid pad. What was your evaluation? What were you feeling out there?
It was a bit rough, not gonna lie. I could have done much better, but it was kind of a way to learn how to really feel how to the car on my like feeling it instead of just seeing it, because obviously in the sim you cannot only see where the car is going, but now we are kind of feeling how to play with the throttle and the brake as well. So it was quite cool to learn a few things, and yeah, that was really fun.
That's a thing that we've really talked a lot about so far this week, is that real life feeling it in the seat, being able to actually feel the resistance, which you guys are used to. But of course, we're going to get ready to go to the Radicals tomorrow. A little bit more in your wheelhouse of that open wheel center gravity. Are you looking forward to tomorrow's on track?
Absolutely, I cannot wait. But yeah, it's going to be amazing. Hopefully, the speed is going to be much faster. So yeah, hopefully I'll adapt quite fast, but cannot wait.
And that being said, of course, we're getting ready to wrap up day one here. Skid pad, autocross, physical fitness. We can now check all of those off the box before we get ready to race the Radicals tomorrow. How are you feeling overall if you had to evaluate day one here at Prodigy Week?
I'm confident. I was feeling a bit nervous before day one, but yeah, it went really well. I think also the physical tests, kind of average. In some I did worse, in some I did best, but overall, so the autocross was really fun in the wet, trying to control with almost no traction in ABS. It was super fun, so yeah, kind of just waiting for getting actually in the Radical.
And there we have it, our journey. You and I were talking about it. No traction, no ABS, because we know there's no way that car would be out there with ABS. It'd be giving him all sorts of problems. We'll let Eduardo go here. Of course, one of the Italian drivers, a handful of drivers still left over here. We're actually going to grab Camille, if you want to come over here and join me. One of the first drivers, of course, that went out there in the second group here. Again, your evaluation, what did you learn from Group 1, and what was your biggest takeaway here from Skid Pad?
From Group 1, when it was great to feel the weight transfer just before the real experience tomorrow in Radical. So know to how, in sim racing you don't really feel with your body anything. So here it was great to learn when to react when you're losing grip in the rear, when you're losing grip in the front, having understeer, and how to react to this. So great and safe experience before tomorrow. Yeah.
I mean, out here, there's cones and a sprinkler system. About the only thing, of course, fortunately, that could be taken out. But you'd mentioned the weight transfer, right? Tomorrow we're going to get out on the racetrack, and there's elevation changes, also part of that. I mean, how are you looking forward to that? How do you feel about those?
Exactly. I'm super excited about the track because of how steep are some corners. Some of the corners are blind, but most of the track is really steep with the elevation changes, as you said. So we will feel the weight, the G-forces on every corner, which will help on some corners because of how the forces, when you go down, the power of the car is more planted. Going uphill is much different feeling. So yeah, the tracks definitely looks super interesting, and was a great experience to feel a bit of side forces and leaning the car, but tomorrow we will feel the forces of up and down also.
So, of course, the balance of weight with skid pad. And then let's talk about autocross a little bit, of course, here. More of a calculated course challenge, making sure that you're precise, getting stopped, hitting those apexes correctly. How do you feel like autocross went for you?
Great experience also. I was happy with myself looking the progress from first try to second try. It felt like I needed more tries to actually really feel the car and this cone track, because I understood the power input of this BMW car, that we needed to press the throttle way earlier than we expected to be in the race car. But also great experience with how wide and big the car is with the corners, just as a warm-up for tomorrow. So yeah, also very good experience for day one.
And probably ready to take a nap today, huh, after the early morning we've had?
Yeah, definitely will be needed a bit of nap and energy recovery for a busy day tomorrow.
Well, fortunately for this driver, of course, his on-track stuff done here today, able to take a sigh of relief before we re-rack for tomorrow of day 2 of Prodigy Week.
The 2021 Ferrari eSports champion, who did win that series, that gave him then the chance to drive for the official Scuderia Ferrari Velis eSports team. So now part of ITB eSports, which as a sim racer, ITB stands for Into the Barriers, of course, but that's not what it stands for in the case of ITB eSports. No, Into the Breach instead, coming from some of those other eSports titles, of course, where things like Counter-Strike and whatnot. Into the Breach makes a lot of sense. So next up on track, I'm trying to figure out which driver that is from this camera angle, but I will be completely honest in saying don't think I know the answer to this. So, Hannah, if you've got a clue, feel free to spring in and jump on in. It might be Rupa Kirkapa, might be Jordan Johnson. Not 100% sure here as Randy Popes continues to give the instructions. But big smile on the face, that is for sure right now from the driver as he continues getting those instructions and the back end comes around. Hannah, do you have a copy with me now?
Yes, it is Rupa. So we did go ahead and get that confirmation. That is who's in the car right now.
I had a 50% chance of being right, so I'm glad that I was. So tell me, Hannah, from your perspective, you're down at ground level. We have a bit more of an aerial look. What does it look like when these drivers are just spinning themselves around in circles?
Well, honestly, it looks like a lot of fun, first and foremost. So we can start there. But again, I think, you know, we've heard these drivers talk about, okay, you see right there, Rupa is getting almost too far out. He's making more of a pinched circle, right, with like high apexes. The whole goal of this is, okay, let's see if we can get, you know, like you said, the continuous momentum of getting that oversteer, getting that understeer, and keeping a relative circle. So keeping it pinched like that is going to kill that momentum, and it's going to kick the back end out probably more than they anticipated, creating that really quick reaction time of understeer, oversteer, and keeping it corrected instead of just one continuous motion. So again, you can see Randy, again, my favorite thing so far here is giving him those corrections, giving him that learning. And again, every driver that's climbed out of these BMWs has said, okay, that helped me a bunch. It put the feel of the weight transfer, which is so crucial before we put them on a racing surface out here, to understand when a car outsteps like that, how to correct in a timely, you know, and not overly aggressive manner.
So are we going to put you into the car to get through the skid pad or no?
I don't think I want Randy's corrections, if we're being honest with you. He would fire me.
I don't think you want Randy yoinking on the handbrake either, do you?
Yeah, no, I'm okay. Thank you, though.
I think that was Michael Romanidis that jumped on in next. Hannah, can you confirm?
Yes, that is correct. And we're actually going to grab Rupa here really fast. We're going to scoot away from these poles here right behind us and let them, of course, get it underway. All right, we saw you have the opportunity there, one of the last drivers here. And seeing the back end of the race car kick out like that, explain to me that balance transfer of weight and what it felt like out there for you.
It felt pretty natural there. I think it's really important to get a good feel about it. And yeah, it was. I think this was a good practice for it, and it will certainly help tomorrow.
What was your biggest surprise here throughout the fitness, the autocross, and of course the skid pad today? What was the thing that took you most by surprise, or you found the most challenging?
I think the autocross today was the most interesting one. I think all of us had really great speed there, and I was surprised how well everyone was adapting there, because you know the fastest ones were like under a second behind Kenton there. And, you know, everyone was just being so confident with the car there.
Now, this challenge, of course, more of kind of a technicality aspect. They're watching how you handle the situation. The autocross was timed. And, of course, we got to see the posted times here on the big signboard outside of it. When you see your fellow competitors post those times, are you watching that and trying to challenge yourself? Are you running your own race? I mean, how are you approaching that, knowing that you can see other competitors' times?
Yeah, honestly, I was looking at the other times, and I was the last one to go out there, so I had pretty good view of what I think I could do, but I was a little bit disappointed because I was like 2 seconds off the pace or something, so not the best, but not the worst either. So need to be happy with that.
And a chance, of course, to get on the racetrack tomorrow with the Radicals. A great opportunity for these drivers. Again, a night to sleep on it as well here. And Arjuna, that goes back to what we talked about with, of course, seeing those times. Do you make that decision to go out first? Do you make that decision to go out last? How do you position yourself amongst your competition?
And that's something I guess I never really thought about, because I was, I'll be honest, under the assumption that it was a kind of a random draw. But I guess there is quite a bit to say for sitting back and learning from the others, and maybe that's something that we'll see. That's Mihai Neg that's getting, I think, instructions about where to go. Correction, by the way, it wasn't Michael Romanidis that I jumped into the white Sucker Punch BMW F30. Instead, it was, I'm pretty sure, Nikodem Wisniewski, the GT Sports driver in the BMW. I saw a question as well about the schedule for tomorrow. We've got an action-packed schedule, so Don't forget to join us pretty early in the morning. We'll start with the track walk. So the drivers aren't going to get thrown straight onto the track. No, instead what is going to happen is they'll be shuttled around basically to each individual corner. They'll then stop off there. The coaches will talk them through, you know, things they should be looking for, references, unique curbs, for example, or maybe bumps on the road that they should be using to rotate or not rotate the car, as it were. That's going to take place in the morning. So that's probably going to be about 7:45 to probably 8:45 or so. It's going to take a while, right? We're talking 2 miles, stopping off at each of the corners. From there, it's then down to the SR1 safety briefing. Tyler Edwards from the Primal Racing School will talk them through some of the nuances of this car, and that does include getting it into gear. There's a motorcycle gearbox rather than a traditional racing car gearbox, and so it's actually a little bit unique in the way that you get it first into the initial gear. Before, we'll send Kenton Cook and Raiden Nichols back out to shake down the cars. A couple of VIP laps maybe as well, and then around 9:45, 10 o'clock tomorrow morning here on the east coast of the U.S., we'll send out that first group for the first of 4 lead and follow sessions. There will be 5 laps behind the BMW, and then after that, it will be all about the drivers slowly building up their confidence in the first of the time sessions. Confirmation it was Nikodem Wisniewski that jumps out of the BMW. Couple of things just to highlight from his fact sheet. I mentioned 2015 GT Academy finalist, but maybe as well has won the biggest sim race in the world. Back in 2020, when the world slammed shut, of course, Le Mans spun up their virtual Le Mans 24, and Nikodem Wisniewski, in what was a Rebellion racing car, but powered by Williams Esports, was paired up with Jakub Brzezinski, another sim racer, and then Louis Delatraz and Raffaello Marciello, the 2 real drivers in that entry, and they went on to win the first and opening edition of the Virtual Le Mans 24 Hours. Since then, 2021, he was 6th in Formula E Accelerate, their sim racing competition, and just actually earlier this year, P2 in the 2024 DTM Esports Championship, which does actually get him a guest start in the ADAC Touring Car Junior Cup. So that's going to be very, very cool. But we are now all done with the skid pad for today. That means the BMWs have done their hard work, can be cooled off for the rest of the evening. I am looking down on pit lane, and I'm trying to see where Juliana, where Hannah might be, to see if we can maybe start to gather some of the drivers once again, because that does look as though a handful of the drivers, Brenna Schubert and Amy Frame on the right rear of the Radical at the front of the shot, being joined by Alejandro Vielma, I'm pretty sure. I think that's Camden Hibbett next to Jordan Johnson, potentially behind them. Brandon Hawkin is looking very intently into the cockpit of the SR1 that they have. This is a chance for the drivers to just relax very briefly and potentially find themselves gathering some knowledge. And see Kamil Pawlowski next to Jordan Johnson there. Is Nathan Maximin in the car. Camden Hibbett, the one that's just now wandering around to the left front corner of it. One of the coaches, Randy Popes, has just come over as well to give them a little bit more of his insight. It's a real shame as well that Randy's not going to be with us, unfortunately, here on Tuesday and Wednesday. He's had a rather busy schedule, the One Lap of America Challenge, and so he's going to be racing here at the Atlanta Motorsports Park this coming weekend, but his car, his race car, isn't actually quite ready yet, so there's some small tasks that he's got to go off and make sure get done before he can have his race this weekend. So glad to have him out here at least on day one to give his insight and his thoughts to the drivers. Still seeing some of the hot laps from the Radical SR1s, the Radical SR3 potentially still leading them around. And this is looking like they're having a ball of a time right now. They are being gingerly paced. They're not going, full chat attack, but they are very much being led around at a decent rate of speed, as the headlights are very much illuminating the way now as well. On pit lane, you're not seeing it right now from these Radical SR1s, but if you go back down to the tail end of pit lane, what we are having done right now, and this is, I've got to say, maybe the most exciting part of the day for me, is seeing the chosen Radical SR1s. Remember, we shook down 8 of them, got them within a 10th is what Kenton Cook and Kent Stacey have been saying. But there's going to be a Sucker Punch Radical SR1. There's an MPI Radical SR1 that I see in front of me right now as well. It's going to make it that little bit easier to figure out who is in what car when they go out racing tomorrow. And more importantly than that, this is also, we talked about the racing suit being a special occasion for the driver, and don't get me wrong, that is a special feeling. But when your race car has got your name on it, when you walk up to the side of it and you see your name there, that is a feeling that I don't think can be quite described. And that is what tomorrow morning, I think the drivers are all going to have a smile that stretches from ear to ear. There's going to be no other way about it, because it is all just about that raw emotion of seeing it. If you are watching and thinking it's time for these drivers to get out on track, don't forget that you'll have the chance to save them on day number 3 and ensure they are still out there on the track. After we finish the 4, yes, I said that, 4 group sessions, that includes the final one being a qualifying session. We'll take the fastest driver from each group, the fastest driver outside of those 4 as well, and so 5 drivers move into the chase. There will then be 3 drivers saved by you, the fans, through the fan vote. So you'll want to make sure that right around 11 o'clock, I think, 12 o'clock on Wednesday, you are here and around for those save sessions, and to make sure that you get your chance to have your voice heard in that poll. We did do a similar sort of a thing with the last chance finals in our Prodigy Racing League Spec MX-5 Golden Ticket Series on iRacing, powered by Sucker Punch, where we did have 2 finals, and from there, the judges, Nathan Nicholson and Chris Noon, saved a driver apiece, and you, the fans, saved an extra 2 as well, in addition to everything else. And so we had a really interesting last chance final. Matt Caruana taking advantage to win his golden ticket here to the Atlanta Motorsports Park. And so another similar sort of a situation where you, the fans, get your chance to be represented. It's going to be an early day again for them tomorrow, as mentioned. It's going to be an interesting situation for them when they wake up early and drive to the track for the track walk. And I guess they're going to have plenty of emotions as well. Let's see if we can catch up with some of that emotion on pit lane. Scratch that. Never mind, unfortunately. We'll just watch the drivers in and out of the car with a big smile on their face. What we really want to do is, you see Hannah standing there. We want to send her down to have a chat with those drivers now that they seem to be a bit more free and engaging in one another. I think we've got the interview lined up, though. Let's head down there and chat with Hannah.
Well, I was just going to say, Arjuna, of course, all of our drivers done with the autocross, the skid pad, the physical fitness, it's done. And they literally could not wait to get their hands on the Radical SR1s here, taking turns here, jumping in the car, getting a feel for it. For some, the first time they've been back behind the wheel here of a race car like this. So getting fitted in here, you know what, I'm just going to go ahead and put you on the spot here. You're sitting in it, hands on the wheel, gloves ready to go. Does this feel like home for you?
Definitely, yeah. Just lacking the monitor for some reason. I can see the world in the car, but yeah, getting the feeling for tomorrow. I'm ready to go. Can you launch the car for me?
So this is an interesting concept, and I didn't even think about it. No windshield, no rock guard, no nothing here. I mean, how do you feel about that? That's a different concept.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Never driven the open car like this, only the normal road or race cars with roof. So I'm really curious how the wind will affect the feeling of the head during the driving on high speeds. Yeah, but the position itself feels like at home, as you said. So like in Simric, and yeah, really looking forward for tomorrow.
Feel definitely one of the drivers looking forward to it. Of course, he mentioned it. So interesting with that wind guard. I didn't even think about it. Of course, a lot of our drivers coming from backgrounds with Mazda MX-5 or, of course, go-karting as well. So getting fitted, I mean, we're all awfully brave standing here. I'm not sure one of these drivers might not just fire it up and try and take it for a run here and see how it fits. But again, for some of these drivers, this is the first time they've sat behind the wheel and been able to do it. We're going to grab Brenna really fast here, though. Okay, day one, Prodigy Week in the books. Autocross, skid pad, it's all done and over with. You get a chance to go home and debrief. How do you feel overall, you know, of your day one evaluation?
I feel really good. Really just loved kind of meeting all of the people involved and the instructors and the competitors. And yeah, I feel good about how I performed and looking forward to tomorrow.
And now tomorrow, of course, everyone's sitting here getting, you know, checked into the Radical SR1s, seeing how they feel. Have you got the chance to climb behind the wheel and sit in one yet?
I have not, no. I'm trying to stretch out my suit a little bit. It's a little tight. So
you got to do the high knees. You got to run around and make sure you get the high knees up to your chest.
I'm like, I don't think think I can, like, I don't know if I can lift my leg over that yet, so.
Listen, we can make accommodations for this. We'll have a team hoist. We can do a little step 1, 2 here. But one of the things that Camille said, and I know a lot of the other drivers, is the lack of a wind guard. I mean, we're going to talk about it a little bit more tomorrow, but you come from the karting background, so you have that open face aspect. That could help you, would you say?
I guess so. I think the main advantage is that some other people, they might have had car experience or sim experience or something, but when you're in an enclosed car, you don't feel that speed that you do in a go-kart when you're that low to the ground and when you're open air. So I think that, I don't know, some of them might really be like, oh my gosh, this is fast. And it'll still feel fast to me 100%, but I think from karting and kind of having that open air experience, I think it'll be a little bit more settling, so yeah.
And not, of course, having, for some of these drivers that don't have the karting experience, getting the chance to drive the BMWs, whether it was skid pad or autocross, and feeling that weight transfer, right? Do you feel like that's maybe bridged the gap a little bit for those that are going to get on the racetrack tomorrow that haven't felt that weight distribution before because they've just been in low settling, cars or prototypes?
Yeah, I definitely think that'll help 100%. I mean, it'll definitely be a whole different ballgame once we get out on the track, but having that experience first is 100% necessary, I think, because, when you're out there, you need to know how to catch the car, things like that. So I think it'll even it out. And like I said, some of these sim racers, they've probably gotten to practice the track on the sim too. So I think it'll be a really good event, and I think the times will be really close.
We're going to let Brenna go. Of course, a group photo getting ready to take place here with all of our Prodigy Week 1 participants. Again, a couple more. We're actually going to get hit here with a, come this way. We're going to get hit with a Radical
Hannah
out here getting ready to take more VIPs. Listen, again, I think if I'm just going to go get in line, Arjuna, as soon as we go off air, I'm going to go get in line. You should get in line. We'll just show up in our blue fire suits for our rides.
What we should do, though, Hannah, see if you can grab one of the VIPs that is down there, though. I think I saw one of them jump out, because I think they've not just had the chance to now be shuttled around in the SR3. They've had the chance to drive the car as well. I'd be very curious, if you can, to try and catch up with one of them as we see the next driver to attempt to get into the SR1. That is Jordan Johnson in the Apex Racing Academy team. I'm sure plenty of the Apex Racing drivers cheering him on. Started karting when he was 19 years old, effectively the first time that he could afford it, and then made the finals of his first Prodigy Racing League competition. Has done some Formula SAE. Again, go back to that being a great way to introduce yourself to the world of motorsports, even if you aren't an engineer. And maybe most interestingly from him, a black belt in Taekwondo, has competed twice at the national level. But then this is not the only esport that he's quite good at. I mentioned earlier Counter-Strike. He is a Counter-Strike esports national champion at Robbery Morris University, which, incredible. The fast twitch reactions that you need to be good in a platform like Counter-Strike, to understand all the nuances of the meta, to use one of those esports terms. Very, very impressive indeed, as I see Javi with his helmet off from Williams Esports chatting to one of the drivers with the Racing Prodigy suit still on. Where are our other VIPs, though? Where have they disappeared off to? Are they getting ready to enjoy the thrill of the Radical SR1? I see a helmet and a Hans device going on to one of the drivers. Braden Nichols giving him a bit of a helping hand. I think, though, Hannah has managed to find a VIP. Hannah, do you have a copy? That would be a no, it would seem, unfortunately. But we'll see if we can get her in a few moments' time, because it seems like there's plenty of conversation happening down there. Still, by the way, there are radicals out on track that are continuing to run around. There are skid pad activities that are being wrapped up and brought to a close. And you can see there, Amy Frame, I do believe, getting queued up by the docu-series crew for a little bit more taping. I can hear someone down on pit lane, though. What's going on? I was hoping that we'd have an interview standing by, but I don't think that was the case, unfortunately. One more driver getting into that 03 SR1 on the bottom left corner of your screen. There's a helmet up in front that I think is Braden Nichols, where he'll go out yet again and just do a bit of lead follow with the next drivers up in line. Been a great day, though, overall. It's the busiest day yet the quietest day in many ways, mainly because there's no rumble of the Radical SR1 engines around the Atlanta Motorsports Park. It started early, bright and early, in the gym, literally, metaphorically, in Dawsonville, Georgia. The drivers put through the pitfit performance gambit, if you will, the Cooper test at the forefront of that. Jim Leo, Trey Shannon, and Millie Matthias from the team at pitfit making sure to very much tot up the numbers and line them up against the Prodigy Week Part 1 competition. Dr. Ashley Whitson from the Racers Physio was helping them all out as well. And then Dr. Nick Molinaro, in his role representing Racing Mind Strategies, has been down there. And it was interesting listening to him as well, the way that he talked about the profession of being a race car driver, because, you know, it is a profession at the end of the day. You have to grow, you have to understand how to be a better driver, work with your teammates. For example, I saw Camden Hibbert was on the Skydeck a few minutes ago just recording some content for social media with his father. So, you know, these are those things that the best drivers will instinctively want to go off and do. And definitely seems to be something that we're finding from all of that. Don't go anywhere, though. We will wrap up Prodigy Week Part 2, Day 1, in a few moments' time here from the Atlanta Motorsports Park.
Should we go to this meeting?
Yeah. Let me just get a snack first.
Snack? I brought a snack.
Oh, that's okay. I'm good.
Oh, no. I got this. Told you I brought a snack.
There's a better way to eat pickles on the go. Sucker Punch, the snack with a snap.
Welcome back here to the Atlanta Motorsports Park. Just one final activity here for Prodigy Week Part 2, Day 1. It is the group photo with all of the drivers. There are still plenty of things going on right now, though. Don't believe that the team at Racing Prodigy is not hard at work. We're putting the stickers onto the 4 selected Radical SR1s we'll be using tomorrow. And you can see the drivers right now getting intimately familiar with the cockpit of their machine. Again, that is a very valid point that both Hannah and Brenna were talking about slightly earlier. The lack of any sort of physical barrier between you and the onrushing air is not just going to be maybe disconcerting in some ways for, you know, drivers going upwards of 100 miles an hour into the some of these faster corners, right? That's going to be somewhat disconcerting. But if there are rocks and stuff thrown at you, I distinctly remember the first time I went to a dirt race. I wasn't even driving, but I've watched, you know, World of Outlaws for so many years on TV, and I was like, I need to go see that in person. And you get dirt thrown at you in the grandstands. And it's such a visceral reaction when it does. I had one that flew literally between me and the friend sitting next to me, and we could hear it fly past us. And so, you know, those are the kind of things that, you know, Dr. Nick's probably been wondering and assessing the drivers on how they're going to deal with the challenge and work their way on forward. So I think that's curious. And I wonder as well, you see Brandon Hawkin looking behind the steering wheel a little bit, maybe into the footbox, the pedals of the car. I mentioned earlier it's got an intriguing way to actually get it into gear. Now, I'll be honest and say that I don't necessarily remember exactly what the procedure was from Prodigy Week Part 1. I wasn't a driver, so I only got told about it and then had to remember. I didn't get to do it, but it's something like shift it into neutral, shift it into second gear, and then bump it down twice to get into first. So it's something convoluted like that. Basically because, of course, Radical, you know, we talked about it being the entry into the slicks and wings sort of category of racing in its SR1 variety. The SR3 and the SR10 maybe a little bit bigger, a little bit more powerful. But it's basically a car designed around the idea of lightweight construction, deriving technology from superbikes and aerodynamics. And therefore, we get racing cars that are faster than supercars in many ways. They've built almost 3,000 cars in the past 25 years, and Radical Motorsport, one of the most prolific sports car manufacturers in the world. And not only do they have a lot of real-world competitions at all levels, I mentioned slightly earlier as well that, you know, the Radical Cup North America is supporting IndyCar for 4 of its weekends. 37 Radicals at the Barber Motorsports Park a handful of weeks ago, which is absolutely insane to even think about, including some of these machines from the Atlanta Motorsports Park. Primal Racing supports some of the drivers in the series as well. But, you know, Radical have a big presence
I wanna know-
internationally
yeah, I
as
just wanna know
well.
what it
And
means to
I was
you.
actually
Yeah.
commentating at the end of 2023 on the Radical Cup Esports UK. So, there are plenty of good representations of radicals in the sim racing world. Maybe not as much the Radical SR1, which is a little bit lower powered, but at least on iRacing, one of our partners here at the Prodigy Racing League, we do have not one but two different radicals, but of the high-speed variety. They're a lot of fun, but if I can be a bit honest, difficult, at least for someone with a limited ability compared to some of these drivers that we see on screen. Well, the drivers are rather calm down on pit lane. Let's see if we can stir up a frenzy. Juliana, what's going on?
Thank you, Arjuna. Yes, I am here with Amy and Dad. We wanted to just go even further into the family dynamic that is motorsports. So, Dad, introduce yourself for all of the fans watching.
Hi, I'm Gordon Frame and I'm Amy's dad.
All right, so besides your dad, who do you guys have at home that are rooting you on and supporting you?
Well, we have my mum and my sister.
Do you have any of your friends that are tuning in too? Cousins, anyone?
A few of my racing friends from karting. I've seen a lot of their comments in the live stream, which is really nice. But I don't think many of my college friends actually know really what I'm doing here.
Well, that's something that you can post on your social media, right? And get them involved. So, Dad, I'm curious, how is it having your daughter be one of two females this round and here living her dream?
It's just been an incredible experience, and I think what's made it most for us is the fact that she's just done it all of herself. One of her friends in the Apollo kart team suggested that she applied. She did, some sim work, and the next thing we know, she's sat halfway through a kart race, getting a Racing Prodigy pass, and I guess we didn't really know what it meant. And then, over the next few days, I've got an email, I need to do this, and I need to sit in front of this, and Dr. Nick's going to come and do me some analysis on me, and I think the whole thing's just been really well organised. We're all so proud of her, and I know everybody back home is proud of what she's done. She's, females in motorsports, not easy. I'd say that on the track she has to work twice as hard as everybody else, maybe more, just to be there, just to get a fair shot. But Amy, she earns her respect. She exudes girl power, and she tells me when I get it wrong. Certainly when I'm on the kart track and mechanicking for her.
Okay, so does it make you have any different feeling of nerves when she's in this kind of a car? Even the BMW on the skid track versus being in a kart?
Well, on the fact that she...
Are you going to be nervous tomorrow, I guess, is what I'm asking. Are you?
No, definitely
Okay.
not. And I think the fact that she's had one driving lesson, she hasn't driven a car or been around a racetrack in a car, and then I watch her get the keys to a 330i BMW on her own with no one in, and I'm thinking, oh my goodness me. And then I talk to everybody else and he goes, fine, safe environment, nothing's going to happen. So I'm just going with the flow, and like we've done this all along, we've said, Amy's herself. She's always true to herself. She never tries to be anybody different. She'll do the same this week, and everybody at home will see that, and the people who are judging here as well.
Well, it seems like she gets a lot of that from you. I'm sure from your wife as well, but
Absolutely.
This is wonderful to kind of see where she gets her personality and character from. It's zooting out from you, so it's really lovely to see. Okay, so I have to ask this as well. Being here, I know this is your first time in the States. Is this also your first time in the States as well?
I've been once before.
Once before. Was it a long time ago?
Yes.
Okay, so what is it like being in the United States? I mean, I know y'all haven't gotten to see too much, but just with like the people that are here, is it what you expected?
Yeah, I mean, I think the people are so lovely, and also the food is really good.
What have y'all been eating? I don't even know.
A lot of like American like circle sausages. I had waffle for breakfast, like freshly made waffles, like in the machine. It was great.
That is wonderful.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so as far as your social media goes, I've noticed a lot of your posts, you have a lot of hip hop music. I love that personally. Do you do that on purpose? Is that what you kind of like live and breathe? And are you one that's gonna like listen to music before you're gonna be racing? Yeah.
Yeah, so I do, I love my music. Me and my sister, we always sit in the car like blasting music, having a little dance. That is like, it's just our thing. Like, I think it just gets you so like calmed and just like you forget everything. Like, it really calms you down.
Did you know, did you have the option today? I know 2 of the guys wore their music during the Cooper test. Did they tell you you could? Would you have done that if you had known? Or would you have just done it the way you did it?
I think the way I did it was okay, but music probably would have helped, but I forgot my AirPods at home.
Oh no!
I sat through the whole flight with no AirPods.
How long was that flight?
What was it, 8.5 hours or something?
Did they at least give you something that you could I know they're terrible, you can barely hear anything on them, but oh man, that's terrible.
But I think in terms of her music, she joined a new kart team this year, Apollo Karts, and we have a very musical environment. So when you get up at 8 o'clock in the morning, there's generally hip hop or R&B blasted out whilst we're maintaining the karts. And I think, music makes the world go round. It's a great place to be in the awning, and I think it fosters a good environment for people to be together.
It really does. It's kind of like what people can bond over.
Yeah, I think
food and music.
Sometimes the music's terrible, but we grin and bear it.
It's true. Well, we're so happy to have you both here. Dad, you're doing a wonderful job with your daughter. We're going to look forward to everything else later in this week, and I think we're getting ready for the picture, but before we go over there, we're going to send it back up to Arjuna in the booth. Awesome. Thank you guys so much.
No worries, no problem.
That was great. Really enjoyed listening to that little chat and getting the insight, not just from the driver, but the family as well. And, even though during Prodigy Week Part 1, if I remember correctly, we had 2 or 3 of the families come out here. We had one minor in the form of Ciro Zambro. It was great to see both of his parents out here at the Atlanta Motorsports Park. Garrett Lowe's father was here as well, because Garrett, relatively local, over in North Carolina, where he studies at the University of North Carolina, if I remember correctly. But yeah, we've got, I think it's 5 minors this year, all of them bringing, family members along with them. And, this ultimately is a family sport, right? You go out there and you compete by yourself, but you look at motorsport lineages and how often people get into motorsport. It's done at the grassroots level, often through your family. And so great to see that support continue to roll on. Although I will be honest in saying that Gordon's lack of worry just, I think, shows you the confidence that he has in Amy, because that was amazing to see. So often you'll talk to racing driver parents, and Daniel Ricciardo is the case in point. His mother often says that she can't watch and watches through closed eyes during Formula One races because she's so stressed out. But again, family affair. Great to see Gordon out here, and really enjoyed that little chat that we had with the both of them. A little bit drained for the drivers as they sit on the pit wall right now. Been a long day. Remember, they had to wake up at probably 6 a.m., a little bit earlier than that. Got put on a bus, thrown out into physical assessments, and physical assessments that in some cases they had to do multiple times. Remember, Nathan Maximin started off his treadmill portion of the test, and then the treadmill broke. So he had to stop doing the test, get a bit of a breather, and then go again. I hope that's written on his report card for all of the teams to review come the Prodigy draft, because that is definitely something that will more than likely have a somewhat of a factor and an impact on the score and the performance, but should not take away from the effort and the fact that he had to do it twice. Definitely something just to keep in mind. Is that a yawn from Mihai Neg? I think it is. Oh, he looks a bit tired, does he? But I will say, he is potentially, when we go racing tomorrow, going to be the one to look for in terms of smiles, because we often talk and joke about in esports, we don't see much emotion, even though we can actually look behind the visor and quite usually get webcams for every single one of the drivers in the race as well. But Mihai's reaction to being selected in our Prodigy Racing League Race Room Search Selection Show by Boris Said, by Cameron Das. Honestly, I've got to do many of those search selection shows. I don't think I've ever done one that struck me in the same way. It was just heartwarming to see how much it meant to him. And yeah, it was great. He actually was part of Season 1, Part 1 in the Race Room Tortoise Formula 4 tournament that we had. And finally gets his chance to be out here. Sometimes he can be funny. I think that pretty funny guy when he's usually a little bit more awake and not so stressed out with everything that's going on. Interesting story as well in terms of the road to get here. He's currently studying to finish up a master's degree. He remembers getting into motorsport, not sim racing, but getting into motorsport back in 2012. So now we're talking, 12 years ago here. His friends came over to his home, turned on the TV, and it was on the sports channel. And it was a Formula One Grand Prix, Bahrain. And Mihai says that's the first race he's ever watched properly. And since then, doesn't think he's missed more than 10 races in 13 or 14 years. So that is remarkable. And, comes from a background as well where, I think a lot of Romanian sim racers will be very much here and supporting Mihai. His team boss, whose name I'm going to totally butcher, by the way, so I apologize in advance for doing so, but Bogdan Karamidaru, who at VCO we have a bit of a joke that he's just kind of known as Mr. C to all the commentators, a legend in the race room scene, and kind of told Mihai just to come in with low expectations, but wanting the high results and trying to enjoy every single moment of it. And I think tomorrow, once they get in the car, that will be what they are all looking forward to. I've been hearing from pit lane, by the way. We have about 14, 15 of the drivers currently ready for the group photo. The only thing we're still waiting for, I think a handful of the drivers have been pulled off by our docu-series crew to film a couple of pieces here and there, and so I think they are just being held back and working through a bit of a recording schedule right now. But this is very much, I think, in some ways, realistic to what drivers will have to deal with if they get the professional racing contract from the Prodigy draft. In racing, right, it's a lot of sitting around and waiting. There's not a lot of time that you're actually driving your race car. It's what we joke about in the world of sim racing. You've got unlimited practice time. These drivers probably not so used to just sitting around and waiting to go and drive, unless they've done some of the, in-person esports competitions. We don't have too many of them, nowadays. Last 4 years have kind of seen a halt to many of that. But Kamil Pawlowski, he competed in the SRO esports Sim Pro competition, where SRO brings sim racing teams, about 30 of them, to each of their events, or they did last year, and did an on-site race. So Camille has that experience. Of course, Nikodem, from his ESLR1 backgrounds, he's probably seen both of the majors, part of the Williams esports team last year. Would have also been out there at Gamers 8, the $1 million tournament that sim racing had, in what was and is still historically, as far as I can remember, the biggest prize pool that sim racing has ever seen, tied, of course, with the Formula E sim racing tournament that we had back in Vegas pre-2020. It's crazy to think that it's been a while since we've had those sort of numbers attached to real prize money, but when you think about the opportunity on the line for these drivers, 6 racing teams, 4 drivers each, 24 cars, it's a big investment, but from the Racing Prodigy team, it's an easy investment to make philosophically in their goal, in their mission of trying to create sustainable careers in racing by overcoming financial barriers. This is step one. And while the real World Prodigy Racing League Series, the first of 3 tiers, is planned to begin this fall at race events across the Southeast United States, there are 2 additional series with bigger and more powerful cars planned for 2025 and 2026. And so if you're thinking, this looks great, you're telling me they're going to drive even faster race cars in the future, you can get involved with more Prodigy Racing League action, and the esports competitions for Season 2 will be announced in the next handful of weeks and months, so make sure you have joined us on social media, Racing Prodigy, across of Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, X, whatever we're calling it this week. Make sure you are there for the first news to be dropped. We had an interesting format change, let's not forget, from Season 1 Part 1 to Season 1 Part 2. Season 1 Part 1 was all about these one-off, isolated sort of tournaments, as we called them, where the winner on track gained a Prodigy pass. While we still carried forward a bit of that winning mentality, sort of, if you will, with the tournaments that we've had, it's been a little bit more about consistency, about being able to rack up a string of good results. And so while a handful of the drivers, such as Leandro Werler, Kamil Pawlowski and Nikodem Wisniewski all won their Prodigy passes courtesy of on-track race wins. Michael Romanidis technically got his because he scored the most points across all 3 of the race room tournament rounds that we had. When we went to iRacing, it was sort of a similar kind of format as well in the previous season. It was all about individual tournaments and one winner moving on forward. For 2024 and for Season 1 Part 2, what we've done instead is there is still the league format that the race room tournament had, but while that had individual event finals as well, for iRacing, we just took the final results from 7 weeks of official iRacing competition. Any iRacer could have joined. All you needed was a Racing Prodigy membership. We took the top 40 and into each of our 2 finals. We crowned 2 winners from that, and after that, made our way down to the last chance final. And again, just a reminder, when it comes to day 3, you will have a chance, if your driver is maybe not feeling so confident, struggling a little bit more for the balance of the car, you get a chance to save them when we make our way to qualifying on day 3. We'll take the fastest driver from each group. We'll also take the fastest driver not picked automatically from those 4. And after that, 3 drivers to be saved in the last chance finals. I think they also get one more run out on track potentially in the LCF group. So they may be a little bit warmer going in to the Prodigy chase at the very end of the day as we try and see who is our 2024 Prodigy Part 2 champion here, after Gustavo Ariel won the chase competition at the end of 2023. The drivers are still sitting there, just trying to find those final couple of drivers to get ready to go for the final activity today, which is that group photo. There are some of our rental cars all parked up and sitting quite nicely. Don't forget that while the coverage will stop in probably around 25 minutes time at most when we wrap up day number 1, we, as in the entire crew, the drivers, all our partners here at Racing Prodigy, are going to stick around for a little bit longer because we are going to get a very special performance while we're eating dinner from the Johnny Mac Band. So shout out to Johnny Mac, to Josh McKee, to Aaron Spraggs, and to Ryan Kane, who are going to be here and keeping us very much moving and grooving as we reflect on the conclusion of day number 1. I think that we have almost all the drivers there. Don't trust the commentator's math, so I'm not going to try and count these drivers up, but that's 1, 2, 3, 6, 9, 12. I think we're like 18. We're almost there. So we've almost got them lined up. And I was mentioning as well the logos on the Radical SR1s that we're actually going to be using. There's the MPI sticker on the side of the 04. On the side of the 90, there's a Sucker Punch logo. Again, big shout out to the team at Sucker Punch, Brian Schmucker, Kim Coleman, Chase Coleman, and Joe Justice for being here today. So been plenty of support. And while we talk about all of that support, let's go back down to pit lane. Juliana's ready to catch up with CEO of Racing Prodigy and recap day number 1.
Thank you, Arjuna. Yes, I am here with David Cook. What has today been like? We talked to you earlier a little bit. We kind of want to get a recap of how you thought it all went. This is your second time doing this. Fill us in.
Well, it's a much bigger event this time around. 20 drivers rather than 12, but a lot of VIPs, a lot of sponsors, a lot of partners, a lot of people taking a look at our program and potential teams. So it was a big day for us. We were unsure how it would go with all the rain. We were also unsure how it was going to go with the live streaming and some of the tech. A lot of new things, even though we've done this here before, but being off-site at the gym for one. But in the end, we've pulled it together, and we got 20 racers that are quite happy, and I think certainly excited for tomorrow.
Well, that's wonderful to hear. I know that they've all enjoyed today. What would you say is your biggest takeaway from day 1?
I think two takeaways, if I may.
Absolutely.
On the business side, all of our team rallied together and pulled off a great day. And the second thing is, the first was super important because we owe it to these drivers to give them a great experience, to set them up for success, and hopefully you know, as we have the draft in a few months here or this summer, that they are getting prepared.
I have to ask you, because we were all wondering earlier, when it comes to the rain, what is allowed and what isn't allowed?
Well, if it's light rain, we're going to put them out, or at least offer. They don't have to go out. We're not going to force anybody to go out. If it's heavy rain, we're not going to go out. The tires are intermediate, so they're not full-blown rain tires. They're not slicks, so they can't really go out in heavy rain. If it's moderate, then we'll send out Kenton Cook, one of our pro drivers, our coaches, to assess, to look for streams, for puddles, for standing water, and to determine whether it's safe. We also have to then monitor, is it going to clear up or slow up in the next 30 minutes? Could we wait 20 or 30 minutes? And if it's longer, and we think we can put them out, we'll probably put them out, and we might put them out to start with BMWs in front. So a lot of it is just play it by ear, but we'll figure it out.
Well, we're hoping that we don't have any of this kind of situation tomorrow or the next day, but it's nice to know that we have some options if it does happen.
No, we'll be adaptable.
We love to hear that. Well, thank you so much for the recap of today. I think we're getting ready to take this picture. So, you need to be in the picture
at some point? Not yet. Drivers first, and then we'll get in there after.
Thank you, David. We will not only be watching you in the picture, but we'll be talking to you a lot more come the next couple days.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Arjuna, back up to you.
And I like what he said there. We're not forcing the drivers if there is light rain tomorrow. It's up to them. They got to build their comfort. That is what day 2 is meant to be about. Going faster, faster, faster over time in that Radical SR1. And now that group shot going to be taken by our team here at the Atlanta Motorsports Park. What an interesting day 1 it has been. Drivers all getting stood up now, or squatted down as it were. Nathan Maxman, Craig Laws on the very left-hand side. Then Nikodem Wisniewski and Mihai Neg just alongside of them. Julian Klaffenbach and Jordan Johnson, then the third drivers from the left-hand side. Thomas Bellerman, Kamil Pawlowski, the fourth drivers. And I'll just keep going in order. Matt Caruana, Camden Hibbett. Then next to Matt Caruana, I can't even quite tell who that is. That's Will Redford is who it is, as I finally figure it out. Try and figure out who's standing below him now. Running out of drivers to names. That does make it a little bit easier in some ways, but I am struggling, if I can be honest with you. That might be Jai Fletcher. Oh, that's a better angle. That is Jai Fletcher indeed in terms of the camera that I can see. Then Michael Romanidis, Alexandra Vielma, Brenna Schubert, Rupert Kirkapa, Leandro Werler, Amy Frame, and then on the very right-hand side of that front back row, it's Eduardo Leo and Brandon Hawkin. Great to be able to see these drivers. Big smiles on the face as well for the most part. Might be a bit tired, but you best believe they're excited about tomorrow. They're jumping into that Radical SR1. 188 brake horsepower or so. Remember, it is limited to 60% throttle, which is the traditional threshold that Primal Racing used for their first sort of introductory experience. That's probably the best way to put it, into a Slicks and Wings machine. Radical SR3 and SR10, of course, slightly after that. They're being told exactly where to look as well. The Primal Racing team as well, a Primal Racing school, a great way for you to experience what the contestants are going through. If you want to get behind the wheel of a Radical SR1, Primal Racing Schools offers anything from a one-day experience to fully custom programs to help experienced racers shave a little bit of time off of their stopwatch. And of course, the Primal Racing School, the 2- and 3-day advanced programs are fully SCCA accredited for getting your racing license, if that is ultimately your main objective, if you want to end up going wheel-to-wheel racing with the drivers. I think as they wrap up this drivers portion of the group shot, it might end up now being that a couple more of the staff members all jump on in and we grab a few more things here and there. Love the logos, by the way. Sucker Punch, number 90, MPI 04. Brian Till and my job will be a lot easier in the booth tomorrow as we try and pick them all apart. We'll have Hannah Newhouse and Juliana Darnell down on pit lane to grab those stories from the drivers as they continue to make their way through this very, very unique experience. And I'm looking forward to this one, mainly just to see what secrets we can get out of Matt Fasanacht, who's standing by with Hannah Newhouse.
And we keep talking about unique experience from everything from our drivers, but Matt, one of the cool things is the VIPs and the people that are here with us. This is an event as a whole, not only for our drivers that are taking place, trying to secure themselves a spot on the team, but also the opportunity to come here and essentially see, history made as we try to search for a driver.
Yeah, today we've got our VIP day. We have partners, investors, media people here, and we're showing them the same experience these drivers are going to get. Some of them have never been in a race car. Some of these people have never been in a race car, and we're actually letting them drive the cars. They've had a great experience. They're bonding, creating their own community, and we're just trying to get the word out and share the experience of what these drivers get a chance to do, and build from there.
So what was the conversation when your VIPs saw the cars on the track before they even got in the cars? Yeah. Was there any nerves? Was there any anticipation? And then to let some of them drive it, what's been the overall evaluation of getting this opportunity?
I was surprised how many people actually wanted to drive the car. It's pretty intimidating track in a car, and to never have driven a race car, this is not an easy car to drive. It's challenging how you shift and how you drive the car. So after they gave them the debrief on the car, does anybody want to change their mind? And nobody changed their mind. So I was really impressed with people's willingness. And it's all smiles. I mean, driving a race car is, once you do it, it's like you just want to keep doing it.
It's addicting. There's a reason we all keep coming back and finding jobs within motorsports, right?
Yes, yes.
My favorite was Cindy Sisson, right? Of course, she's been around motorsports forever. I saw her get in the two-seater, and you could just see it grin big and wide. And she got out of the car, and I was like, okay, how was it? And she goes, where's my car? It's my turn to drive. And she sat patiently right here, ready to drive the car. But my favorite thing too is we even had the skid pad, and we had one of the professional drifters out there drift in that car as well.
Yeah, and one of our investors is a very good drifter, and there's nobody I've ridden in passenger seat in a race car for the last 10 years other than him.
That's pretty trusting right there as an investor, and you're literally letting him drive as a race car.
Yeah.
So what can, of course, our folks that are joining us here trackside kind of expect over the next 2 days as well as we get ready to put our drivers tomorrow on the racetrack with these Radical SR1?
Yeah, so we're going to put the drivers in the race car in a safe manner that much like a racing school would put them through to get them up to speed, get the nerves out, learn what the track is, learn what the car is, and then slowly through the day tomorrow we'll turn them loose to go faster and faster. Not encouraging them to try to go as fast as they can because they have yet another day to do that. So it's all about building up and not making a mistake because there's a lot of pressure and you don't want to put it into the wall. Spinning's okay, but you might ruin your tires and then have bad tires. So they've got to be careful and measured, and we're taking a very careful approach, just like any racing school.
Yeah, the goal definitely not to have flat spots tomorrow on those tires. But one of the cool things, of course, is we're now in week 2 here of Prodigy Week and the second round of this. What was the biggest takeaway in the learning aspect from your perspective coming and putting together this event? Because while yes, this is a challenge and a combine for these drivers to put their best foot forward, it is a full event that takes place here for everyone on staff, and what a beautiful facility that we get to do it at as well.
Yeah, I'm grateful we're at AMP. I'm grateful we have these Radical SR1s. I mean, have you seen the minute-to-minute schedule? I mean, it's down to the minute, and because there's a lot going on here. The challenge here is we have 20 drivers this time instead of 12 last time, and we learned a lot about how to cycle through the process of getting them in the cars. The most important thing that I think we've been able to learn is the production of how we're filming, and we're trying to create really a pilot for what we're trying to create in addition to the live stream, and that's been amazing to watch. There's so many film crews and directors, and last time we were here I was directing, hey, we have this opportunity, guys, come over here, and now we've raised the bar and we've got a lot more people managing all that, so I'm able to enjoy it, handle our VIPs and meet the drivers and watch it. It's been fun for me.
And of course, we've got the live stream. We've been live all day today here on YouTube and streaming, but we've also got a full documentary crew here, really digging deeper and into the roots and the stories of our drivers and this whole initiative. How important is it to bring those eyes to be able to continue to create opportunities like this?
Yeah, there's a lot to talk about with Racing Prodigy, but one of the things we want to do is expose people to more of the nuts and bolts of racing. We're going to provide the data about the cars live, real time. We're going to be maybe even with the drivers live in the car. We're going to do post-race interviews. We're going to give you access to the mechanics, everything. We think there's a lot in all sports, particularly in racing, that they don't give access to. Because we control the cars, there's not going to be car development where certain people have figured certain things out. So we're going to expose all the secrets of racing. that, you know, when you go to other racing, they're doing things that they don't want to talk about. We're going to actually expose all the things you can and we don't do to these cars to make them go faster. And I think that'll be another interesting track for fans. We're just trying to open up motorsports.
Yeah, definitely open the curtains behind everything going on here in motorsports. Well, your fellow Racing Prodigy shirts in white behind you, or they're heading over to the group photo here. We'll let you go, Matt. Again, thank you so much. Man, we are wrapping up day one here of Racing Prodigy. Day one, week 2. Group photo, getting ready to wrap up behind us. We're going to get all of the folks here involved in that photo. Arjuna, it's crazy to think this day started 7-8 hours ago, and we're getting ready to put a cap on day one.
It is finally time to put the cap on it as well. It's flown on by in many ways, but as the drivers get a couple more instructions, you can see half of them in orange suits, half of them in blue suits, which, in addition to the logos on the cars as well, is going to make it a little bit easier just to identify them all tomorrow, both in the car and then which car is rolling around the track at any particular point in time. But yeah, this is a fun day for these drivers. Maybe not the most exciting of them because, of course, radical action tomorrow and Wednesday, but it's real, it's tangible, and that's what this day was all about. And understanding, again, all those extra things about being a race car driver beyond just get in the car and go fast, but media, mental, physical, all of those extra attributes just being drilled in and worked on as well. So as the Racing Prodigy team, all in their white shirts, stands there as well, you have behind them Dr. Ashley Whitson. I saw Kenton Cook behind. There's Nick McMillan. Oh, he spins around, looks at the camera. Andrew Carbonell, Randy Popes, the Rocket. The docu-series crew just there capturing these words that are happening right now. Not sure if we can stick a microphone in there and listen in as well, but this is the final wrap-up, I think, from David Cook from DMC, head of marketing at Racing Prodigy. Chief Marketing Officer, to give DMC his proper title, David McCammon. Then Jimmy Rowland, J. Christopher Hamilton, Matt Fastenack, David Cook, and Nick McMillan as well. Let's see, though, if we can listen in just a little bit as they wrap things up with the group photo on day number 1.
Oh, no, I don't like this at all. All right, people in the white, you're going to be in the back row instead.
One way to find out.
I can't be
You better be in front.
I'll be right here.
No, I know that.
I'll take a couple of you oranges, like 2 or 3 of you. Let's get 3 of you guys over here, and 3 of the blue guys, and have you guys kneel in the middle just so we can kind of clear up some of that space. Just one anybody. Perfect. A lot of people here. I need you. Scoot over just a hair in this direction. Perfect. I'll need you to scoot over just a hair in there. Perfect. Yeah, you're fine. All right. How's it looking for you guys? Ready to go with it? All right. Big smiles. guys. That's a wrap. That's a wrap. That's a wrap for the day. It's a wrap. So we're good, right?
And you heard it there from Jake Christopher Hamilton, advisor and head of media at Racing Prodigy. That is a wrap on day number 1 of Prodigy Week Part 2. The drivers now know what lies ahead. A night of rest, and then into the Radical SR1s. On to track bright and early tomorrow morning. First for the track walk, and then one by one, launched out to experience this wonderful ride. We're so glad that you joined us here for day 1 of all of the action. Don't forget, 2 more days of streaming to come from the Atlanta Motorsports Park, and you can catch it all live here exclusively on the Racing Prodigy YouTube channel. For the team behind the scenes, though, signing off for now on behalf of Juliana Darnell, for Hannah Newhouse, Arjuna Kankipati saying goodbye for now. We'll see you tomorrow.